Chapter 6:14. Little Violet had the bloodline of an ancient overlord. If she hadn't awakened her bloodline, she wouldn't have bothered with a mere human. Now that her bloodline had awakened and she had successfully returned to her ancestral state, she wouldn't put the human race aside. Sage Jianghu was one of the upper echelons of sinful paradise. He forcefully suppressed his anger. Everything was under his control, so there was nothing to worry about. Just now, he had used his divine ability to investigate. Whether it was this Lin Fei or this purple-haired fellow, neither of them were his match. Why should he care? Killing them was as easy as flipping his hand. This fellow really is a chatterbox. Lin Fei smiled. Your sinful paradise is quite bold. What benefits did the other races give you to become traitors to humanity? Wrong, you should be the big traitor. Ah, well said. Traitor to humanity. Running dogs of the other races. Perhaps it was because of Lin Fei's return, or perhaps it was because of his calm appearance, but the four fiends couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. They began to mock Sage Jianghu. Although Sage Jianghu didn't know what this big traitor meant, he could tell that Lin Fei was mocking him. Lin Fei, originally, I didn't want you to take action because you are the Tower Master of Myth Tower. I even wanted to give you a chance to surrender. But since you don't know what's good for you, I won't be polite to you. Sage Jianghu was furious. Ever since becoming one of the upper echelons of sinful paradise, Sage Jianghu had never heard such words from a sage. They were the first. There's no need to be so fake. Lin Fei continued to laugh. I don't care that your sinful paradise betrayed the human race. I also don't care that you joined the other races. But you should never have done that. You should never have done that to my woman. Sage Jianghu didn't care. So what? In this world, fists are the most important. This old man's fists are bigger than yours and my fists are harder than yours. Your so-called advantage is all fake. Let's see how you continue to be so arrogant later. Star River Great World. Sage Jianghu made his move. He had a faint bad feeling in his heart. Lin Fei was too calm. He didn't care about his influence at all. What did this mean? Either he was fearless and didn't take him seriously at all. Either that or he was pretending to frighten him. Sage Jianghu wanted his opponent to reveal a flaw. Regardless of whether you were fearless or deliberately acting, you would have to lie down in front of strength. Husband, I've implicated you. Lin Jiqing knew that her man's strength had increased, but she couldn't help but worry when facing one of the upper echelons of Sin Paradise. Holding the woman in his arms, Lin Fei looked indifferent. Little Z beat him until his mother can't recognize him. This guy scared my woman. What? Everyone suspected that they had misheard. Could this cool guy be an expert? Was it possible? Sage Jianghu almost laughed out loud. Was there something wrong with this Lin Fei's head? Or was he so scared that he was using this method to scare him? He even beat him up until he couldn't recognize himself? Young master, I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. Little Purple swung her long hair and coolly rushed forward. She raised her fist and smashed it over. It was a very ordinary attack. The four villains looked at each other in dismay. This was an attack technique. Whether or not she could even hurt him was still a question. Stinking brat, go to hell. Sage Jianghu had a very bad impression of this purple-haired kid. He wanted to kill him with one punch. He had a ferocious smile on his face as if he could see him being killed with one punch. Bang. Everyone thought that the purple-haired guy was going to be killed. But they were all stunned. Invincible, am I seeing things? True Immortal Drunken Wine rubbed his eyes. Well, I'm seeing things. True Immortal Flower Demon shook her head, unsure. It seems that the overpowered Sage Jianghu was sent flying with one punch. True Immortal Potbellied said instinctively. I think I saw someone being sent flying as well. True Immortal Invincible rubbed his eyes as well. That scene just now was really hard to believe. Sage Jianghu was sent flying with one punch. That's right, he was sent flying. Everyone was silent. They couldn't digest what just happened. TSK, you want to kill me with that kind of attack? Little Purple was disdainful. She took a step forward and appeared in front of Sage Jianghu. She slapped him and Sage Jianghu was sent flying again like a spinning top. Sage Jianghu, who was sent flying, cried out, Impossible. I'm a half-step heaven immortal. No one can defeat me. This slap on Sage Jianghu's face shattered all of his self-confidence. I won't lose. Sage Jianghu crawled to his feet. A giant foot descended from the sky and stomped on his face, causing the sound of bones breaking to ring out. Young master said that I'll beat you until your mother won't recognize you. Little Purple stomped on him and the space around him fluctuated. I'm a half-step heaven immortal. Another stomp and blood flowed out. You're dead meat. I'll kill you. Who are you? Who are you? Little Purple followed the instructions and stomped on him again and again. Sage Qianhe roared and struggled, but Little Purple's body was like a towering mountain. She kept on suppressing Sage Qianhe and he couldn't move. Later, his voice became softer and softer and his breath became weaker. With the exception of Lin Fei, everyone at the scene was shocked. A half-step heaven immortal was stepped on like that. With every stomp, his breath became weaker. It was too shocking, too domineering. That was a half-step heaven immortal. Their gazes towards Lin Fei were filled with worship. More importantly, they wanted to know where Lin Fei found such a guy. Awesome. Awesome to death. It was unimaginable that a half-step heaven immortal could be beaten like this. Any half-step heaven immortal had a high status. How could he be beaten like this? This was equivalent to hurting his self-esteem, destroying his wisdom and existence. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by Sage Qianhe. The atavistic little violet was an ancient overlord. She was just a half-step heaven immortal, and she had controlled her strength. Otherwise she would have been dead for sure. Stop hitting me. I'm going to die. At this time, Sage Qianhe's voice was soft and pitiful, no longer as calm as before. Little Purple, stop it. Little Purple stopped and lifted Sage Qianhe up with one hand. At this time, most of Sage Qianhe's body was blown up, and his face was also smashed. If he wasn't a half-step heaven immortal, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. You really can't recognize him now. Zhang Xiaohu looked up and down, then asked Lin Jiqing, don't you think so? The people behind him all rolled their eyes at him. Was there a need to ask? Sage Qianhe's current sorry state, even if his mother was here, she might not recognize him. Miserable, too miserable. They had never seen a half-step heaven immortal in such a miserable state in their lives. Sage Qianhe, you deserve this. That was awesome. I guess Sage Qianhe must have had a great time just now. Of course. Look at him, I know he's going to die of pleasure. This is the first time I've heard it. It's so good that it can kill. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. These guys were too sharp-tongued. This was a rhythm that could kill. Tower Master Lin, I admit defeat. Please don't hit me. Sage Qianhe was full of grievances. He was almost trampled to death. A half-step heaven immortal being trampled to death was something he didn't even dare to think about. However, Sage Qianhe knew that if he didn't speak up, he would really be trampled to death. From then on, there would be the first half-step heaven immortal to be trampled to death. High and mighty? Being mocked? Sage Qianhe had long thrown those thoughts aside. He really didn't want to experience the brink of death at such a close distance. You said you won't hit me. Who do you think you are? Lin Fei was angry. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your servant. I'm a half-step heaven immortal. I'll kill whoever master wants me to. I won't hesitate. Please don't kill me. Sage Qianhe's whole body trembled. He was scared. He was really scared. If he didn't know the origin of this purple-haired boy, he could just die. A heaven immortal. A follower of a heaven immortal. Sage Qianhe had the thought of killing himself. No matter how strong a half-step heaven immortal was, he was nothing in front of a heaven immortal. How could he fight? The four villains were stunned. Sage Qianhe, one of the higher-ups of Sin Paradise, took the initiative to become Lin Fei's servant? Was there a mistake? The status of a servant was no status at all. A half-step heaven immortal took the initiative to speak. How shocking was that? To be able to scare a half-step heaven immortal like that, this Little Purple's strength must be extraordinary. For a moment, an unimaginable existence appeared in their minds, a heaven immortal. This Little Purple was a heaven immortal expert. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't this a little too awesome? The only one who could accept it the most was the Heavenly Fiend. At this time, the Heavenly Fiend was extremely excited. Haha, I've really hit the jackpot. A follower of a heaven immortal. This Lin Fei must be the reincarnation of a deity. Only a deity can make a heaven immortal submit to him. He's a heaven immortal? Lin Jiqing's mouth was wide open as she looked at Little Purple. For a moment she couldn't connect with this word. Lin Fei hugged the woman tightly. That's right. Little Purple is a heaven immortal expert. This time I'm back. I won't let you be afraid anymore. When Sage Qianhe heard that, he couldn't move at all. A sentence kept echoing in his mind. Heaven immortal. He's a heaven immortal. I've kicked an iron plate. Madam Lin, it was my fault that I attacked you before. Please, I beg you. Seeing that I can still use my meager strength, you must kill me. I am willing to become your servant. Sage Qianhe threw caution to the wind. Young master, this guy is nagging. Let me eat him. Sage Qianhe was so scared that he peed his pants. This is too cruel. He wants to eat me. Chapter 6:15. It was just a simple sentence, but the result was the death of a half-step heavenly immortal. Even though Lin Jiqing came from a big sect and had seen the world, she was at a loss when she heard this. She couldn't digest the news for a while. Even though she knew that her man was amazing, she really didn't expect him to be this amazing. This kind of thing was probably just a fantasy, but when it really happened in front of her, the feeling was indescribable. Lin Fei's words were too domineering. Kill was kill. Live was live. It was a matter of one sentence. Lin Jiqing was Lin Jiqing indeed. After 3 years of being in a superior position, she recovered after a moment of absent-mindedness. She was smart to begin with, so a half-step heaven immortal was much more useful. Sage Tianhe, seeing that you are still useful, I can spare your life. However, since you took the initiative to attack us, you can be exempted from the death penalty. Serve the mythological tower for 5,000 years, and I will return you your freedom. Sage Tianhe's heart was already in his throat. Life and death could be decided in an instant. Having cultivated to this level, he really didn't want to die. After all, anyone who reached this level was already an expert in the continent, one of the true experts. If he could pass the tribulation successfully, he could even ascend to the heavenly realm. Not wanting to die was Sage Tianhe's only wish. So what if he was a servant? Sage Tianhe had no choice in this matter. Hearing that he would serve the mythological tower for 5,000 years, Sage Tianhe was stunned. Thank you, Madame Lin, for sparing my life. Thank you, Madame Lin, for sparing my life. Lin Jiqing's words were simple, but there was another meaning behind them. How could Sage Tianhe not know? Serving the mythological tower for 5,000 years was considered a polite way of saying it to take care of Sage Tianhe's face. If it was a servant, then the face didn't exist. This was Lin Jiqing taking care of Sage Tianhe's face. 5,000 years. It might seem long, but to Sage Tianhe, it wasn't long at all. After 5,000 years of freedom, Sage Tianhe no longer had any resentment in his heart. Instead, it was replaced by gratitude. When a half-step heaven immortal faced a heaven immortal expert, death would be the best outcome. To be able to survive the hands of a heaven immortal expert, Sage Tianhe didn't ask for much. So what if he had to serve for 10,000 years? As for doing something right, that was something that could not be borne. A heavenly immortal expert had a very long lifespan. Most importantly, this fellow didn't seem to be able to ascend. This was rather terrifying. Revenge? That was simply courting death. Sage Tianhe was filled with regret. How could he have coveted the mythical tower? He had kicked a huge iron plate, an iron plate that he could not contend against. Fortunately, he had survived. Sage Tianhe, count yourself lucky. Lin Fei snorted coldly and put on a dark face. He admired his woman for changing his impression of Tianhe Jinren with just a few words. Lin Fei saw all the changes in Sage Tianhe. His every move couldn't escape the change. Little Purple threw Sage Tianhe away. This kind of person should be killed. Once and for all. Boring, too boring. After regaining his freedom, Sage Tianhe was filled with worry, fearing that the other party would kill him out of anger. Without any hesitation, he swore an oath to the heavens to obtain someone to rely on. Sage Tianhe had never been so eager. Facing such a monstrous existence, Sage Tianhe's heart was still trembling. After he swore the oath, he hurriedly stood behind Lin Jiqing, fearing that he would be killed by Little Purple. The 4 evil men were dumbfounded when they saw this. This was the first time they saw a half-step heavenly immortal expert swear an oath to the heavens so quickly. At the same time, he was so dutiful. Lin Fei's view of Sage Tianhe was that it didn't matter if he killed him or not. Although it would be a pity to kill him, it was his fault for intruding the mythical tower. If he didn't kill him, he would be able to gain some help. Hence, Lin Fei gave the choice to his woman. It was up to him to decide what to do. At the same time, Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart that he had brought Little Purple back. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble today. If she fell into the hands of Sin Paradise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sage Tianhe, tell me your plan. Lin Fei said coldly. After solving a problem, Lin Fei didn't think that it would end just like that. Now that he was back, all the troubles from before had to be dealt with. There was no need to hide anymore. In order to prove his usefulness, Sage Tianhe told them the whole plan. He didn't dare to hide anything. As for his half-step heavenly immortal strength, it was nothing to be proud of. If there wasn't any heavenly immortal expert, Sage Tianhe might have put on airs. But now he wouldn't dare to do so even if he was given 100 guts. Tower Lord Lin, we can take advantage of the situation. Sage Reincarnation said to Lin Fei. For the first time his tone had changed. In the past, sage reincarnation, Shengguan Hong would always address someone with the word little. After Lin Fei came back, his strength had improved greatly. He even brought back a heavenly immortal expert. Unknowingly, his position had been confirmed and his influence had changed. Lin Fei didn't say anything. This time he had obtained the acknowledgement of Sage Tianhe. Take advantage of the situation. I think it's possible. We can take them all in one go. They had always wanted to take care of the higher-ups of Sin City. Back then he had endured because he wasn't strong enough. Now that they had taken the initiative, there was no need for him to continue enduring. Lin Fei had long wanted to get rid of them. The only thing he didn't expect was that they would be so anxious. This proved the saying, haste makes waste. If the higher-ups of Sin Heaven weren't anxious to take action, Lin Fei would take care of them slowly like boiling frogs in water. Sage Tianhe didn't dare to inform them now. Even though they were brothers with different surnames and sworn brothers, in this kind of situation, they would fly away on their own. Why would they care so much? As long as I bring you over, they won't suspect anything. We can take them all in one go. Anyone who goes against Tower Lord Lin will be our enemy. Everyone looked at him with disdain. This guy was a typical lackey. It had only been a short while, but he had already changed his direction. It was hard to imagine that a powerhouse could change so quickly that it was hard for the eyes to follow. 4 great evildoers, you guys stay here. Little Violet and I will go personally. One trouble had been dealt with. Lin Fei didn't know if there would be more trouble. It was necessary to stay here. With a wave of his hand, a spirit vein flew out. Those who were suppressed were sent into the formation. 12 giants flew out, brimming with killing intent, 100 times stronger than before. With this formation, if anyone from Sin Heaven barges in, we'll kill them all. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was a spirit vein, right? A spirit vein supporting a formation. Wasn't this too extravagant? They had seen extravagant things before, but they had never seen something this extravagant. Chapter 6:16. On the boundless sea realm. Sea beasts rampaged and storms never stopped. At this moment, a team appeared on the boundless sea realm. The huge warship resisted the harsh environment around it. This team moved and stopped, and no one knew how far they had traveled in the boundless sea realm. Finally, one day the black warship stopped in the sky. Streamers of light blocked the beating of the waves. The waves that could crush boulders couldn't shake the black warship at all. That little dragon must have died in this area. A figure appeared in the sky above the black warship. It was Long Outyin, who had traveled tens of thousands of miles. After cultivating the true dragon transformation, Long Outyin had personally come to the boundless sea realm. Nothing was more important than this. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any foreign tribe troops along the way. He took out a dragon scale from his dimensional pocket and flicked it. The dragon scale glowed and turned into a black beam of light that flew out. Long Outyin followed it. This was a method of the dragon tribe specifically used to find skeletons. The dragon scale flew for about 1,000 miles and suddenly stopped, rushing into the boundless sea realm. Long Outyin followed it and saw a white skeleton covered in mud at the bottom of the sea. Dragon bones. Long Outyin grabbed the skeleton and flew out from under Heidi. The opponent is so strong. So many of the bones have been broken. Long Outyin heaved a sigh of relief after finding the dragon bones. He could continue searching for the skeleton. Who owns the sea realm? A subordinate reported immediately. This area belongs to the Silver Shark King, a marquis king of the Oceanus Empire. Little Dragon died here. This Silver Shark King must know something. Long Outyin didn't worry about a marquis king. He was just following orders this time. Silver Shark Clan. The Silver Shark King had been in a bad mood recently. All the singers and dancers had been sent out, and he locked himself up all day. He was still aching from the huge loss. Rumble, a loud noise came from outside, startling the Silver Shark King. Before he could do anything, he saw an arrogant young man barge in. If I were you, I would dismiss all my subordinates. The Silver Shark King saw a human with an extraordinary bearing and the aura of a superior. He knew that this was someone with a powerful background. He waved his hand and ordered the people outside to leave. Who are you? Don't you know that the sea race doesn't welcome humans? Long Outyin waved his hand and tossed the dragon skeleton onto the ground. Even though he was already dead, he was still emitting the might of a dragon, and no one dared to look down on him. As soon as the skeleton appeared, the Silver Shark King's expression changed. He cursed inwardly. How could he have forgotten to collect this skeleton? His pupils shrank. You're from the dragon tribe? From the moment the Jiao Dragon King died, the Silver Shark King knew that he could not escape. The dragon clan would find him sooner or later. The only difference was whether it was the human clan or the dragon clan. There was a big difference between the two. The former was still acceptable, but the latter was hard to say. It was clear that this person was the representative of the dragon tribe. So you know how the Jiao Dragon King died? Long Outyin knew that he had come to the right place. It was easier than he had imagined. The Boundless Sea region was so big, and if the feudal vassals didn't know about it, it would be quite troublesome. The Silver Shark King did not try to hide it. Everyone knew about the heavenly tribulation, especially the experts. No matter how the Silver Shark King tried to silence them, it would be easy for the other party to investigate. This is the person who killed the Jiao Dragon King. The Silver Shark King pointed at the void, and a lifelike portrait appeared out of thin air. For experts like them, it was easy to draw a person's face. They could even draw 100 of them. So it's you, Lin Fei? When the portrait appeared, Long Outyin was shocked on the spot. No matter how Long Outyin thought about it, he had never thought that the person who killed the Jiao Dragon King would be someone he knew, and someone he needed to deal with. This was good news. Long Outyin had always wanted to deal with Lin Fei, but he had no way to do so. Now, he had the guts to kill someone from the dragon tribe. This was Lin Fei's own death wish. Let's go. Long Outyin retrieved the skeleton on the ground and left with his subordinates. The Silver Shark King opened his mouth to speak, but stopped in the end. So what if it's the dragon tribe? They have a heaven immortal realm demon beast. You're just unlucky to come knocking on my door. However, I seem to need to find a safe place, lest they suffer losses and come after me. Why don't we take refuge at the Giant Crab King's place for a while? As soon as Long Outyin left, the Silver Shark King disappeared like a wisp of smoke. On the Black Warship, Long Outyin ordered his subordinates, activate the power of the Divine Sanctum and find out where Lin Fei is. After discovering that it was Lin Fei who had attacked, Long Outyin didn't need to ask any more questions. He finally had an honorable reason to personally deal with Lin Fei. This time he was going to beat Lin Fei down with one strike so that he would never be able to rise again. Long Outyin could laugh at Lin Fei going against the dragon tribe. If Lin Fei had submitted to the Divine Sanctum, that would have been the best. Lin Fei shouldn't have chosen to ally with the Holy War. This time, Long Outyin could almost see himself knocking Lin Fei to the ground with one punch, and he could complete the mission assigned by the deacon. It was killing two birds with one stone. At the gathering place of the upper echelons of Sin Paradise, Guai, Heavenly Monarch, and White Mountain were all waiting for Sage Tianhe's return. Using the Mythology Tower as a proof of allegiance was very useful to them, so they couldn't help but worry. Under King Giant Eye, other than the local mutated tribe, there were experts from all walks of life who weren't any weaker than them. If they wanted to stand out under King Giant Eye, they had to produce a satisfactory answer. They couldn't afford to lose the Mythology Tower. Tianhe has been gone for so long. He's really dawdling. If I had known, I would have gone. Sage Tian Monarch was very unhappy. He had been gone for a long time. It'll be the same if you go. The Mythology Tower is built in the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron, and it's filled with arrays. It'll take time to capture Lin Jiqing. Looking at the time, Tianhe should be back soon. White Mountain said. One Myth Tower's Lin Jiqing, any one of them could do it. I think he's back. Suddenly Sage Guai opened his eyes and said to them. As expected, there was a fluctuation in the space. Sage Tianhe had appeared. Haha, you're finally back. I thought you had failed. Sage Baishan joked. Sage Tianhe felt aggrieved. You jinxed it. I really did fail. I even signed a 50-100-year contract. Don't you feel aggrieved? You jinxed it. It's just a mythology tower. Isn't it a piece of cake? Sage Tianhe laughed. Moreover, my luck is pretty good. Do you know who I met? It can't be that Lin Fei, right? Sage Tian Monarch casually said. If there was a most mysterious person in the mythology tower, it would be that Lin Fei. Mysterious pills, battle armor, arrays. All of these came from that Lin Fei. However, they all knew that this Lin Fei had gone to the Heaven's secret treasury. The chances of him surviving were very low. After all, the Heaven's secret treasury was filled with experts. Lin Fei only had the battle strength of a mid-stage loose immortal. He was average among geniuses. Ha, you guessed it. Sage Tianhe waved his hand. I really brought Lin Fei back. Lin Fei appeared in the space with a mini flamingo perched on his shoulder. When Sage Tian Monarch and the others made their move, they didn't expect Sage Tianhe to bring Lin Fei back. The possibility was too low. However, when he really appeared in front of them, they felt that the heavens were looking after them. They all knew that Lin Fei was a thorn in the Saintess's side. There was a rumor that whoever captured Lin Fei and brought him to the Saintess would receive a great merit. They didn't know why the Saintess treated Lin Fei as a thorn in her side. They only heard that Lin Fei had tricked the Saintess. Whether it was true or not, they didn't know. No matter what, Lin Fei was in their hands. Tianha, you did well. It's a great merit. Guiyi's eyes shone with joy. Tian Monarch informed the Saintess immediately. The myth tower has fallen into my hands. And Lin Fei arranged for people to come and take over. Sage Tian Monarch nodded. I'll contact them immediately. You captured me. Aren't you worried about my master's revenge? Lin Fei said to them calmly. Since Sage Guiyi was going to rely on Giant Eye God King, he didn't have to worry about the pill god behind Lin Fei. They were no longer fighting alone. They had a huge army of strange races behind them. They had the confidence to face them. Lin Fei, you're calmer than I thought. It's a pity you offended the Saintess. Otherwise I could put in a few good words for you. With your ability, you'll play an important role in the strange races. Guiyi's spiritual master was very far-sighted. He had seen the development of the mythology tower in the past 3 years. If Lin Fei wasn't the Saintess's enemy, they would undoubtedly be able to form a team and be of great use against the Giant Eye God King. It was a pity that Lin Fei was the Saintess's enemy. Under the God King, the Saintess was the commander. They couldn't afford to offend her. Otherwise they could really work together. I'm very curious. Why does the Saintess hate me? Why does she want to kill me? Lin Fei was puzzled. He had been troubled by this question for a long time. He couldn't find an explanation. You'll have to ask the Saintess. At this time, Sage Tian Monarch returned. Later, the Saintess will arrange for people to come. We just have to do the welcoming work. Everyone smiled. They had finally joined Giant Eye God King's side. They even took down the myth tower and handed in a satisfactory result. They would be in high positions. The others wouldn't have anything to say. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei was laughing coldly in his heart. I'll wait a little longer. I'll destroy the Saintess's people. If I can get an answer, that would be for the best. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Chapter 617. Spiritual Master Guiyi, Spiritual Master Tianjun, and Spiritual Master Baishan had never considered why Lin Fei was so calm. It didn't matter now. It was enough that Lin Fei was in their hands. They were dizzy with victory. If they handed over the mythological tower, they would be able to gain status. Spiritual Master Guiyi, did you capture Lin Fei? There was a sudden fluctuation in the air, and a group of people walked out. The leader was the Holy Maiden, the Fox Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden suddenly appeared. Spiritual Master Guiyi and the others were shocked. Greetings, Holy Maiden. They thought that the Holy Maiden would arrange for a commander to come, or else she would take Lin Fei away. They never thought that the Holy Maiden would come in person, even though it was a clone. However, the arrival of a clone was enough to prove that the Holy Maiden valued Lin Fei. Spiritual Master Tianha had done something big this time. They understood very well what the descent of the Saintess clone meant. They saw a bright future ahead of them. You've all worked hard. You've done well. I will put in a good word for you in front of the Divine King. The Holy Maiden said calmly, but her eyes were on Lin Fei. Spiritual Master Guiyi and the others looked excited. Thank you, Holy Maiden, for your advice. This is what we should do. They all knew that the Holy Maiden was the Divine King's disciple. If there were no accidents, she would be in charge of almost everything. One could imagine how high her status was. If they could put in a good word for her in front of the Divine King, the benefits would be unimaginable. When the Holy Maiden said this, her eyes actually fell on Lin Fei, the kid who made her suffer. When she heard that Lin Fei had appeared, the Holy Maiden came immediately. Didn't expect it, Lin Fei. After 3 years, you've fallen into my hands again. I wonder how you feel. The Holy Maiden gnashed her teeth in anger at Lin Fei. The scene of her being toyed with 3 years ago had always been etched in her heart, and she could not forget it. Now that Lin Fei was in her hands, he was no different from a fish on a chopping board. Everything was up to her. Lin Fei was indeed surprised that the Holy Maiden had come in person. Initially, he thought that he would be able to collect some interest, but from the looks of it, he would be able to reap a huge harvest. It's been 3 years, but you're still the same. It seems like you hate me a lot. Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts. Even if he did, he would pry open the other party's mouth and find out what he wanted to know. The Holy Maiden didn't get angry. Instead, she laughed. You're still so domineering. It's a pity that you've fallen into this Holy Maiden's hands. You won't be as lucky as last time. I can give you a chance to self-detonate. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. I forgot to tell you one thing, my luck has always been very good. If you can tell me why you keep targeting me, maybe your avatar can go back. Crazy too crazy. Gui Dao Master and the others had never seen such an arrogant person who didn't put the holy maiden in his eyes. Right now this is Sin Paradise, not your mythological tower and not your 8 Desolation 6 directional cauldron. Insolence would not end well. Lin Fei, you're courting death. Gui Dao Master coldly snorted. Lady Holy Maiden, please let me kill this sharp-tongued guy. The Holy Maiden waved her hand. No need, it's just Lin Fei. Although it's been 3 years, Lin Fei's strength has increased rapidly, and the Holy Maiden didn't care about him at all. You'll never know. The Holy Maiden indifferently said. Take him away. You guys handle the matter of the mythological tower. Behind the Holy Maiden, her subordinates immediately rushed forward like ferocious tigers, wanting to escort Lin Fei over. Bang bang, as soon as the wolf-like fellows rushed forward, Lin Fei chopped out with his hand and killed them. You're not suppressed. Gui Dao Master and the others were shocked and looked on in disbelief. I'm sorry, but I don't like to be suppressed by others. Instead, I like to suppress others. Lin Fei laughed. Lady Holy Maiden, I'm afraid your plan will fail again. Take down Lin Fei. The Holy Maiden didn't think much of it. How could a mere Lin Fei overturn the heavens? Tianhe, what are you doing? The 3 of them attacked together, and Tianhe Dao Master stood in front of them. I'm now a member of the mythological tower. Tianhe Dao Master's expression was ugly, but since things had come to this, there was no need to explain. Lin Fei, you bastard, what did you do to Tianhe? Gui Dao Master was shocked and couldn't believe this scene. In just a short time, Tianhe Dao Master had betrayed them. How could this be possible? He couldn't help but be furious. You'll know soon. Lin Fei blinked. Little Purple, suppress them. The flamingo that was originally perched on his shoulder flew up, revealing its huge body. An evil-looking guy with long hair appeared, and a blazing aura engulfed the entire space. You want to deal with us with a demonic beast? You're too naive. Tianhe Dao Master snorted coldly and rushed up. With the celestial artifact in hand, he suppressed the other party. Little Purple's face was full of disdain. She rushed up and the attack was directly repelled. She slashed her hand and hit the celestial artifact. Daring to hit the celestial artifact, it was simply courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party's punch shattered the celestial artifact into pieces, and a palm hit his chest. Without any resistance, he was sent flying. He was defeated in one move, and the celestial artifact was destroyed. Celestial Immortal, you're a celestial immortal. The Tianhe Dao Master who was sent flying felt a terrifying aura in an instant. Bang bang bang, Little Purple ignored them and defeated the Tianhe Dao Master with one punch. Then she appeared in front of Gui Dao Master and Baishan Dao Master. 2 very casual punches, and the two's expressions changed drastically. They were extremely solemn, but they were still sent flying, vomiting blood. He's a celestial immortal, how can this be? The faces of the 3 were pale. The sky instantly collapsed. A celestial immortal, the top expert of the continent, an existence that appeared and disappeared unpredictably. They actually offended a celestial immortal. What was going on? They were defeated without even being able to withstand one move, but how could Lin Fei invite a celestial immortal expert? They were all wrong. It turned out that Lin Fei was the hidden tiger. They also understood why Tianhe Dao Master betrayed them, and they did not dare to attack again. A celestial immortal expert, even 100 of them would die. If he killed them, the 3 of them could not help but break out in cold sweat. Little Purple took care of the 2 and went straight to the Saintess. At this moment, the Saintess was completely stunned. Previously she was arrogant and superior, but now she showed fear. She finally understood what the words just now meant. Lin Fei, you hid so well. Everyone was fooled by you. A celestial immortal fighter, how could it not be shocking? Every celestial immortal expert on the continent would not appear casually. This guy Lin Fei, where did he find him? The Saintess hated him. Chapter 6:18. The Saintess had thought of the problems that would arise. The only thing she didn't expect was that Lin Fei would have a sky immortal by his side. Unimaginable, truly unimaginable. The outsiders only had 10 great god kings, and their giant eye god king was only a sky immortal. There were limited sky immortals, and it took a lot of resources and a long time for him to return to the sky immortal stage. Now Lin Fei had a sky immortal by his side. No one could accept this. It was equivalent to breaking the balance. How could they not be shocked? Saintess, you're just a clone. As long as you tell me the reason why you want to deal with me, I can let you go. Just a clone, there was no point in killing it. The only thing Lin Fei wanted to know was exactly what was going on behind the scenes. A stumbling block for the outsiders? Lin Fei definitely didn't think so. there must be another reason. The Saintess suddenly laughed. You don't have to think about it. Rumble Lin Fei cursed inwardly in order to suppress the clone. The Saintess self-destructed her clone, just like Lin Fei back then, decisively, not giving Lin Fei any chance. What a pity. Lin Fei knew that such opportunities would be hard to come by in the future. He had missed an opportunity for nothing. This time, the Saintess would definitely bring the news back. When that time came, he would have to attract attention, the outsiders would pay attention to him, and the Saintess would be even more vigilant. Any power, as long as there was a Sky Immortal in charge, everyone would pay attention to it. So be it, there's nothing to be afraid of, I'll find out sooner or later. Lin Fei didn't expect to hide anything. Now was the time to show off his muscles. The three of you, do you want to live or die? Lin Fei retracted his gaze and looked at Gui and the others. The Saintess had self-destructed. They knew that there was no way out, it was impossible to count on the Saintess to help them, they could only rely on themselves. The Sky Immortal defeated them in one move. If they wanted to kill them, they would be killed in less than 3 moves, it was already good enough that they survived. We're willing to be servants. The three of them didn't know what to say. Earlier, Sage Qianhe had told them that if they wanted to survive, they would have to join the Myth Tower and swear an oath to the heavens. They would definitely die today. At this point, if they still couldn't understand, then they could really go to hell. They had lost. Everything was lost. They had no other choice. If there is a chance, they would absolutely not do such a thing. At that time, if Lin Fei had said that he had the help of a heavenly immortal, then wouldn't everything have been fine? They joined the outsiders precisely because the giant Eye God King was a celestial immortal expert. If they followed behind a celestial immortal expert, they would at least be able to live for a long time. Who would have thought that the unremarkable Tower Lord of the Myth Tower would bring them a piece of heavy news that they would never be able to digest in their entire lives? Xintian Continent. In the Giant Eye Legion. The Holy Maiden's face turned pale. Everyone's expression changed. No one knew what was going on. The only thing he knew was that if the Saintess was angry, it would be very serious. The Saintess didn't do anything. She stood up and turned to leave. She only left behind one sentence: stop everything against the Myth Tower for now. No one is allowed to act rashly. Everyone was surprised. The Myth Tower was within the territory of the Giant Eye God King. They had always coveted it, especially the elixirs, armor, and formations inside. How did the things that had been discussed suddenly change? They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they thought about it. What was going on? Many people knew that the Saintess's clone had gone to Sin Paradise. Could it be that they didn't dare to think about it? After returning to her palace, the Saintess White Fox chased everyone out. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei, I didn't expect that I would suffer a loss in your hands again. The last loss was still fresh in White Fox's mind. She didn't expect that after 3 years she would suffer a loss again. She even lost a clone and suffered a certain amount of grievance. Lin Fei had nothing to worry about when he lost a clone. But White Fox's clone was different. Once it was destroyed, it would definitely affect the main body. White Tiger stood up and took out a white ball. After injecting energy, the entire palace quickly darkened. It was as if night had fallen. White Fox also knelt on the ground. White Fox, didn't I say that there's no need to look for me if there's nothing? A huge vertical eye appeared under the night sky. It brought with it a terrifying aura. White Fox lowered her head and said, Master, disciple has an important piece of news. It's of great importance. But her tone wasn't as sharp as before. A heaven immortal expert appeared in Sin Paradise. His main body is a bird. Gui and the others have betrayed us. As expected. When the White Fox finished speaking, there was a hint of surprise in his voice. Could it be the reinforcements of the human race? Impossible. Humans are all selfish. They shouldn't have sent reinforcements. Could it be that mysterious Myth Tower? The Myth Tower's influence wasn't just a little bit. It's this Myth Tower. The Heaven Immortal expert came from there. I've already stopped the plan. A Heaven Immortal expert wasn't some random cat or dog. The influence was too great. White Fox, the Saintess, couldn't make the decision. If she didn't handle it well, it would cause big trouble. You've done well, White Fox. The Giant Eye God said with a strange look. You can put the matter of Sin Paradise aside for now, but you must arrange for people to keep an eye on it. You can now mobilize the army and start expanding outwards. I will send experts to help you. Even Master wouldn't dare to attack the Myth Tower. This was something White Fox could imagine. We've taken down Sin Paradise just like that? Lin Fei brought Gui and the others back to announce this news. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even though they already knew about this after little Violet appeared, they still couldn't hide their excitement when they heard it personally. Don't tell me you want to fight? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. With Gui Yi's surrender, Sin Paradise naturally fell into Lin Fei's hands. It could be said that Sin Paradise was no longer just a myth tower. 4 half-step Heaven Immortals had joined the alliance, and a Heaven Immortal expert was overseeing it. Their strength had improved greatly and they could compete with the top forces. Such a force was a true force. Everyone had to pay attention to it. Big brother Qilian, you guys have to deal with the integration. The myth sect's strength had increased greatly, and their worries had been resolved. Be it Qilian's group or the 4 villains, they all knew that from now on, they were a true force on the continent. Therefore, even without Lin Fei's orders, they would take care of this matter. All right. The original auction will be pushed back half a month. At that time, we'll hold a top auction on the continent. Lin Fei said after some thought. Just now the system had sent another message. It turned out that the myth sect had advanced from a second-grade sect to a first-grade sect. They had obtained a large number of points in vitality. That's great. Looks like we don't need to hide anymore. In these 3 years they had kept a low profile. Qilian's group had long been suppressing their anger. Now that the upper echelons of Sin Paradise had surrendered, they could finally be unbridled. Tower Lord Lin, just relax. Leave everything to us. It had been 3 years. Lin Fei indeed needed to relax, especially since the problem had been solved. In the next few days, Sin Paradise carried out the integration. All the forces in Sin Paradise were shocked. In a single night, Sin Paradise had changed its ruler. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Fei. *CK, this guy really doesn't give me any face. It's been 3 years and he still hasn't come out. When he comes out, I must teach him a good lesson. In a garden, Lin Fei was accompanying Jin Feng. Looking at Jin Feng, who was 3 years pregnant, Lin Fei had a surreal feeling. He was going to be a father soon. He had left behind his own bloodline in this world and had a true sense of belonging. Jin Feng burst into laughter. How can you talk about your own child like that? Be careful, he might hate you for the rest of his life. Jin Feng smiled blissfully. Hubby, do you like a daughter or a boy? Suddenly Jin Feng asked. I like both. The daughter will be as beautiful as you, and the boy will be as handsome as me. Everyone will love him. Lin Fei had a narcissistic expression. Hubby, you're being narcissistic again. Be careful not to scare the baby. At this moment, Lin Jiqing walked in. When she heard Lin Fei's words, she found it funny. Lin Fei said in a serious manner, Who said I'm narcissistic? Your hubby is a handsome guy, okay? Otherwise, why would you like me? Shameless. Lin Jiqing rolled her eyes. Back then you were just a little kid. You still have the nerve to say that. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lin Fei was speechless. Can't you let me be proud for a while? Lin Jiqing didn't continue. Every time she thought of the past, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Oh right, hubby, the purpose of our auction this time should be to display our strength and let everyone know the importance of the mythological tower, right? Smart. Lin Fei nodded. The continent has been in chaos for 3 years. The weak empires have mostly been annihilated. The remaining ones are all powerful. Our mythological tower doesn't need to be like them. We just need to choose our own target. When the continent was in chaos, Lin Fei had never thought of making a move to contribute to the continent. How could he ensure that he wouldn't get hurt in this chaotic war? Lin Fei thought for a long time and finally came up with a solution. After confirming the importance of the mythological tower, he would undoubtedly be able to live a carefree life on the continent. If it was in the past, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to do this. Once he did so, he would be annihilated when all the experts gathered and attacked. Now that his faction was established, he would set up a powerful array outside and make use of the resources in the Qinji secret vault to create an impregnable empire that everyone could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei wanted to create a unique existence. Chapter 619. After a few days of leisurely rest, Sin Paradise reorganized itself, and the worried giant God King did not appear. Lin Fei learned from spiritual master Gui and the others that giant God King would not appear for this matter for the time being. The last few times he came, it was only a projection. Could be seen that he was very careful. Moreover, Little Purple was here, so the situation was different from before. With the huge Sin Paradise in his hands, Lin Fei naturally had to set up a new formation. After a trip to the Qinji secret vault, Lin Fei gained a lot of points. The higher the level of the mythical gate, the points were also a huge number. Lin Fei had already treated Sin Paradise as his base and wouldn't allow anyone to touch it. Change places? He was too lazy to look for one. Sin Paradise was not bad at all. Wasn't it just lacking spirit veins? It looked like a dangerous environment. Lin Fei wasn't worried about spirit veins. He didn't go to the Tianji secret vault for nothing. He didn't know how many spirit veins he had refined and at the same time, suppressed many of them. The problem of spirit veins wasn't a problem at all. In the blink of an eye, Sin Paradise would become a paradise, a place that people couldn't stop praising. Go. Under the night sky. Lin Fei stood in the air and one beam of light after another flew out from his hand, landing in a certain location. After a total of 10 beams of light flew out, the ground trembled slightly. Then the beams of light flashed past. Ordinary people wouldn't notice it at all. After setting up the formation, Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. After this formation was set up, even a Heaven Immortal expert wouldn't be able to break in. With Sin Paradise as his base, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't ignore formations. He gritted his teeth and bought a level 9 formation from the system, the strongest formation in the mortal world. Points were a terrifying number. The strongest formation in the mortal world was a level 9 formation. The formation that could trap a half-step Heaven Immortal was a level 9 formation. The only thing it lacked was resources, so it couldn't display its true power. The former formation was a simplified version, while the current one was the original. There were no cuts or modifications to it. It was the real deal and its power hadn't been reduced in the slightest. Go. Lin Fei opened his mouth and spat out a small spiritual vein that burrowed into the ground. He only stopped after releasing a dozen spiritual veins. Damn it, Sin Paradise has become a paradise now. On the continent, Lin Fei was the only one who wasn't stingy. He sent more than 10 spirit veins in one go. None of the spirit veins that could be sent in were ordinary spirit veins. They were absolutely shocking. However, sending more than 10 in one go was too extravagant. Sin Paradise. In an inn, a person was cultivating in seclusion. All of a sudden, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged. It was several times more than usual. He was shocked on the spot. Why has the spiritual chi become so dense? This action was not limited to just one person. Soon, Sin Paradise was in an uproar. Everyone could feel the changes in the spiritual chi of the world. It must be the spirit vein. There must be a spirit vein beneath us. Some of the older people immediately exclaimed. Everyone knew that there were no spirit veins in Sin Paradise, but now a spirit vein had appeared? Everyone seemed to have understood something. Rumble. Suddenly a sound came from the city gate. Many people flew over and for a moment the city gate was filled with people. Myth City? The word Sin Paradise had been erased and replaced with 3 bold and powerful words, Myth City. When these 3 words came out, everyone sighed. The appearance of the spirit vein and the 3 words on the city gate made everyone instantly understand one thing. The era of Sin Paradise was over and it would never return. From now on, the Myth City would replace it. Seeing the changes at the city gate, the spies hidden inside were all dumbfounded. This was big news and they had to spread it. They all knew about the integration of Sin Paradise, but they didn't know what had happened. Now that the word Sin Paradise had disappeared and was replaced by the Myth City, the significance of this matter was not simple. Because Sin Paradise had a half-step Heaven Immortal, and there was still a drastic change under such circumstances. One could imagine how important it was. In a single night, Sin Paradise disappeared in the long river of history, and the Myth City ushered in a new chapter. When the various dynasties and forces heard this news, they basically didn't believe that the Myth Tower could successfully reverse the situation and seize control. In the past 3 years, the Myth Tower had thrived with treasures, but no one had ever thought that the Myth Tower would one day replace them. It was an accident, an absolute accident. Many people with strong analytical abilities had long since calculated that the Myth Tower's rapid development would eventually lead to an internal conflict, and the Myth Tower would be the loser. This result was no less than a slap to their faces. The originally hopeless Myth Tower had actually seized control. The drizzle was silent, and no one knew what had happened. The Myth City had replaced Sin Paradise. This major news caused everyone to exchange glances, momentarily unable to digest it. The second news was even more shocking. The Myth City had turned from a barren land into a paradise in the blink of an eye. It was rumored that a spirit vein had appeared underground, and the spirit chi there was incomparably abundant. This news wasn't stopped by anyone, and in other words, it was true. The Myth City had a spirit vein, and it had created a paradise. Very soon, the spies sent back news that the area around the Myth City was no longer barren. Now it was filled with spirit chi and all sorts of life forms were growing. Once they left this region, the spirit chi would return to normal. This time, everyone was astonished. That was a spirit vein. Many sects only had one spirit vein, and it was extremely precious. Now that the Myth City had created a paradise, no one could guarantee that the Myth City still had a spirit vein. They were tempted. Many experts were tempted. The value of a spirit vein was too important. At this moment, another piece of news spread. The Myth City had over 10 high-grade spirit veins, and the person who spread this news was someone who was very familiar with spirit veins. Over 10 spirit veins? And they were high-grade ones? Crazy, everyone was crazy. It was hard to imagine, truly hard to imagine. Spirit veins were enough to cause people to go crazy. As long as they were of a higher grade, the Myth City could produce over 10 spirit veins at once. How many paradises could they create? Extravagant, too extravagant. Those who had thoughts instantly made up their minds to plunder all the resources in the Myth City. Greed was the original sin. Very soon, many people joined forces and prepared to plunder all the resources in the Myth City, occupying the spirit veins and everything else. They were all crazy. Chapter 620. On the continent, news couldn't be hidden, especially this kind of big news. It was simply like a gust of wind, spreading to every corner of the continent. It was impossible not to think of it. When Sin Paradise changed its name to Myth City and over a dozen spirit veins created a paradise, everyone started to move. Everyone hoped to get a piece of the pie from Myth City. Even if it was just a small benefit, it would be extremely beneficial. The old-timers who had been cultivating in seclusion for many years were also alarmed. That was especially true of those who were stuck in certain stages of cultivation, and all of their gazes came to rest on the spirit vein. Everyone knew that spirit veins contained a large amount of energy. Once they refined it, they would be able to make breakthroughs in their cultivation realms and raise their strength. Those who were nearing the end of their lifespans were also interested in spirit veins. For a time, everyone's gazes were focused on the Myth City. The news of the plundering of the Myth City was getting more and more intense. Today a certain person had set off. Yesterday a certain faction had gone to the Myth City. Celestial Sect Righteous Path. They had also received this news and arranged for spies to go out and investigate. They had confirmed that there was no mistake in the news. There was indeed a spirit vein in this Myth City. More than 10 high-grade spirit veins at once was something that even the Xian Gate's Righteous Path attached great importance to. This was a huge fortune that they could not afford to lose. Martial Uncle, this Myth City has suddenly become the focus of attention. Right now all the factions have their eyes on this Myth City. Why don't I bring some people over and snatch the spirit vein back? Conference Hall. A middle-aged man took the initiative to volunteer. This person was a successor disciple of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. His position in the Celestial Sect of Wonders was not bad and he had the right to speak. In this kind of meeting, only successor disciples could speak. In most large sects, the disciples were the outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and true disciples. Apart from them, there were also the saints. To be able to become a true disciple, every single one of them was shockingly talented. They were not inferior to the Holy Son. The virtuous gentleman was the Holy Son of the Profound Gate. His status was very high and everyone worshipped him. The Spirit Vein and the Celestial Gate of Wonders were also moved. Even though they were a large sect, they didn't care about ordinary things. They didn't care about low-grade spirit veins, but high-grade spirit veins were extremely important to them. Their sect consumed a lot of spirit chi, and using a spirit vein was equivalent to losing a spirit vein. It couldn't be regenerated and it was a one-time consumable. Discovering more than a dozen high-grade spirit veins at once, the Celestial Sect of Wonders really had to eat them. Venerable Hong Tian, this disciple of yours is not bad. He can make a trip there. In the Great Council Hall there was more than one person. All of the people present were elders of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. All of them had great power and could dictate life and death. Immortal Hong Tian was a gray-robed old man. He looked like he was sleeping but he wasn't. No one could see through him. He said calmly, "This disciple of mine has always been careless. Moreover, various forces have gathered this time. Why don't we arrange for one more person to go? I think Heavenly Star is a good choice. Tianju, Tianxing, the two of you bring a team of black armored army and personally make a trip to this Myth City. You must bring back the Spirit Vein." When he heard that he was going to bring a black armored army, he knew that the Celestial Sect of Wonders attached great importance to this mythical city. No, it should be the spiritual vein. Such a scene. Not only did it appear in the Celestial Sect of Wonders, it also appeared in the other big sections. The smaller sects might not dare to make a move, but the larger sects would consume a lot of resources. In addition, the 3-year war had consumed a lot of resources. Naturally, they would not want to give up on such a good opportunity. Everyone in the continent knew that the Mythology Tower was extremely wealthy. Even though no one knew why the Mythology Tower was doing this, it was rumored that the Mythology Tower had an endless supply of cultivation resources. No one would want to miss out on this opportunity. One by one, the sects started to arrange for their capable disciples to head to the Myth City to plunder the cultivation resources. Everyone maintained a certain level of vigilance against the Mythology Tower. Privately, they felt that they would definitely be able to defeat the Mythology Tower. The four tigers of Sin Paradise were incomparably tyrannical. If the Mythology Tower managed to take down Sin Paradise and change their name to Myth City, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. The most likely outcome would be a lose-lose situation. If that was the case, their chances of success would be very high. No one knew how much the Mythology Tower had accumulated in the past 3 years. However, they knew that it was definitely a huge sum. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a huge reaction. Now that someone had made a move, no one was willing to fall behind. They were all prepared to deal with the Mythology Tower. At the same time, Devil Sect. In the past 3 years, the Devil Sect had also displayed a powerful combat strength, establishing a strong foundation. What exactly is this Lin Fei doing? Nangong Chanshan was shocked when she heard this news. Nangong Chanshan's expression changed when she obtained information about the Mythology Tower from the intelligence agency. With so many factions making a move at the same time, in addition to the people who took advantage of the situation, wouldn't the Mythology Tower be destroyed? At the same time, she was shocked. Could it be that the 4 higher-ups of Sin Paradise had been killed? Lin Fei's strength was very abnormal, but Nangong Chanshan still didn't believe that he could grow to the extent where he could stop them in 3 years. My dear daughter, where are you going? Nangong Chanshan was just about to go out when the energy in the space fluctuated. Then a black-clothed man walked out. Father, what's wrong? Nangong Chanshan was very surprised. The Devil Lord smiled. Why can't I come? You are my daughter, so I came to see you. When are you going into seclusion? But from the looks of it, it seems like you don't need to go into seclusion. Father. Nangong Chanshan was panting with anger. The moment you returned from the Heavenly Secrets Treasury, you immediately asked about the whereabouts of this Lin Fei. Did you fall in love with him? The Devil Lord smiled as he looked at his daughter. Of course. Nangong Chanshan shook her head. We only fought side by side. I just want to know how he is now. What kind of person was the Devil Lord? He didn't expose her. From today onwards, you will go into seclusion and refine all the devil chi. You don't need to go to Lin Fei's side. Could it be that you can help if you go? But Lin Fei, the Devil Lord waved his hand and opened a door. Nangong Chanshan was sent into the door. When you have successfully advanced, I will let you out. Now go into seclusion for me. The door disappeared. My dear daughter, you want to get involved in this kind of thing? You should just obediently cultivate. The Devil Lord's eyes flickered. What is this Lin Fei trying to do? Could it be that he has the confidence to block everyone's attack? I really can't see through him. If it wasn't for the mysterious existence of the pill god behind Lin Fei, the Devil Lord wouldn't mind arranging for experts to take the opportunity to plunder. However, he couldn't see through this Lin Fei's thoughts, so he didn't dare to take the risk. This time the matter was too big. It attracted the attention of the entire continent. The influence that had been left behind in the past 3 years, coupled with the spirit vein this time, was absolutely shocking. In everyone's eyes, the wealth of the Mythology Tower was unfathomable. Anyone who could plunder it would definitely benefit endlessly. Everyone's eyes were on it, so there was nothing strange about it. Only when all sorts of circumstances came together could such a big matter occur. It wasn't something that happened randomly, but something that had been built up over many years. The Devil Lord also didn't believe that Lin Fei could block it. Many old antiques cultivating in seclusion had appeared, and each of them had been powerful existences in the past. This time the Mythology City was doomed. We brothers can't be slow this time. The Mythology Tower has countless treasures. If we can snatch one, we'll be rich. That's right. It'd be best if we can get the pill formula. That's the most valuable thing. It's been 3 years and the pill formula still hasn't been cracked. If we can snatch it and sell it to any alchemist, we won't have to worry about cultivation in the future. Humph, with your meager strength you still want to get a share? You're simply tired of living. Someone immediately said proudly, his face full of disdain. *CK, who do you think you are? Everyone, let's attack him together. On the way to the Mythology City, there would occasionally be battles. This was especially so for the wandering bandits. After 3 years, these wandering bandits had become strong and powerful. They were no longer the small wandering bandits of the past. They were majestic and majestic. The scene of a fight breaking out at the slightest disagreement could be seen everywhere. It was unknown how many people had died because of this. Almost all the martial artists that were seen on the way were heading for the mythology city. At this moment, the mythology city had become a big fat sheep. Everyone liked to take a bite out of it. Even if it was just one bite, it would feel extremely good. Tell me, is the mythology city that you speak of a paradise for evil? Don't play any tricks or all of you will die. In the sky, a few martial artists flew over. Very quickly, a huge force enveloped them, scaring them so much that they didn't dare to move. Senior, don't kill me. We'll talk. The mythology city is a paradise for evil. This person frowned. So it had changed its name. Could it be that something had happened? Along the way, I saw many people heading in the direction of the mythology city. What exactly happened? These people weren't strong, so they didn't dare to hide anything. They quickly explained everything clearly as if they were afraid of hiding something. You can scram now. These people immediately left, disappearing without a trace. Lin Fei, what the hell are you doing? This person was Long Outyin, who had rushed back from the Boundless Sea domain. Through the investigation of his subordinates, he quickly confirmed that Lin Fei was in the paradise. Originally, he was worried that with the higher-ups in the paradise, it would be troublesome to capture Lin Fei. Now that he heard about this matter, he immediately realized that this was a great opportunity. No matter what you, Lin Fei, are doing, you deserve to be unlucky this time. With so many people targeting you, let's see how you block them. It's best if you call out the expert behind you. That will save you a lot of trouble. Long Outyin didn't believe that the Flood Dragon King had been killed by Lin Fei. In 3 years, Lin Fei couldn't have become so powerful. There had to be an accomplice behind the scenes, and Long Outyin was the main culprit. After the news of the spirit vein had been leaked, some of the factions in the mythology city felt uneasy. They didn't know whether they should stay or leave. After all, this matter was too big, so big that even they felt pressured. If there was a riot, their factions might also be affected. If that happened, they would really want to cry, but no tears would come. At this moment, the hearts of the people in the mythology tower were very stable. Those recruited members cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic yuan art, and their ambitions were growing. War was what they were most willing to do. Chapter 621. When the outside world turned their attention to the Myth City. As the city lord of the Myth City, Lin Fei was very relaxed. If he wasn't accompanying Lin Jiqing, he would be accompanying Jin Feng and the unborn baby. Lin Fei didn't pay attention to the things that were happening outside. In fact, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. A bunch of bastards. They really did it. In the backyard. This was the place that used to be Sin Paradise. Now it had become the place where Lin Fei lived. After setting up the formation outside, Lin Fei came out of the celestial artifact space and lived outside. To the outside world, it was the city lord's mansion. Once the Myth City was established, Lin Fei couldn't help but be given the title of City Lord. Scarlet Refining Sky Demon hurried in. You guessed it right. Those fellows are really despicable. Since Lin Fei's strength improved greatly and he brought back Little Purple, a heaven immortal expert, Scarlet Refining Sky Demon was really convinced. Unknowingly, he treated Lin Fei as his master. When the forest is big, all kinds of birds will come out. It's not strange at all. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by Scarlet Refining Sky Demon's words. When the news spread out, he knew that such a scene would happen. No one could be a saint. Even a saint couldn't be a saint without any desires. Moreover, everyone was actually the same. Let them collude? After integrating the Myth City, Scarlet Refining Sky Demon set up an intelligence agency to collect all kinds of news in the continent. He was the clearest about the internal situation of the Myth City. At first he didn't really believe it. After all, these 3 years weren't spent in vain. There would always be people who would unite around the Myth Tower. But after this news spread out, bad news appeared one after another. Scarlet Refining Sky Demon couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he admired Lin Fei for making such a move. If they want to collude, then let them. Heaven gave them a chance to choose. It's up to them to choose. Lin Fei said calmly. What I need is a united Myth City. Do we still need to continue the auction? Of course. Lin Fei stood up. Without the auction, there would be a lot less fun. I want everyone to remember the Myth Tower and Myth City from today onwards. Should we advertise the auction items in advance? Spread the news that among the final treasures, there will be an immortal armor that can withstand the attack of a half-step heaven immortal. Lin Fei said casually, I believe that everyone will be shocked. The Chilean heavenly demon was shocked. An immortal armor that could withstand a half-step heaven immortal. Even he himself was tempted. That's good. Even I'm tempted. Lin Fei laughed and said, no way, is that what you're looking at? This immortal armor is nothing. When the time comes, I will give you a pleasant surprise. The Chilean heavenly demon's eyes lit up as if it smelled something good. That's a deal. Lin Fei sat down again and leisurely drank a cup of wine. I wonder how many fish I can catch this time. I hope you won't disappoint me. At least I've created a big stage. All that's left is you singers. Saintess, are we going to move out? The headquarters of the Giant Eye Legion. A group of commanders sat on the left and right. At the head of the table was the Saintess White Fox. The commanders could not hide their greed. They had been relying on the savage world for a long time. Spirit veins were priceless, not to mention high-grade spirit veins. Let the human race deal with their own matters. The Saintess White Fox said indifferently without a hint of emotion. We will not participate. When this news spread, the Saintess White Fox scolded Lin Fei for being shameless. By using a heavenly immortal as a trump card, it was clear that this was a trap that was specifically used to scam people. The number of people who went was equivalent to the number of people who would die. To be able to defeat a half-step heaven immortal so easily, the Saintess White Fox knew that this person was at least a peak early heaven immortal. She would not send people over as it would be sending them to their deaths. The moment the Saintess White Fox said this, all the commanders were surprised. Not going to act? What was going on? Saintess, this is a great opportunity for us. We can completely assimilate the Legend Tower. According to the rumors, the top 10 factions have all sent out genius disciples. If we can kill them, we will be able to deal a blow to the human race's morale and strengthen our race's reputation. Saintess, let us do it. These commanders were not willing to give up. With the strength of their army, if they cooperated well, they would not expend too much power. If they could take down the Legend City, it would definitely be a great harvest. You want to go against my words? The Saintess's face was cold. Rumble. At this moment there was a fluctuation in space. Everyone quieted down. A person walked out of the void. He was dressed in a black robe and there was only one vertical eye in front of him. It was ferocious and terrifying, like an endless abyss. One look at it would make one fall into it, unable to extricate themselves. Lord Divine King. All the commanders knelt down respectfully. There was no noise like before. They also noticed that there was a black-robed person beside the Lord Divine King. They did not know who he was, but the aura he emitted was definitely a big shot at the Divine King level. Seeing the Divine King appear, the White Fox was shocked. Master, all of you can leave. The moment the Giant Eye Divine King spoke, the group of commanders left. They were lucky to be able to see the Divine King. Tell me about the situation in the Legend City, said the Giant Eye Divine King. This is the Heavenly Wings Divine King. The White Fox was shocked once again. He hurriedly said, White Fox greets the Heavenly Wings Divine King. The Heavenly Wings Divine King and the Giant Eye Divine King had a very good relationship. They were old friends. When he thought of the purpose, the White Fox smiled in his heart. Lin Fei, you are in big trouble this time. Little White, long time no see. You are now the saintess of an army, said the Heavenly Wings Divine King with a smile. The Heavenly Wings Divine King smiled. He appeared harmless, but only those who truly knew him would know the terror hidden behind his smile. You flatter me, Divine King. The White Fox had a humble expression. After the small talk, the White Fox briefly explained the information and waved his hand to produce a light screen. This is what I copied from my memory. On the light screen, the scene of Little Purple defeating 3 half-step Heaven Immortals appeared. He is indeed at the Heaven Immortal realm. After watching, the Heavenly Wings Divine King said, from his actions he is indeed at the Heaven Immortal realm, but I can't tell his exact strength. Perhaps he is about the same as us. He is a demonic beast that has become an immortal, so his combat strength is slightly stronger than ours. Therefore, we need to join forces to deal with this matter and take down this Legend City together. After all, the demonic immortals are not easy to deal with. The Giant Eye Divine King's eyes suffused with killing intent. When the time comes, you and I will split it equally. The resources of the Legend City will not disappoint. We have been old friends for many years. This is just a small matter, said the Heavenly Wings Divine King with a smile. He looked like he was cooperating happily. After all, he was considered a member of the demonic immortals and had the advantage of suppressing the other party. Chapter 622. Ever since they failed in Mythological City, White Fox had arranged for spies to stay in Mythological City and keep abreast of all movements. Once this news spread, the spies immediately sent it back through their channels. There was no time for delay. Heavenly Wings and Giant Eye's eyes lit up. It was not because of the immortal armor, but because of the hidden meaning behind it. This mythological city is quite interesting. Heavenly Wings laughed. An immortal armor that could block a half-step Sky Immortal was indeed very tempting to everyone. Whoever had such an immortal armor would definitely be able to survive a half-step Sky Immortal's attack. They had a certain amount of capital. Old friend Heavenly Wings, I guarantee you will not be disappointed this time. To invite Heavenly Wings over, Giant Eye had spent a lot of effort. He had just arrived and there was good news immediately. It was indeed moving. They all suspected if there was a celestial immortal battle armor behind this mythological city. As celestial immortals, they were not interested in other things, but celestial immortal battle armor was different. Wearing it was equivalent to having an extra life. It could block a celestial immortal's attack. I already have the desire to make a move now. Heavenly Wings laughed. Inform me when you make a move. The space was torn apart like ripples on water. Then everything returned to normal. Heavenly Wings' Divine King had disappeared. He had left this region. Master. Giant Eye sat down. Disciple, you must be puzzled as to why we must rashly attack the mythological tower. In reality, White Fox was indeed puzzled. Between celestial immortals, it was not easy to kill each other. Generally speaking, celestial immortals would not fight each other. When they did, they would go all out. Once a celestial immortal went crazy, it would definitely be a crazy action. In the mortal world, there were not many celestial immortal experts, and they would not easily attack each other. White Fox did indeed have some doubts as to why they had to make a move. Although he could not wait to take care of Lin Fei, he was still curious. Yes. God King Gargantuan Eye said, I wasn't planning on taking action at first, but this Lin Fei has gone to such great lengths to establish his prestige through slaughter. He wants to truly establish his name on the continent. Our foreign races will not be able to do as he wishes. In particular, there are many experts who have been cultivating in seclusion old antiques. They have all come for the spirit vein. The White Fox seemed to understand. Master, you mean to let the human race fight until both sides are injured, and then we, the alien race, will take the opportunity to strike, and when the clam and crane fight, we will be the fisherman who benefits, and at the same time, we can test the strength of the heaven immortal? God King Giant, I was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed my good disciple. You can think so far ahead. During the past 3 years, the outsiders had taken over half of the continent. However, it would be very difficult for them to take over the entire continent. That was especially true of the old-timers, who were all in seclusion and hadn't made a move yet. Even the Colossal Eye Divine King similarly expressed a headache over this problem. Now that the news from Mythology City had spread, the old antiques and old monsters were all moved. Based on the information provided by the scouts sent out by their intelligence department, many old antiques had appeared. A good show was about to begin. Then what does this disciple need to do? You deploy the troops and wait solemnly. Keep them in the Savage God Pearl. When the time comes, when both sides are injured, the entire army will move out. We will catch them off guard and destroy them in one go. God King Giant Eye laughed. At that time, who can cover up this king's battle achievements? After the news of the auction's finale, immortal armor spread out. The forces that were originally on the road went crazy once again. Especially those high-level rogue immortals, their eyes were red. At their level, the people who wanted to kill them, other than the high-level rogue immortals, were those old antiques and half-step heaven immortals. If they could get their hands on an immortal armor, they would be invincible under the heavens. A strong defense was enough to make everyone stare. Mythology City auctioning one immortal armor, that meant that there was more than one immortal armor. All kinds of gossip spread out from everywhere, making people unable to distinguish the truth from the lies. Snatched from the heavenly secret vault? Possessing a heaven immortal demonic beast leather armor? 3 days later. Many people began to appear outside Mythology City. The moment they entered this region, they felt that thick heaven and earth spiritual energy. Ah, the rumors are true. There must be a spiritual vein below. High-grade spiritual vein. Whether the spiritual energy was thick or not, they could immediately sense it. The rumors were confirmed. There must be a high-grade spiritual vein below Mythology City, and there were more than 10 of them. Even the outer region was no longer barren. The huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy created a stretch of green vitality. This caused those who came before to be dumbfounded. Mythology City? Mythology City is right in front. When a huge and majestic black city like a mountain appeared in their vision, everyone could not hide the excitement on their faces. The treasures were right in front of them. The current Mythology City in their eyes was like a kid hugging a gold brick. And they were a group of bandits preparing to break in, ready to plunder at any time. After these people appeared, they did not barge into Mythology City. Instead, all of them rested outside, absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy. The true experts had not appeared yet, so none of them dared to be the first to make a move. They were just here to get a piece of the pie. The main force was not them. At most, they could fish in troubled waters and muddy the waters. Outside the Myth City, the number of people increased. They formed groups of 3 to 5, and all of them were like wolves and tigers. Those bandits were brimming with killing intent and formed many bases, surrounding the huge Myth City. It had truly become an impregnable fortress. There were too many people. Everyone was here for Mythology City. Especially after the news about the immortal armor spread, the reputation it had built up over the past 3 years rapidly set off a wave of fighting. Inside Mythology City, the Wang family was a major force. Back then, after the collapse of several major forces, the originally second-rate Wang family obtained the support of the higher-ups of Sin Paradise. In just 3 years they had already become a first-rate force. Wang family head, the Mythology Tower is doomed. Why can't we cooperate? I think you also do not want to miss such an opportunity. Wang family's conference hall. At this moment, a few higher-ups of the Wang family were meeting a few people. Ever since the news had spread, the major forces that had been nurtured by Sin Paradise had suddenly lost their backbone. Father, there is no need to consider. Wang Shan was the eldest son of the Wang family. He advised, the Mythology Tower will not be able to hold on. Once the people outside kill their way in, we might be implicated as well. This was something that all the major families of Mythology City were worried about. There were too many people. There were tens of thousands of people, perhaps even more. Such a force, excluding those experts, was already terrifying enough. They did not expect the formation to be able to block their attacks. Once the Mythology City was breached, they might be the first to bear the brunt and be unlucky. Now that someone had come to cooperate with them and it was a major sect, it was undoubtedly a good choice. Father, don't hesitate. We will definitely cooperate. The second son of the Wang family, Iron Mountain, said. Both of them hoped to cooperate. The situation was getting more and more tense. No one knew when the people outside would kill their way in. It was necessary to prepare for a rainy day. They were not willing to be destroyed along with the Mythology Tower. Wang family head, cooperation is beneficial to you. There is absolutely no harm. The person who came said, moreover, if you are not willing to cooperate, the other forces in Mythology City will also choose to cooperate. Blood was drawn on the first prick. Father, there must be a reason why the Mythology Tower dares to do this. Father, you have to think thrice before you act. The third son, Wang Jiaxing, persuaded loudly. Third brother, what are you doing? What ability does the Mythology Tower have? The eldest brother, Wang Shan, snorted coldly. If the Mythology Tower is really capable, they won't just sit there and wait for death. They should arrange for their subordinates to chase the people outside out. Reason? Wang Shan did not believe it. He did not believe it at all. There is no need to say any more. For the sake of our family, cooperation is a must. In the end, the Wang family had agreed to cooperate. No matter how he thought about it, cooperation had the advantage. Wang Jiaxing was very unhappy. Father, you are bringing the family into danger. The Wang family head felt embarrassed. Get out of here. I don't have a son like you. Wang Shan and Iron Mountain were gloating. This third brother had always been doted on. This time he had really disappointed his father and left a bad impression on him. To them this was the same as losing a competitor. After being chased out, Wang Jiaxing was worried for the family. No, this is harming the family. Wang Jiaxing calmed down. You are dragging the family down. You are forcing me to do this. For the family, Wang Jiaxing decided to do what he wanted. City Lord's mansion. Hearing that the Wang family's third son wanted to see him, Lin Fei was very surprised. This Wang family was also a big power in the Mythology City. Although Lin Fei did not put them in his eyes, the third son of the Wang family had come to see him. Lin Fei happened to be idle and had nothing to do, so he decided to meet him and see what the other party wanted to do. Wang Jiaxing pays his respects to the city lord. As soon as he entered, Wang Jiaxing felt a huge pressure. This was the first time he met city lord Lin Fei. He was young, too young, but it was such a young city lord that changed the name of Sin Paradise. This Wang family's son is not bad. With just a glance, Lin Fei made a judgment. City Lord, forgive me for disturbing you, but this matter is very important. Wang Jiaxing did not dare to look at Lin Fei and lowered his head. Speak. I want to ask the City Lord to forgive our Wang family's ignorance. Wang Jiaxing braced himself, because our Wang family is cooperating with outsiders to try to harm the City Lord. After saying this, Wang Jiaxing made his preparations. Maybe if the City Lord was angry he would die. Even so, Wang Jiaxing had to give it a try. Your Wang family really ate a leopard's gall. Chapter 623. Don't you want to kill them all? These people are treacherous. After Wang Jiaxing left, the scarlet refined sky demon appeared. There is no need. Lin Fei shook his head. The myth city needs to rely on others. If not, the huge myth city will be empty. Are we going to be the only ones there? Obviously not. Development requires large and small factions. Lin Fei was surprised that Wang Jiaxing took the initiative to look for him. He didn't expect there to be someone with such good eyesight to be able to see the advantage right away. At a crucial moment, such eyesight could be the most important thing. If you put it that way, it makes sense. The scarlet refined sky demon muttered to himself. Then I will personally make a trip to the Wang family. I want to see which faction is so bold to dare to go against our myth city. The scarlet refined sky demon loved to fight. If there was a war, he would be the first. Moreover, this was a taboo. Just don't kill them all. Lin Fei instructed. This fellow loved to fight. Once he started fighting, he couldn't control himself and would kill non-stop. This was why Lin Fei reminded him. If not, if he killed everyone who would come in the future. Wang Jiaxing didn't know how he came out. Looking at the night sky outside, it felt like a long time had passed. It was hard for one to forget everything that happened. Wang Jiaxing thought that he was dead for sure. After all, everyone had witnessed the methods of the mythical tower. Even though they did not usually make a move, their subordinates who cultivated demonic arts were all ferocious like wolves and tigers. In the past 3 years, most of the major powers had been wiped out. Recently, they even changed the name of Sin Paradise. When that cold voice rang out, Wang Jiaxing really thought that he would be slapped to death. But in the end he didn't die. At the same time, he received City Lord Lin's support. Position of chief. Unimaginable, really unimaginable. Before Wang Jiaxing came to the City Lord Manor, he wanted to use this matter to redeem something for his family. At least he wouldn't regret it in the future. But he didn't expect that he would receive City Lord Lin's support and become the chief. Since your family doesn't know when to stop, then you shall be the chief. City Lord Lin's words echoed in Wang Jiaxing's mind. These words were like a huge pie smashing down from the heavens, like a dream, like an illusion, causing everyone to be unable to recover from their shock for a time. If it wasn't for the fact that he was standing in front of the City Lord mansion, Wang Jiaxing would have thought that he was dreaming an impossible dream. Big brother, second brother, since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. For the sake of the family, someone has to be sacrificed. Wang Jiaxing's eyes flashed with determination. Wang Jiaxing didn't think he could become the patriarch. According to the Wang clan's ancestral teachings, the one to become the clan leader would definitely be his big brother Wang Shan. It would never be his turn. No matter what, it would never be his turn. He had never dared to imagine it. But now, with the support of the City Lord, Wang Jiaxing knew that his chance had come. The clan leader could become the clan leader. Everyone had their own ambitions, and Wang Jiaxing was no exception. Without external support, his ambitions would not be exposed. However, after the trip to the City Lord's mansion and the words he had said, Wang Jiaxing's ambitions were exposed. A disciple who doesn't want to be the patriarch's disciple isn't a good disciple. Wang Jiaxing was determined to become the patriarch. More importantly, from the City Lord's words, Wang Jiaxing heard a tone of supreme confidence. Although there were people from all walks of life and various forces gathered inside the myth city, there were many worries. But from the City Lord, Wang Jiaxing couldn't see any nervousness. Instead, he saw disdain for the enemy. In other words, the City Lord definitely had a plan, which was why he was so disdainful. Because of this, Wang Jiaxing was even more determined that the Wang clan must follow the City Lord. He knew that if he fought this time in the future, he would definitely occupy an important position in the myth city. As long as the myth city didn't fall, their Wang clan could definitely become a true big clan. Fight. He must fight. You are Wang Jiaxing? Just as Wang Jiaxing was waiting, a group of people appeared. There weren't many people, only about 50 people, but from the killing intent they emitted, one could definitely tell that they were a group of people who had walked out of a massacre. No one dared to underestimate them. Wang Jiaxing lowered his head and said, I am Wang Jiaxing. I am the captain of the Azure Dragon Corps Mu Yun. The person who came introduced himself. Wang Jiaxing was shocked. So it was a captain. Even the patriarch of his clan had to be polite when seeing him. Greetings, Captain Mu. Lead the way. Since 3 years ago, as a large number of villains were recruited, 4 great corps were formed. They were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Corps. Each corps had a large number of people. A captain's position wasn't low. Wang Jiaxing suddenly had an urge to go home. When the first ray of sunlight appeared tomorrow, he would be the new patriarch of the Wang clan. This was his era. Captain Mu, our Wang clan has a few experts. Wang Jiaxing kindly reminded. Their king class could become a big power because they had experts. Seeing a small team, he felt that it wasn't appropriate and couldn't help but say it. Your Wang clan, a small team, is already giving you a lot of face. Wang Jiaxing was shocked. Was the Wang clan really so weak? Or was the strength of this small team too strong? Wang Jiaxing naturally didn't dare to ask. He wasn't used to that thick killing intent. He understood one thing. This demonic technique was indeed amazing. At the entrance of the Wang clan, Wang Jiaxing led the way with Mu Yun behind him. As for the 50 subordinates, they were kept away. Just as they entered, Lin Ling's footsteps could be heard from inside. Then a group of people surrounded them. Third brother, how could you do this? At this moment, Wang Shan walked out with a pained expression. Looking at his third brother, a look of pride flashed across his face. They were born in the same clan and were the successors. It was impossible for brothers to live in harmony. Even if the position of successor had been decided, no one knew what would happen during this period of time. In order to solidify his position, it was necessary to defeat his own brother. Only when he lost the chance would his position of successor be solidified. Wang Shan ignored the person beside his third brother. Men, bring third brother to the meeting hall. As someone born in the clan, Wang Jiaxing immediately understood what was going on. His big brother was indeed good at finding opportunities. If he didn't get the support of the city lord, he might really lose all his qualifications. Perhaps he would be locked in a small courtyard or killed secretly. Big brother, you will regret this. Wang Shan didn't agree. Regret? Wrong. The one who regrets will definitely be you. Regret? Wang Shan didn't think that once they cooperated and plundered the resources of Myth City, their Wang clan would be able to take another step forward. It was just like how they were now, unable to take another step forward. After all, they had lost the support of Sin Paradise. They didn't know what the attitude of Myth City was. In fact, it was unknown whether the higher-ups of Sin Paradise were dead or alive. Captain Mu, my big brother didn't do it on purpose. Wang Jiaxing transmitted his divine sense and explained. It's fine. You can just follow them. Mu Yun sneered in his heart. If it wasn't for the order from above, he would definitely kill the entire Wang clan. In the meeting hall. At this time, the core members of the clan had gathered. Some didn't care, some were gloating, and some were frowning. This was all because Wang Jiaxing had impulsively run to the city lord's residence. Although they didn't know what had happened to them, Wang Jiaxing's action was undoubtedly a challenge to their authority. If this matter erupted, their Wang clan wouldn't be able to escape. Fortunately, Wang Jiaxing didn't seem to see the city lord. Otherwise, the city lord's subordinates would have already surrounded the Wang clan. Even so, they still felt a sense of crisis. Brother Fong, this matter is our fault. When my son returns, I will definitely give you an explanation. The Wang clan head looked calm, but in reality he was filled with anger. He had really given birth to a good son. This was dragging the Wang clan into a whirlpool. This was a trap for the Wang clan to die. Severe punishment, they had to be severely punished. The Wang clan head had a plan. At this critical moment, if he didn't punish those who dragged the clan down, the other bloodlines would definitely muster a large force and create a negative impact. Third brother has miscalculated this time. The young man on the left was in high spirits. It was Wang Jiaxing's second brother, Iron Mountain. Second young master, don't worry. Because of this matter, third young master will definitely be severely punished. He might even lose his opportunity. What's left will be a battle between second young master and eldest young master. Those who originally supported third young master will definitely find someone else to support. Second young master can definitely benefit from this. Hearing this, Wang Taizhan was very satisfied. When tonight's matter is over, immediately contact them. As long as they have this power, Lord Father will only choose one of us. Messy footsteps could be heard. Everyone knew that eldest young master had returned. Because the matters outside were personally arranged by eldest young master. There was no doubt that eldest young master had returned. Unfilial son Neil. Seeing his son return, the Wang clan head was furious. If the original cooperation was cancelled because of his third son, the Wang clan would suffer losses. Since the Wang clan head had spoken, no one dared to step forward to help. Wang Jiaxing's matter had gotten out of hand. Even the people present were filled with anger. When it came to family matters or personal matters, they chose the former. Everyone thought that third young master would admit his mistake, especially those who supported him. As long as he admitted his mistake, they would defend him and it wouldn't be too bad. Lord Father, I didn't do anything wrong. Why must I kneel? Wang Jiaxing resisted for the first time. Everyone thought that they had heard wrongly. Third young master actually resisted in front of everyone. Eldest young master and second young master laughed. They thought that third young master would take the initiative to admit his mistake and play the emotional card to defend himself. If that was really the case, they might have to spend a lot of effort to persuade him. But the scene in front of them made them laugh. They all knew that Lord Father hated it when someone dared to go against his words. Even if it was his own son, he wouldn't be able to escape. Rebellious. This is really rebellious. The Wang clan head was furious, especially in front of everyone. How did I give birth to such an unfilial son? Come, make him kneel and admit his mistake. Wang Jiaxing wasn't nervous at all. He snorted coldly at the person who came, back off. Who allowed you to come out? Mu Yun, who was at the side, had been watching. Before he came, he had instructed him to see how Wang Jiaxing did things. If he didn't have any guts, he would destroy the entire Wang clan. From the looks of it, Wang Jiaxing was still capable. At the very least, he could remain calm in the face of the furious Wang clan head. He could indeed be supported. After all, if a person wasn't strong, it would be a joke to support him. A real joke. It was necessary to be strong. The Wang clan head was furious. Did this unfilial son really want to anger me to death? Take him down. Eldest young master gestured to his subordinates to take down third young master so that they could show off in front of their Lord Father. Second young master was no exception. Even though they didn't know what medicine third young master ate, they were the happiest that he could make their Lord Father so angry. Their chance to show off was here. One on the left and one on the right, for loose immortals attacked, wanting to take them down. If it was in the past, someone might have stepped in to protect third young master. But now that third young master was acting like this, they all wanted to retreat. When the four loose immortals pounced, third young master had nowhere to run. Cold killing intent formed an air wall. That huge killing intent caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. It was as if they were facing endless danger. The four loose immortals subconsciously felt shocked. Scram. Killing intent soared into the sky. A black giant appeared and chanted with killing intent. The four loose immortals felt as if their souls were invaded by something. They quickly retreated with horror on their faces. What a cold killing intent. Who is this person? Third young master, when did you get such a subordinate? That killing intent is too terrifying. It makes one feel as if they are facing a butcher. What is going on? The moment this killing intent appeared, everyone's expression changed. The one who was most shocked was Wang Jiaxing. He was a captain of the Azure Dragon Army, yet he could easily chase away four loose immortals. He was simply too powerful, unimaginably powerful. Who are you? Why are you going against our Wang clan? Immediately, some old men stood out. They could feel the killing intent from the other party's body. It was obvious that this person was a bloodthirsty person. He was definitely not third young master's subordinate. A mere Wang clan isn't worthy of going against us. Mu Yun said calmly. Your Wang clan is extremely daring, attempting to cooperate with outsiders and harboring malicious intentions. If it wasn't for the city lord being magnanimous, he could make your Wang clan disappear with a flick of his finger. City lord. Those who were still contemplating stood up with a whoosh. The two words city lord brought immense pressure. Everyone knew how terrifying the mythological tower was. 3 years of development was equivalent to several hundred years of development. If it wasn't for the mythological tower destroying the major factions, they wouldn't be able to take this step. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine that third young master would bring back people from the city lord manor after a trip. The Wang clan head's body trembled. What exactly did this unfilial son do? Wang clan head, since the mythological tower has set their eyes on you, let's take this opportunity to take down the mythological tower in one fell swoop. The person who was addressed as Brother Fong suddenly stood up. I forgot to tell you that 70% of the clans in the mythological city have expressed their intention to resist the mythological tower together. The day of action will be tonight. The Wang clan head's expression changed. Brother Fong, is what you said true? Of course. Now that things had come to this, the Wang clan head had to make a choice. Men, kill them and send third young master to the ice palace. The Wang clan head instantly made up his mind. This was an irresistible temptation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the Wang clan head's words fell, the loose immortals immediately took action. A bunch of ants. Do you think you are qualified to compete with the mythological city? Mu Yun shook his head. With a wave of his hand he placed his hand down. Formed the formation. Mu Yun formed a killing formation. 50 people and Mu Yun formed the formation. A black giant appeared in the meeting hall. An ice-cold killing intent permeated the entire hall. The black giant held a long blade in his hand. With a slash, a blood-red shadow appeared, slashing at the bodies of several loose immortals. Their sturdy defenses were broken with a single slash, and the loose immortals died instantly. They died just like that? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Kill him. Kill him. No one expected that a mere few dozen people would have such a powerful combat strength. The moment they attacked, they killed several loose immortals, causing them to suffer heavy losses. That black giant slashed with his long blade. Every time he attacked, someone would die. In the meeting hall, fresh blood flowed, filling the air with the stench of blood. At first, the Wang clan head thought that with their Wang clan strength, it wouldn't be difficult to kill them. However, as they continued to attack, corpses appeared one after another. Wuxia and the others were shocked. A small team was already so powerful, causing them to suffer heavy losses. How could they continue fighting? Mythological city isn't a place you can spy on. Mu Yun coldly snorted and slashed at the middle-aged man called Brother Fong. That middle-aged man seemed to have expected it. A shield appeared above his head, and his face was filled with shock. Killing blade art. Since his first slash failed, Mu Yun displayed his blade art. Once the killing blade art was used, the killing intent combined with the blade turned into a small giant. It caused everyone's expression to change drastically. That middle-aged man's expression also changed drastically. Rip. A crack appeared on the middle-aged man's battle armor. Retreat. The middle-aged man had clearly underestimated the mythological tower's combat strength. A small team of loose immortals erupted with the combat strength of a mid-level loose immortal. Terrifying blade art, coupled with killing intent, suppressed the other party's combat strength. How could they fight against them? Want to leave? Stay here. The middle-aged man tore open the void, wanting to leave. A gigantic hand grabbed out from the void, instantly suppressing the middle-aged man like a puppet. No matter how the middle-aged man struggled, he couldn't break free. The gigantic hand exerted force and the middle-aged man's skin was squeezed out, falling in front of them. His face was still filled with unwillingness. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil. Chapter 624. When the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon appeared, everyone in the Wang clan was expressionless. It should be said that they all had the same expression on their faces. That was fear. That's right, it was fear. In the mythical tower, there was the Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon, who was known for being the most ferocious in battle. In the face of such a ferocious fellow, their entire Wang family was not a match, not to mention the old ancestor who was holding down the fort. Originally, the middle-aged man with the surname Fong had attempted to resist the myth tower. However, with the appearance of the other party, his dream had ended. Under such power, even 70% of the powers in the myth city would not be able to resist. They had no chance of winning. What was the point of fighting this battle? They didn't even need to make a move. Umph. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon snorted coldly. You handle the matters here. Kill anyone who isn't satisfied. Those words were naturally directed at Mu Yun. Then he tore open the void and left. Everyone instantly felt as if a huge mountain had disappeared from their heads. They heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Wang Shan and Iron Mountain's faces were pale. They had never expected that their third brother, who had been at a disadvantage, would borrow the power of the mythology tower to reverse the situation. They knew very well what this meant. Lord Father, in view of the fact that you have made the wrong decision for the family and almost brought the family to destruction, you should abdicate and give up your position. Wang Jiaxing took a deep breath. Victory came too quickly. The formation executed by the squad of 50 people had practically swept through the entire Wang clan, completely exceeding Wang Jiaxing's calculations and expectations. Now it was his turn to take the lead. The head of the Wang family let out a long sigh. Now that things had come to this, no matter what he did, it might not be of any use. If the Wang family wanted to survive, he could only abdicate his position. Hehe, I am indeed old. It is time for you to lead the clan. The eldest young master and the second young master were dumbfounded. They suspected that they had misheard. The third young master was actually trying to force their father to abdicate. However, in the current situation, the two of them could only feel a deep bitterness. They were unable to fight against the mythology tower, but they still held on to a hope. If the other powers could successfully turn the tables tonight, perhaps they would be able to. Men, take the eldest and second young masters away and settle them down properly. Don't let them suffer. Wang Jiaxing directly made a decision to his eldest and second brothers. This was definitely not the time to be soft-hearted. Third brother, what are you doing? The two of them were shocked. The subordinates were still hesitating as they looked at the old chief. What are you all staring blankly for? From today onwards, third young master is the patriarch. Could it be that you all still want to go against the patriarch's words? The Wang family head was enraged. Unwillingly, the eldest and second princes were led away. From this moment on, Wang Jiaxing would be the new clan chief. The outside world had no idea about what had happened to the Wang family, as if it had never happened. Midnight. The originally quiet myth city was suddenly brightly lit up. Shouts of killing rang out incessantly, spreading throughout the entire myth city. Everyone had been in a state of panic, but as this scene unfolded, everyone seemed to understand what had happened. A major faction had turned against them and wanted to go against the myth tower. Crazy, they must be crazy. All of them are making their moves. It seems like someone has instigated their rebellion. The legend tower is in big trouble this time. 70% of the factions have rebelled together. It looks like tonight is destined to be a fierce battle. Perhaps tomorrow the myth tower will have a new owner. The major powers of Mythology City rebelled together, and all sorts of people moved out. Some charged toward the Mythology Tower, and some charged toward the City Lord's manor. Their auras were aggressive and their killing intent surged. Such a major power was no different from a disaster to the Myth Tower. Even though the Myth Tower had defeated the upper echelons of Sin Paradise, they didn't think that the Myth Tower could maintain its previous strength. Moreover, there were major powers besieging the Myth Tower from within, and people from outside eyeing them covetously. This was a predestined ending. After many people thought things through, they decisively joined the siege trying to obtain benefits. This was especially so for the Myth Tower, which possessed demonic arts that made everyone's eyes go red with envy. Of course, there were also some people who chose to watch from the sidelines, not replying. The Jianghu family was such a family. They were also a major power in Myth City, and when the siege started, the Jianghu family remained calm and even arranged for some spies to go out. Clan head, they are making a move. Why don't our clan make a move and get a share of the loot? An elder was puzzled. This was the pro-war faction of the Jianghu family. 70% of the factions in Myth City are making a move together, and with the help of experts, no matter how strong the Myth Tower is, they might not be able to withstand the attack. Our Jianghu family should make a move. Clan head, if we miss this opportunity, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for our Jianghu family to find another opportunity like this. Facing the request of the pro-war faction, the expression of the Jianghu family head didn't change at all. Tonight, no matter who it is, whoever leaves the Jianghu family will be a traitor of the Jianghu family and will be killed without mercy. His cold words caused the expressions of all the elders to change. Some of the pro-war elders had such thoughts. They wanted to act first and report later. When the Myth Tower was defeated and their resources were plundered, the clan head wouldn't have anything to say. However, they didn't expect that the clan head would place so much importance on this matter, to the point of saying such words. The moment these words were spoken, they instantly gave up on the idea of leaving. Regardless of whether it was the elders with high authority or the ordinary elders, all of them gave up and didn't dare to go out recklessly. They knew that the words of the clan head had never failed them. Once they brought people out, they would no longer be members of the Jianghu family and would have to face the pursuit of the clan. They didn't want to get involved in such a matter. The interior of Myth City was brightly lit, and the sounds of killing rang out incessantly. The various people in the periphery saw this, but they didn't make a move. They were the ones who had colluded with the people in Myth City. They were the first batch of cannon fodder to test the strength of the Myth Tower. If the Myth Tower couldn't suppress the situation, they would charge in and plunder all the resources. The battle has begun. We have instigated 70% of the Myth City's forces. If the Myth Tower doesn't show some strength, it's best if the Myth Tower hasn't recovered yet. That way we will have less trouble and can seize the opportunity to plunder. Just the cultivation resources alone will be enough for us to cultivate for tens of thousands of years. Who asked the Myth City to be so ostentatious? Otherwise they wouldn't have been ganged up on. They asked for it and can't blame others. If it were me, I would definitely keep a low profile. Most of the people were blinded by greed. Some people didn't think that the Myth Tower could be defeated with just some cannon fodder. If that was really the case, the Myth Tower wouldn't be the Myth Tower they were. In theory, the first wave of cannon fodder could be stopped. If the Myth Tower didn't have some strength to wipe out a few big shots from Sin Paradise, would they be so ostentatious? If that happened, everyone would really doubt the ability of the Myth Tower. City Lord's Mansion. Faced with this unforeseen event, Lin Fei wasn't surprised. He knew that such a day would come when the various forces appeared outside. In the face of absolute benefits, it was impossible not to betray them. 70% of the forces, they're quite generous. After hearing the report, Lin Fei smiled. However, if they can probe out the strength of the Myth Tower with just 70% of the forces, then they really don't take the Myth Tower seriously. Order the 4 great legions to move out. My request is to kill without mercy. Although 70% of the forces were not a simple force within the Myth City, Lin Fei was very calm. They were courting death and they couldn't blame anyone. The forces that were originally surrounding the Myth Tower and attacking the city lord suddenly saw groups of black-armored soldiers appearing in the air. Boundless killing intent gathered together. Kill them. The Myth Tower has finally moved out. These forces couldn't hold back any longer. When they saw the Myth Tower's subordinates moving out, they charged forward without hesitation, preparing to kill them all. Formation. When the 4 great legions moved, groups of black-armored soldiers formed a formation, forming a giant. Wherever the long saber pointed, heads would fall to the ground, and blood would flow like a river. It was a terrifying scene of slaughter. In the sky above the Myth City, there were many giants with cold killing intent. Even the people who were far away could feel that boiling killing intent, as well as that terrifying killing intent. This is the 4 great legions of the Myth Tower. What a powerful formation. It can actually erupt with battle prowess dozens of times. We must get our hands on this formation. This killing intent should be the result of cultivating a demonic technique, using killing intent to boost battle prowess and suppress the opponent's strength. The Myth Tower is indeed the Myth Tower. The entire Myth City was filled with endless killings. As the 4 great legions moved out, the giants started a massacre. The large and small powers who had been feeling victorious, instantly felt as if dark clouds were looming over them. Unease shrouded their hearts. The moment the Mythology Tower's people appeared, their tyrannical attacks and boundless killing intent suppressed their strength. They watched as their subordinates were reaped and blood flowed down the street. Everyone's expression changed. How could the Myth Tower be so powerful? Just the 4 great legions alone were able to suppress 70% of their forces. How were they going to continue? The 4 great legions were crazily slaughtering their forces. Very few could withstand their attacks and they started to retreat. The experts that cooperated with them were constantly being killed. This was equivalent to killing their disappointment. Retreat. Quickly retreat. We can't hold on any longer. In the Myth City, the forces that were originally attacking were now in a one-sided situation. The spectators couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. They were all scared out of their wits. The Myth Tower was too powerful. It was unknown how many people felt fortunate that they didn't make a move. Otherwise, the corpses on the streets would be one of them. They weren't the only ones feeling fortunate. Those who were firm in their decision were also feeling fortunate. Reporting, the 4 great legions are moving out. Reporting, the Allied forces are retreating. Reporting, the Allied forces are retreating. The outcome is already determined. Zhang Clan's conference hall. Hearing the news coming back one by one, the elders of the pro-war faction felt dissatisfied at the start. Later on they were shocked. They couldn't imagine that the Allied forces with 70% of their forces would be defeated so quickly against the 4 great legions. It was truly inconceivable. At the same time, fear filled their hearts. If they had made a move back then, perhaps their current outcome would be the same? They could almost imagine what their current outcome would be. That unknown 4 great legions had such terrifying combat prowess. Once they formed a formation, their combat prowess would soar. Their killing intent would suppress their strength, allowing them to kill people like they were killing demonic beasts. You should know now, right? The Zhang clan head said calmly, his voice filled with sorrow. Yesterday it was still the same major force, but in the span of a night, it had vanished into thin air, turning into dust in history. Over 100 years of development, a single wrong decision had caused the entire clan to turn into dust. The Jianghu clan had understood that being a clan leader didn't only require strength, but also foresight. From the start, the Zhang clan head didn't approve of the cooperation. The Zhang clan had witnessed the rise of the Myth Tower from start to finish. After 3 years, the Myth Tower's name had spread across the continent, and they had cooperated with Sin Paradise. The Zhang clan head didn't believe that the Myth Tower would do something foolish. Everything had a reason. The Zhang clan head was firm in his decision. It was precisely because of his decision that the Zhang clan had avoided a disaster. From then on, he had decided to follow the Myth Tower in everything. On the second day the sun rose. Within the Myth City, the atmosphere was filled with a desolate killing intent. What should have been an intense battle would eventually end in a one-sided massacre. The streets had long since been cleaned up. However, everyone could still smell the bloody stench lingering in the air. It was as though it was silently telling everyone how intense the battle last night had been. The city lord is truly ruthless. That's right. In a single night he killed all of them. Don't forget about the 4 legions. Last night, all of them were brimming with killing intent. The sight of them was terrifying. It's no wonder everyone wants to join the Myth Tower. After learning the demonic cultivation technique, killing to one's heart's content, this daddy is willing to do so as well. The people of the Myth City. At this moment they didn't have any other thoughts. This was especially so for the cultivators who were determined to join the Myth Tower. They seemed to have found their direction. As for those who didn't make a move last night, early the next morning, they all appeared before the city lord residence as though to prove their innocence. Everyone understood that from today onward, these clans and factions would have a lot of benefits waiting for them. To those outside, this result wasn't surprising at all. In their imagination, it would be strange if the Myth Tower didn't have the strength to do so. The 4 legions should have been mobilized last night. Their methods are ruthless, killing people and absorbing killing intent. They are just like the demonic sections. They must be wiped out. They must be wiped out. We must plunder the demonic cultivation technique. A sizable battle had undoubtedly allowed everyone to see the hidden power of the Myth Tower. More importantly, they valued the other party's formation and this demonic cultivation technique. Using killing intent to suppress the other party's strength was a good method. Killing continuously and not being affected by the negative emotions of the heart demons was also worth their attention. After all, this demonic cultivation technique could continuously absorb strength and could be used to create a private army. A powerful private army. Plunder. They must plunder. In the next few days, even though they weren't far from the Myth City, no one made a move. Instead, they arranged for some scouts to enter the Myth City. The formation of the Myth City hadn't been activated, so the scouts could enter easily. The internal defenses were lax and the 4 legions couldn't see them either. It was very quiet. No one knew what the Myth Tower was planning. Empty fort stratagem? The attitude of the Myth City gave everyone a lot of pressure. They couldn't figure out the thoughts of the Myth City. This was especially so when the city gates were wide open. It made everyone suspicious and made all sorts of guesses. Rumble, a huge battleship appeared in the sky above the plains outside the Myth City. On the battleship, there was a huge, mystic word, which instantly caused countless people to be moved. Oh my God, the Mystic Sect's righteous path has also come. One of the top 10 factions, the Mystic Sect. Many people were astonished as they looked at the huge battleship. The true major factions had appeared. Among the top 10 elites, one was the Saint of the Mystic Sect. One could imagine how powerful they were. The Myth Tower had lured out a major faction like the Mystic Sect. This was something they couldn't imagine. The experts from the Mystic Sect were enough to give the Myth Tower a headache. What a heavy smell of blood. 2 experts stood at the bow of the battleship. They were Tianxing and Tianjua. They were the direct disciples of the Mystic Sect. Each of them had extremely high seniority and great authority. There should have been a massacre last night. Tianjua smiled. This place is rich in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. There are indeed spirit veins here. Otherwise, a bad place wouldn't have turned into a paradise in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few figures rapidly appeared on the battleship and knelt on one knee in front of the 2. They were the scouts from the Mystic Sect. They were investigating every move of the Myth Tower. Explain the situation to me. The scouts immediately explained the situation in great detail. They didn't miss a single detail. It was as if they had personally participated in the battle. The 4 major legions are somewhat surprised. They're just a bunch of fools. Since the Myth Tower can destroy Sin Paradise, they must be dreaming if they want to defeat the Myth Tower with numbers. Tianjua and Tianxing were both direct disciples of the Mystic Sect. They were proud and arrogant. When they heard about the battle last night, they didn't take it seriously. Men, follow me to the Myth Tower. Tianjue and Tianxing had discussed this before they arrived. They would pay a visit to the Myth Tower. If the mythical tower joined their celestial sect and was willing to become a subsidiary force, they didn't mind recruiting them. As for the people outside, they didn't have any good intentions. Any one of them could go out and kill them all. If they killed the chicken to warn the monkey, who would dare to go against their celestial sect? Rumble. Another battleship appeared in the sky. Its aura wasn't inferior to the mystic sect's battleship. Another major faction had appeared. People from the Sun-Moon sect. A bright moon and a blazing sun hung above the opponent's battleship. It was the unique flag of the Sun-Moon sect. It represented the sun and moon in the sky, ruling over the world. I was wondering who had come. So it's people from the righteous path of the mystic sect. So you guys are interested in these small things. As soon as the Sun-Moon battleship appeared, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and big eyes appeared in the sky. He stood there casually like the sun and moon in the sky. He was unfathomable. Bright Moon Saint, isn't your Sun-Moon sect the same? Tianjue said indifferently. He retorted, we're all the same. There's no difference. Chapter 625. In the blink of an eye, the arrival of the two great sects made many people realize that the attraction of the mythical tower was not just limited to this. Those people, such as the bandits, could not wait for the great sects to appear. When the time came, the mythical city would fall into chaos. Even if they could not plunder resources from the mythical tower, they could still kill people and plunder resources from other clans. Wasn't that what bandits did? They were wary of the first-rate powers and the appearance of the great sections. Their appearance was tantamount to occupying the existing resources. It was not an easy task to snatch resources from them. From the bottom of their hearts, they were very ostracized. They had no choice but to push them aside. Bright Moon Saint, don't brag too much. Otherwise you'll become a laughing stock, Taoist Master Tianjue sneered. He did not think much of it. Even though the Sun-Moon Gate was also one of the 10 great powers, the Celestial Gate was more famous than the Sun-Moon Gate. Brother from the Celestial Gate, well said. Right at this moment, a few more silhouettes tore through the air and arrived. When they saw them appear, there was another uproar. This was because these people were all on the same level as them. They were either true disciples or chosen. They played an important role in the sect. For example, the person who had spoken just now was someone from the Tianluo Gate, the Ironheart Saint. He was also a chosen, but he acted like he wanted to trample on them. If it was just the Celestial Gate and the Sun-Moon Gate, they might have a fight. However, the other powers had appeared. Their strength was about the same, so no one dared to make a move. They were either true disciples or chosen. All of them had a certain level of fame in the continent. It was easy to imagine that there would be a fight when they gathered here. Brother from the Saint Hall, since you're here, why hide? Another group of people appeared in the sky. It was Long Outyin. Long Outyin, what are you doing here? An arrogant young man on a warship spoke in an overbearing tone. Long Outyin had been here for a period of time, but he had not shown himself. He wanted to fish in troubled waters, but he had been exposed. He was furious. Scram. In the past, Long Outyin wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. But now that he had become much stronger and he had learned the ultimate skills of the dragon race, he took a step forward and punched out. A huge dragon roared as it slammed into Long Outyin. That warship was capable of blocking the attacks of loose immortals. The entire battleship shook uncontrollably. One punch had made them lose face. Long Outyin, you're courting death. The young man flew out and raged and attacked Long Outyin. The sun and moon flipped upside down and the void shattered. The entire battlefield was thrown into chaos. Roar! Long Outyin used the true dragon transformation and turned into a dragon man. His entire body was covered with scales and he punched out with a dragon fist. His dragon might was unceasing, and he was actually able to suppress a true disciple of the other party. This is the dragon race's true dragon transformation. No wonder Long Outyin is so arrogant. With the true dragon transformation, Long Outyin's battle prowess has increased greatly. Reverend Luo Yun is going to suffer a great loss. True enough. Once the dragon fist was unleashed, Long Outyin's attack was boosted. Coupled with his powerful defense, he was able to send Reverend Luo Yun flying in just a few moves, and he was severely injured. Long Outyin nodded and did not continue to attack. In such a situation, Long Outyin did not want to make enemies. Just now the other party had pushed him too far, and there was a conflict between them. Naturally, he had to use the other party to establish his dominance and let them know how powerful he was. Long Outyin, you're too cruel. Reverend Luo Yun was defeated. He spat out a mouthful of blood and returned to the battleship, his face pale. After defeating Reverend Luo Yun, Long Outyin laughed and said, "I'm not as good as you. Does Saint of Blood Sea want to have a fight with me?" Although Saint of Blood Sea was confident that he could suppress Long Outyin, his opponent was a member of the dragon race. Moreover, the true dragon transformation was a unique skill of the dragon race that ordinary people could not learn. In other words, Long Outyin was valued by the dragon race. "I'm not as good as you." Saint of Blood Sea sneered. "Then take a punch from me." Monstrous Blood Sea. Saint of Blood Sea was indeed the Saint of the Blood Alliance. As soon as he attacked, a monstrous sea of blood appeared. The weaker ones were immediately trapped in the environment, almost unable to extricate themselves. Some even kept spitting out blood. Saint of Blood Sea's strength has improved again. It seems that this time we've gained a lot in the secret treasury of heavenly secrets. Saint of Bright Moon said calmly. This time, for the sake of the spiritual lodes and other treasures of the Myth Tower, it seems that all the major forces have invested a lot. Boom. Saint of Blood Sea and Long Outyin each exchanged a blow. It seemed that they were tied, but in fact, Saint of Blood Sea was slightly better. Even so, the fight between Long Outyin and Saint of Blood Sea was already frightening enough. "Long Outyin, you're just SOSO." Saint of Blood Sea sneered. He was afraid and thought to himself, "The true dragon transformation is indeed a unique skill of the dragon race. My Blood Sea Divine Fist can't tear apart his defense. He's a tough opponent." Long Outyin was also shocked. No wonder he's the Saint of the Blood Alliance. His fist technique contains willpower. If I hadn't learned the true dragon transformation, I might have suffered a big loss today. Everyone is here for the Myth Tower. Why do you have to fight over such a trivial matter? You'll be laughed at by others. Saint of Bright Moon said with a smile. He stepped forward as if he were a peacemaker. Saint of Blood Sea and Long Outyin both snorted coldly. In fact, neither of them intended to make a move. Obviously, it would not do them any good to make a move at this time. Instead, they would be watched by others. It was not a good thing. They had shown their strength and met the requirements. Long Outyin's attack just now was to show his strength. The Myth Tower has put up an empty city strategy. You and I should take the Myth City first. Don't you think so? Immortal Tianju said. Yes, let's take the Myth City first. The Myth City is very likely to be a stronghold of the Dark Clan. Taking the Myth City is equivalent to pulling out the teeth of the Dark Clan. For this reason, the people below could only say, shameless. As a famous sect, it was fine as long as there was a reason. After all, such an evil demonic skill was 100% related to the Dark Clan. Well, let's let the Myth Tower open the city and surrender. Otherwise we'll directly destroy it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was another fluctuation in the space, and a group of people appeared. As soon as they appeared, each of them was like a divine sword, with a sharp aura that moved people. The Sword God Sect. Someone immediately recognized them. Only the disciples of the Sword God Sect could have such sword intent. How have you been, everyone? The newcomer was all smiles. However, those who knew him inadvertently changed their expressions. Everyone knew this person. Chapter 626. When the Sword Maniac Saint appeared, everyone was naturally shocked. What was this guy doing here? Brother Sword Maniac, what brings you here? The Bright Moon Saint said with a smile. Everyone present knew about the Sword Deity Assembly, especially this time in the Heaven's Secret Vault. The Sword Deity Saint Child went on a killing spree, killing many elites and plundering large amounts of resources. He was incomparably tyrannical, fighting against several great experts alone. Without exception, the 10 great elites were all afraid of the Sword Saint. Therefore, when they saw the Sword Saint, they had no choice but to be on guard. It was said that when the Sword Saint was not around, the Sword Saint was in charge of the Sword Deity Guild. The Sword Maniac Saint was a cold and gloomy middle-aged man. His body emitted a sickly aura. However, everyone knew that this sickly aura represented great strength. This time I'm here for Lin Fei. The Sword Saint said, I forgot to tell everyone that the leader of the Myth Tower is a disciple of the Sword Deity sect. Who would have thought that he would collude with the demonic sect and ruin the reputation of the sect? I'm here to bring him back to receive punishment. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They didn't know much about the Myth Tower. Even if they knew, it was only on the surface. They really didn't know that this Lin Fei was from the Sword Deity sect. Of course, Long Outyin knew this, but he wouldn't say it out loud. Isn't the leader of the Myth Tower Lin Jiqing? The Saint of the Blood Sea said in dissatisfaction. How could he not understand the meaning in his tone? No, Lin Jiqing is just Lin Fei's woman. The Sword Saint said, Lin Fei is the mastermind. He is a true disciple of our sword deity sect. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Hearing this, they knew that the greatest value of the myth tower was Lin Fei. At this time they were cursing. Because they didn't investigate clearly and neglected such an important matter, they had the guts to slap the spy to death. In fact, this matter was related to the spy. The myth tower rose 3 years ago. At that time the person in charge was Lin Jiqing. Lin Fei went to the Tianji secret vault at that time, so no one paid attention to him. Therefore it was normal that they did not know. However, to them this was not good news at all. Instead it was bad news. The resources that they had plundered might not be worth anything compared to Lin Fei. I heard that Lin Fei went to the Tianji secret vault. Could it be that he didn't die in there? Reverend Heavenly Star deliberately asked. The sword addict Saint Sun glanced at Taoist Heavenly Star and said indifferently, Lin Fei isn't dead. Otherwise, how could there be so many spirit veins? Taoist Heavenly Star felt as if he had been slapped in the face. This question was too incorrect. Wasn't it giving the sword maniac Saint Child a chance to slap him in the face? Everyone secretly despised the people of the celestial sect of wonders. Isn't it obvious that the sword maniac Saint Child is telling us that Lin Fei is in the myth pavilion and all the good stuff is with him? They could only watch helplessly? No, absolutely not. They just didn't know. Now that they knew, how could they be willing to give up on this fat sheep? Sword maniac Saint Child, the mythology tower colluded with the demonic sects and harmed our own people. Especially at this time, the mythology tower must be eradicated. Lin Fei, the main culprit, must be punished. Don't you all agree? Although the Saint Child of the Blood Sea was not afraid of the sword maniac Saint Child, he was unwilling to let the other party bring Lin Fei back. The Saint Child of the Tianluo sect Saint Child said, if it wasn't for Lin Fei there wouldn't be this colluding with the demonic sections. This kind of scum of the sect must be eradicated. Since the sword maniac Saint Child is here, let's eliminate him together. It had to be said that the Saint Child of the Blood Sea and Saint Child Ironheart's words immediately received the support of the crowd. The sword maniac Saint Child was very strong and had the backing of the sword god Saint Child. So what? After all, he didn't appear. There was no need for them to be afraid of anything. They were certain that the sword maniac Saint Child would not dare to fall out with them. The sword god sect was just a first-grade sect. They were all one of the top 10 forces. Their strength was not just for show. Everyone's target was the mythology tower. Naturally, they would not let the sword maniac Saint Child gain the upper hand. They immediately joined forces to show the sword maniac Saint Child their power. Saint Child, there's no need to talk to them. Otherwise we'll fall into their trap. A true disciple behind the sword maniac Saint secretly transmitted with his divine consciousness, they just want to capture Lin Fei. Saint Child, you only need to let them go now. When Lin Fei appears, their alliance will naturally be broken. The sword maniac Saint Child was not someone who was good at scheming. This could be seen from his name. This time, the sword maniac Saint Child was under the orders of the guild leader to play tricks on Lin Fei and successfully bring him back. As for why he said that he was under the orders of the elders, it was just to let them back off. Unfortunately, the sword maniac Saint Child neglected one thing. The major forces here were all stronger than the sword god sect. Although he was strong, he still couldn't suppress these geniuses. The sword maniac Saint Child was filled with regret. If there was medicine for regret, the sword maniac Saint Child would definitely not say what he said just now. Instead, he exposed Lin Fei's importance, causing them to re-evaluate Lin Fei. At this time, the sword maniac Saint Child could not regret. Humph, I'll let you be proud for now. When it's time to snatch Lin Fei, let's see how you can still be friendly. The sword maniac Saint Child also knew that he could not let his emotions affect his decisions now. If the guild leader came, he could definitely suppress or kill them. The Tianluo sect saint is right. Lin Fei colluded with the demon sect and wantonly harmed the human race when this continent is in chaos. This kind of matter must be judged publicly. I support everyone's decision. The sword maniac Saint Child said with a smile. Everyone despised him in their hearts. When will you, the sword maniac Saint Sun, swallow your anger and say such words? However, at this time the sword maniac Saint Child could only make this choice. On the surface, everyone was friendly, but in private they were discussing how to capture Lin Fei. The Sword God Guild had arranged for the sword maniac Saint Child to come personally, so Lin Fei's importance became more important. Since everyone is here, why don't we take this spirit vein first? This suggestion was immediately unanimously agreed by everyone. High-grade spirit veins were good stuff. Every high-grade spirit vein was worth a city. If they brought it back, it would be a great merit. If they didn't seize it now, when would they? Let's do it. The true disciples and saints attacked together and attacked the ground below to seize the spirit vein below. Haha, let's do it. They finally made a move. This is great. Let's start killing. We can seize it now. The bandits who had been waiting to make a move all shouted like wolves, expressing their excitement. Rumble on the plains, the mountains shook. When the saints attacked, their combat power was extraordinary and caused a huge commotion. Could be said that they had mobilized a lot of people. Not here? Below Myth City? What an ingenious arrangement. As these people attacked, the spirit vein could be completely suppressed. Who would have thought that there was not a single spirit vein below? They instantly understood that the spirit vein was below Myth City. At the same time, Myth City, City Lord Manor. What a waste of effort. Lin Fei had been watching all this while with a cold smile on his face. How can my high-grade spirit vein be so easy to take? When can we counterattack? The Qilian heavenly demon was filled with killing intent. A few days ago, the Qilian heavenly demon had personally participated in the battle and killed many patriarchs and elders, devouring a large amount of qi. It's not time yet. Lin Fei shook his head. It's not enough to have them. The big show hasn't started yet. The Qilian heavenly demon also didn't know what Lin Fei wanted to do, but from his eyes he could see that this was a big show. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. After working for nothing, they set their sights on Myth City. There are no spirit veins below. Are you guys interested in going to Myth City to take a look? The Saint of the Blood Sea said with a smile. The true inheritors and holy scions present were all simple-minded. They immediately understood the meaning of this. If this continued, they might lose their advantage. They had to make their move. Once those old antiques were here, they might not have any more hope. Let's do it. Rumble, the warships were activated, and the huge warships charged toward Myth City. Brutal. This scene made everyone turn pale with fright. The major sects and factions were all extraordinary. A small Myth City couldn't possibly defend against the warships. That was what they were thinking. If Myth City's array was not good enough, they could just crush it and destroy it. Boom. Boom. 7 to 8 warships charged toward Myth City. If there were no accidents. Whoosh, just as they were about to reach Mythology City, numerous pillars of light shot up into the sky. Each pillar of light was a spirit vein that flew out from it. When the 18 huge pillars rose up, a huge barrier enveloped Mythology City. The 18 high-grade spirit veins danced and swam up and down. Rank 7 spirit vein. That's an 8 tribulation spirit vein. Oh my, there's even a rank 9 spirit vein. The spirit veins danced in the air. Everyone was stunned. Even the saints were stunned. Then they were filled with greed and desire. Even though they knew that there were dozens of high-grade spirit veins below. But when the 18 spirit veins appeared in front of them, that kind of shock was indescribable. It was a strong visual impact, causing them to be filled with greed. Especially the rank 9 spirit vein in the middle. It was like a blow to their head and it was unforgettable. How many of them had seen a rank 9 spirit vein before? They might have heard of it, but they had never seen it before. The eyes of the people behind all turned red. They couldn't resist the high-grade spirit vein. They were filled with endless charm and they couldn't even move their eyes. Seeing 18 high-grade spirit veins at once, and the rank 9 spirit vein of a king was already enough to shock them. They never thought that Myth City would be so rich. Destroy this array. The Saint of the Blood Sea was the first to attack. The Saint of the Blood Sea also came out from the Tianji secret treasury. There were a few low-grade spirit veins, but he couldn't see a single high-grade spirit vein. Naturally, he was unhappy. The high-grade spirit vein was moving up and down. It was very eye-catching and it kept provoking everyone. Chapter 627. Just as they said. High-rank spiritual veins, including a 9th-rank spiritual vein, dropped a heavy bomb in the crowd and blew everyone out. On a mountain millions of miles away from the Myth City. An old man in black was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain. As soon as the high-rank spiritual vein appeared, the old man in black slowly opened his eyes and stared at the 9th-rank spiritual vein. A hint of joy flashed across his eyes. I didn't expect that the Myth City would use a high-rank spiritual vein as the formation eye. If I can get this 9th-rank spiritual vein, it won't be a problem for me to live for hundreds of thousands of years. The old man in black tore open the void and disappeared from the top of the mountain. Thousands of miles away from the Myth City. The 3 identical old men also had their eyes on the high-grade spirit vein. Big brother, we've come to the right place. I didn't expect that the rumor outside was true. The Myth Tower does have a high-rank spiritual vein, and it's a 9th-rank spiritual vein. It's worth it for us to break out this time. The high-rank spiritual vein has appeared. Let's go lest we get into trouble. The three brothers also tore open the void. Scenes like this kept appearing one after another. At their level, the rippling aura of the high-rank spiritual vein could be easily sensed. It was like the sun in the night, so eye-catching that it was hard not to be noticed. Boom, outside the myth city, a group of inherited disciples and saints attacked the 18 pillars together. No matter how they attacked, the formation was as stable as Mount Tai. The 18 high-rank spiritual veins swam freely and were not affected by them. Each of their attacks could kill a middle-rank individual immortal and injure a high-level individual immortal. But in the face of the 18 pillars they were helpless. This must be a 9th-rank formation. Saint of Blood Sea was proficient in formations. After a series of attacks he couldn't help but frown. A 9th-rank formation? How is it possible? A 9th-rank formation. Only first-grade sects or super forces can have it. How can a myth city have it? As soon as Saint of Blood Sea said that, many people began to refute. I agree with Saint of Blood Sea. If this is not a 9th-rank formation with our attacks, we can even break a 7th-rank formation in an instant. Immortal Jianghu looked serious. Every one of them was an expert of the sect. With so many people attacking together, it was clearly not a difficult task to blast open a formation. But now they had been attacking for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. They had consumed a great deal of their true essence, but the array formation had not moved at all. This was not a good sign. Everyone, don't forget that the Mythology Tower is auctioning off formations. It's not surprising that they have a level 9 formation. Long Outyen suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, also, do you see that? If I'm not mistaken, each of these 18 pillars represents a high-grade spirit vein. With 18 high-grade spirit veins as the foundation and the eye of the formation, unless a sky immortal is involved, otherwise, Long Outyen's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with shock. He cursed, this damned Lin Fei, how could he have a level 9 formation? Did he get it from the Tianji secret storehouse? With this level 9 formation, are we going to return empty-handed? A 9th grade formation with 18 high-grade spirit veins. This array formation was no longer something they could blast open. They had come from afar, and although they had seen the high-grade spirit vein, they knew that they could not return empty-handed. They had to bring back the high-grade spirit vein. Let's attack one of the pillars together. I don't believe that we can't break this array formation. Everyone was unwilling to give up. When someone suggested it, they immediately attacked one of the pillars together. Very soon they were dismayed again. The pillars still didn't budge. In this world, the most dispiriting thing was undoubtedly this. They could see the high-grade spirit vein clearly. They were only one step away from it, but they could not take this crucial step. This was the saddest thing. The true inheritors and saints had failed again and again. The onlookers looked at each other in dismay. The Mythology Tower actually had a level 9 formation and used 18 high-grade spirit veins to set it up. Didn't this mean that they had wasted their efforts? Can't a level 9 formation be broken? I'm afraid we'll need a sky immortal to do it. This is too domineering. No wonder the Mythology City is still so calm. It turns out that they have a level 9 formation. Using high-grade spirit veins to set up the formation is too extravagant. Many people started to sigh. The Mythology Tower, which had been waiting to be slaughtered, suddenly showed its powerful side. It was hard not to be surprised. Lin Fei, come out. The sword addict saint attacked repeatedly, but the formation could not be broken. He was almost going crazy. This Lin Fei was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, but at the same time he wanted to capture him. Using high-grade spirit veins to set up the formation was too extravagant. When the sword addict saint stopped, the others also stopped. Guys, why don't you continue? A projection appeared above the cover. It was Lin Fei with a smile. For others, Lin Fei's smile was simply a provocation. Lin Fei, open the formation and surrender. The Saint of Blood Sea's eyes were like lightning, piercing the projection. He was also very angry. His eyes passed through the projection and could not hurt Lin Fei at all. Surrender? Are you out of your mind? Lin Fei laughed. You are the funniest saint I have ever seen. I really wonder how you became a saint. The Saint of Blood Sea's face darkened. If you have what it takes, hide inside for the rest of your life. Seeing that the Saint of Blood Sea was defeated, everyone could not help but pay attention to Lin Fei. You are Lin Fei. How dare you? The sword addict saint's eyes were sharp. I advise you to open the formation. I can guarantee your life. Otherwise, you will be a traitor of the Sword God Gate. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. You said I am a traitor? Did you say that, or did the Sword God Gate say that? The sword addict saint would not be frightened by a sentence. This is the opinion of the sword god gate. You colluded with the demon clan and killed your compatriots. As long as you surrender, I can speak for you in front of the elders and spare your life. The sword addict saint was about to become a fairy immortal, and the sword addict saint was even more confident. At that time, even if the elders of the sword god gate knew that in the face of a fairy immortal, they would have to agree to teach one of them a lesson. The opinion of the sword god gate? Lin Fei did not believe it. I'm afraid you are the representative of the sword god gate. Hey, I suddenly remember that I haven't eaten yet. You can continue. Lin Fei's projection disappeared, and 18 high-level spiritual veins appeared. How arrogant. The crowd did not expect that Lin Fei would be so disrespectful. How can he still be in the mood to eat at this time? Is he really confident? Boom, above the sky, a huge vortex suddenly appeared. All the high-level spiritual veins are mine. An excited voice came from the vortex. A hand was raised to grab the 18 high-level spiritual veins, but it chose to ignore the 18 pillars. As soon as the giant hand appeared, everyone's face changed, especially the saint and the others. Chapter 6:28. Then the saint's expressions changed. The 18 spirit veins that were originally surrounding the spirit veins immediately flew away from the attack range of the giant hand. They were all true disciples and saints with tyrannical strength, but they were clearly not a match for a half-step sky immortal. In such a situation they did not think that these old antiques would give them face. When they recognized that they were half-step sky immortals, they retreated decisively. If they were killed, they wouldn't even be able to cry. In a breath's time, everyone retreated to a safe area. Although they knew that there would be half-step sky immortals, they did not expect them to come so quickly. They did not give them any face, and the first thing they did was to plunder the resources. Rumble, the giant hand seemed to want to grab the entire earth. Before it reached, the earth seemed to be on the verge of cracking. This person is very ambitious. He wants to take the entire myth city away. Someone saw through the trick and could not help but exclaim. Looking around, there were many cracks around the myth city. It was clear that the myth city was going to be isolated and then taken away. As long as the myth city was taken away, everything would be taken away. The saints regretted not thinking of this idea in the first place. Now that a half-step sky immortal had made a move, they would be courting death if they tried to plunder. Especially these half-step sky immortals, many of whom were unaffiliated and would not give anyone face. They did things their own way, neither good nor evil. They were very difficult to deal with and not to be trifled with. It was easy to deal with those with a sect. If you ran away, you could find your sect. But these unaffiliated half-step sky immortals did not have a sect or family. If they angered the other party, they would destroy the experts of the sect. This was a common occurrence. Therefore, the big sects would rarely find trouble with unaffiliated half-step sky immortals. On the contrary, they would recruit them. Once they became sky immortals, they would owe them a favor. After the Myth City's 4 Monday rings cracked, the Myth City seemed to fly up and land in the palm. The 18 high-grade spirit veins pressed down, and the Myth City landed on the ground once again as stable as Mount Tai. The giant hand landed on the cover formed by the 18 pillars and grabbed downwards. The entire Myth City seemed to fall into the palm. But what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The grasping move from the half-step heavenly immortal caused the Myth City to become as immovable as a mountain. No matter how much force the half-step heavenly immortal exerted, the Myth City would seemingly take root and would not budge at all. Just give up, Taoist Master Shroud Heaven. Don't embarrass yourself. A mocking voice came from the void. What? That's Taoist Master Shroud Heaven. When this name came out, everyone was shocked once again. Taoist Shroud Heaven was a veteran half-immortal. Supposedly, he had escaped a calamity at the hands of a heaven immortal, and was a well-known figure. After more than 100,000 years had passed, everyone assumed that Taoist Shroud Heaven was dead. Old ghost, get out here. The giant hand pointed out, causing the void to completely collapse. It was extremely tyrannical, causing people's hearts to jump in fright. The smarter ones quickly retreated to avoid being affected. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. A half-step heavenly immortal has finally appeared. Lin Fei had thought that they were very patient. He didn't expect that they would show up so quickly. Husband, are you trying to establish your dominance by attracting so many people here? Lin Jiqing had appeared out of nowhere and was standing beside Lin Fei. Her brows were slightly furrowed and she was puzzled. She knew that little Z was a celestial immortal expert, but even a celestial immortal expert did not have to use such a method. Lin Fei pulled Lin Jiqing into his embrace. Establishing my dominance? How is that possible? I just need to make little Z stand outside, and who would dare to not take it seriously? Don't think that husband is so simple. But there are more and more half-step heavenly immortals. Perhaps even a heavenly immortal will appear. Lin Jiqing was a smart woman. She didn't continue to ask, but she was worried. That's not a problem. A few half-step heavenly immortals won't be of much use. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. You just need to know that once this matter succeeds, your husband will truly become the #1 figure in the continent. At that time, our myth tower will be able to roam freely outside. Lin Jiqing seemed to be thinking about something. My husband's wish will definitely come true. Lin Fei chuckled and raised his head, continuing to pay attention to what was happening above. Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven made a move, but he was blocked by someone. A skinny old man appeared in front of everyone, his eyes flashing. Isn't that Enlightened Master Stone Monkey? Ordinary people might not recognize him, but as a saint child, he had a good understanding of half-step heavenly immortals. He was afraid that he would cause trouble if he met him. Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven had disappeared for a long time, and now Enlightened Master Stone Monkey had appeared. It sounded like he was quite famous and he was also from the older generation. Shrouding Heaven, your temper is still so bad. I advise you to change it. Enlightened Master Stone Monkey chuckled. You old ghost, are you trying to snatch the high-grade spirit vein from me? Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven's eyes flashed. This Enlightened Master Stone Monkey was also a half-step heavenly immortal. When he attacked just now, he realized that this fellow was a powerful opponent. Enlightened Master Stone Monkey said disdainfully. You still have the nerve to say that? The high-grade spirit vein is still inside. Since when did it belong to you? Old ghost, if you dare to snatch it from me, I'll kill you first. Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven said fiercely. High-grade spirit vein, I want to snatch it. What can you do to me? Enlightened Master Stone Monkey laughed loudly, and a long staff appeared in his hand. The staff expanded infinitely and he smashed it down from the sky. Everyone could feel the terrifying aura from the staff. A half-step heavenly immortal was indeed the closest existence to a heavenly immortal. His attack was so ferocious. If it was an ordinary city, it would have been destroyed by the staff. Oh, he resisted it? Enlightened Master Stone Monkey's staff contained the power of a half-step heavenly immortal. Even a 9th tribulation bodiless immortal would die on the spot. The people in the Myth City were shocked by the rod just now. It was because that rod was too terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Monstrous attacks kept falling on the sky above the Myth City, but they were all blocked by the formation. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. A half-step heavenly immortal is even more ferocious than us. His attack is so fierce. Saint of Blood Sea thought to himself. They thought that they were savage, but compared to them they were simply too lacking. They were not on the same level at all. It was a misconception that they paled in comparison to a great wizard. Old ghost, you're the same. I thought you were something special. Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven finally had a reason to laugh when he saw that Old Ghost couldn't break the formation. Who said that? It's easy to break this lousy formation. Enlightened Master Stone Monkey kept attacking. His eyes flashed fiercely. Ever since he became a half-step heavenly immortal, he had broken all kinds of formations. Now that a level 9 formation was stopping him, he was very displeased. Boom, boom. Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven also attacked. The two of them chose a direction and surprisingly didn't attack again. They kept attacking one of the pillars. As half-step heavenly immortals, they could see that the 18 pillars and the 18 spirit veins of the level 9 formation should be connected. As long as they destroyed one of the pillars, the level 9 formation would be broken. By then they wouldn't have to worry about not getting the spirit veins. Count us in for this array. 3 people who looked exactly the same suddenly appeared in the void. It was hard to tell who was the eldest, who was the second, and who was the third. But when they appeared, Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven and Enlightened Master Stone Monkey both changed their expressions. You're not dead. The 3 of them landed on the other side of the formation. They had seen what had happened just now and were secretly amazed by the power of the formation. Ha ha ha, we're the 3 Death Brothers. We were born from death. Who can kill us? If you're interested, you can try. We don't mind sending you to hell. The 3 brothers' tone was exactly the same. Their voices were the same, full of a chilly aura. Those who didn't know what was going on might not think much of it. After all, they were just 3 half-step heavenly immortals. But Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven and the others knew that anyone who looked down on them would meet a terrible end. The 3 of them were born from the world of death. Therefore, the eldest was the immortal of death, the second was the immortal of destruction, and the third was the Immortal of Destruction. When the three of them joined forces, even a heavenly immortal would have to give way. Years ago they had killed a heavenly immortal in a great war, and their names had shaken the entire continent. Later they were attacked by an abstruse immortal, and had to flee to a lesser world. Everyone thought that they had died at the hands of an abstruse immortal, and never thought that they would survive. It was no simple feat to survive at the hands of an abstruse immortal. Even though the three of them had yet to become heavenly immortals, they didn't have the confidence to fight. It wasn't worth it, not at all. The Saint Child and the others looked on with wide eyes. Taoist Master Shroud Heaven and Taoist Master Stone Monkey had been so domineering and brutal, but now they were completely silent. Many people were trying to guess where they came from. How could I miss out on such a good thing? Another black-robed old man appeared with a wine gourd hanging on his waist. He waved his hand and a group of golden bugs flew out, landed on the pillar and started to chew. Gold-devouring bugs. Those are extinct gold-devouring bugs. Isn't he the Bug King? The black-robed old man was very calm. This level 9 formation is quite amazing. It's perfect for feeding my gold-devouring bugs. A large number of gold-devouring bugs covered the pillar, constantly devouring the spiritual energy on it, and at the same time tearing holes. Enlightened Master Insect King? Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven asked. I didn't think that someone would remember my name. Enlightened Master Insect King rubbed his chin and laughed. Enlightened Master Insect King's gaze made Enlightened Master Shrouding Heaven's hair stand on end. He regretted greeting him just now. This guy's bugs were also unfathomable. Chapter 629. All of a sudden, 6 half-step heavenly immortals had appeared. Every one of them was extremely strong, and even from afar, they could sense the atmosphere of power that half-step heavenly immortals were emanating. The people that were gathered outside immediately retreated tens of thousands of miles after they appeared. And the rest could still see tens of thousands of miles clearly. They didn't want to lose their lives for nothing. Rumble, the level 9 formation started to face the attacks of the half-step heaven immortals. This process lasted for 7 days. During this time, another 4 half-step heaven immortals came, each of them famous. They didn't attack each other, they just attacked the level 9 formation together. In 7 days, everyone's impression of the Myth City deepened. The Myth City was amazing, truly amazing. A level 9 formation withstood the attacks of 10 half-step heaven immortals in 7 days. Most importantly, they were experienced experts. Many people were shocked when this news spread to the continent. Everyone thought that the Myth City could be easily taken down by so many half-step heaven immortals. Now that 7 days had passed, the Myth City was as stable as Mount Tai. It was indeed extraordinary. One of the spirit veins is about to dissipate. Enlightened being Insect King, who was sitting on an ugly worm, finally revealed a proud smile. Everyone noticed that the spirit vein was about to die. Needless to say, the heaven and earth spirit chi was used up. Haha, everyone attacked together. Once we destroy this grade 8 spirit vein, the level 9 formation will naturally be broken. Enlightened Heaven Shrouding laughed maniacally as he slapped the formation with his giant hand. Myth City, you should be proud that you managed to stop us for 7 days. Enlightened Stone Monkey didn't stop. Every strike caused the earth to shake. It was extremely terrifying. They had spent a total of 7 days. Although they said so, in fact each of them had a belly full of anger. No one in the continent had ever been so cowardly. The formation is broken. Whoever dares to snatch the grade 9 spirit vein will be going against us 3 brothers. Enlightened Destruction looked at everyone fiercely. I've killed a heaven immortal before. If any of you want to die, we'll send you to hell. The Death Brothers were too strong. Back then they could kill a heaven immortal and survive after being chased by a profound immortal. Enlightened Destruction, you worry too much. I won't interfere with the grade 9 spirit vein. Enlightened Heaven Shrouding immediately said. 3 against 1, they obviously couldn't win. Not even Taoist Master Shroud Heaven would dare to covet something as precious as a 9th grade spirit vein. He didn't want to risk his life for it. I give up as well. The second was the Stone Monkey. Some people gave up, but some didn't. They were all calculating in their hearts. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. Sect Master, the formation is about to break. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon could not help but remind. This kind of scene, Chilean Heavenly Demon was also on tenterhooks. The 10 half-step heaven immortals were all veteran half-step heaven immortals. Once the formation was broken, it would not be easy to deal with them. Subconsciously, he had arranged for Little Violet to kill 1 or 2 of them to deter the others. It's fine. Lin Fei had a smile on his face, looking enigmatic. If the array formation isn't broken, How can they fight over the spirit vein and draw out the experts? What? There's another expert? Lin Fei said with a smile. There are still a few truly powerful fellows. I will wait for them to appear. I believe they will definitely make a move. It's good that you're taking action. I'll be able to go on stage then. Little Purple was at the side. She had long wanted to take action. Rumble, it's going to break. The people tens of thousands of miles away all saw this scene. One of the spirit veins was about to break. Among the crowd, there was no lack of formation experts. They understood that this level 9 formation relied on the support of the spirit vein. Once one of the spirit veins was lost, the formation would be incomplete and its power would be lost. It was equivalent to the formation being broken. Could it be that Myth City is scared? They must be scared. This is like shooting themselves in the foot. Later, when the formation is broken, Myth City will vanish into thin air. Many people were already itching to make a move. Half-step heaven immortals were plundering. They were plundering small resources. They could not come empty-handed. In the depths of the void, there were two people staring at Myth City. The formation is about to break. It's time for us to make a move. I heard that many old antiques are still on the way. Myth City's level 9 formation is already so mysterious. If this continues, I'm afraid it will attract even more surprises. Giant Eye God King said to the person beside him. God King's words are reasonable. Myth City's secrets are not small. The human race might be tempted. Later, when the formation is broken, we will make a move, Heavenly Wings God King said. These two people were Giant Eye God King and Heavenly Wings God King. They were the two great God Kings of the alien race. Both of them were heaven immortal experts. Haha, it's broken. They made another move. One of the pillars suddenly broke from top to bottom. One of the 18 spirit veins instantly vaporized and disappeared. Do it. Losing a pillar was equivalent to having a hole in the formation. Who were they? Half-step heaven immortals? They were good at grasping any movement. In an instant, the formation was broken by them. The level 9 spirit vein is ours. Death Immortal laughed. The three of them grabbed the level 9 spirit vein. As for the others, they did not care at all. Someone was faster than them. A giant worm appeared above the level 9 spirit vein and opened its mouth to swallow it. Insect King, how dare you? Death Immortal was enraged. He slashed at Insect King. A terrifying destructive aura turned into a storm and rushed at Insect King. With just one slash, everyone could feel Death Immortal's extraordinary strength. Especially the terrifying destructive aura. Treasures belong to the strong. You are strong enough. Although Insect King said it casually, there was a certain seriousness in his voice. He waved his hand and sprinkled a green mist. Insect King was also known as the Insect King and the Poison King. He was good at using poison, an existence that gave people headaches. The mist flew out and landed on the bodies of the three brothers. Their bodies turned green and their skin began to rot at a terrifying rate. They were half-step heavenly immortals with formidable defensive capabilities. Yet they could still rot. This shocked everyone. This Taoist Insect King was truly formidable. The three brothers suffered a great loss without knowing it. They were at a slight disadvantage. In an instant, the three of them turned into bones. You can't kill us. Death Immortal became a skeleton. Death Spear. The giant spear flew out from the void and hit the giant worm. The aura of death filled the air. Half of the giant worm's body was destroyed. Immediately, the giant worm's life force disappeared completely. Death Immortal flew out again. Death Immortal is too powerful. Even Insect King's poison can't do anything to him. Death Immortal can devour life force. No wonder the rumor says that they are born from death. Everyone secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the real battle. This was the real battle. Insect King lost a giant worm. He was expressionless, but fear flashed in his eyes. The Death Brothers were indeed stronger than he had imagined. Insect King, you can die now. Venerable Destruction appeared behind him out of nowhere and slammed his palm down on Insect King. Instantly, Insect King's body exploded. Fake. Venerable Destruction's attack missed, and the white bones shot out in a certain direction. A figure appeared. Venerable Insect King, what a good move you have. After Insect King was forced to retreat, Death Immortal and Destruction Immortal suppressed the rank 9 spiritual vein. Boom. A terrifying aura descended from the sky. The Death Brothers' expression changed. Chapter 630. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of the terrifying aura. Many people were scared out of their wits and fell from the sky. Half-step Sky Immortal was shocking enough, but now another terrifying aura appeared. It was countless times more terrifying than before, making people feel suffocated. But that wasn't important. What was important was what Death Immortal said. Sky Immortal. Fuck, a Sky Immortal had come, a powerful one, a peerless powerhouse of the continent. Half-step Sky Immortals were common on the continent, but Sky Immortals were few and far between. Each of them rarely showed themselves, afraid of facing tribulation and ascending to the heavenly realm. Now, a half-step Sky Immortal had come, followed by a Sky Immortal. Wasn't this like an adult bullying a child? Saints and half-step Sky Immortals were all children. Sky Immortals were adults who could kill countless half-step Sky Immortals with a single move. A Sky Immortal powerhouse being attracted by a myth city was unimaginable. Importance, incomparable importance. Death Immortal, you forgot so quickly. When a huge eye appeared in the sky, people immediately cried out. He's a god king of the outsiders. My god, a god king of the outsiders has appeared. That's God King Giant Eye, one of the 10 god kings of the outsiders. In 3 years, the outsiders had taken over half of the continent. Everyone knew how strong they were, especially the 10 god kings. Each of them was a Sky Immortal, powerful antiques that had lived for countless years. In these 3 years, the god kings hadn't fought. People had only heard of them, but now they had appeared. This was no small matter. Now that the god kings had appeared, what about the others? Everyone started to worry. You're God King Giant Eye? Death Immortal's expression changed, to think that you're still alive. Aha, you fought me back then and didn't die. Instead, you became a Sky Immortal, isn't that surprising? God King Giant Eye laughed. Death Immortal, you 3 are not bad. Join us and we'll give you an army. The Giant Eye God King knew the 3 Death Brothers back in the day. They were domineering figures on the battlefield, killing a Celestial Immortal and countless half-step Celestial Immortals. Everyone remembered them as valiant existences. Later on, when the Shen Immortals attacked, they began to flee. Giant Eye God King thought they were dead. Of course, Giant Eye God King wanted to recruit them to be his subordinates and expand his own forces. When the time comes, this would be a great merit to the variant humans. God King Giant Eye, who do you think you are? Back then, us 3 brothers roamed the continent. If you want us to join the alien races, I'm afraid you won't be able to tolerate us. The Death Immortal sneered. Besides, even if you're a Heaven Immortal, us 3 brothers can still kill you. The 3 brothers had the strength. Even though the outsiders were huge, they had nothing to fear. What was so amazing about the 10 great God Kings? Once the 3 of them advanced to Celestial Immortals, even the 10 God Kings would be killed. So you don't want to join us? You want to be enemies with us? You should know that if you offend us, you won't have a day of peace in this world. A peaceful day? We 3 brothers were born from death. What do you think you are? You talk too much. At worst, we'll just fight. The other half-step Heaven Immortals frowned at the appearance of the foreign race's godly king. They had made countless calculations, but they had missed out on this foreign race. They had not expected them to interfere. What about you? If you join the foreign race, you won't die. God King Giant Eye said lightly. Even though you're a Heaven Immortal, if you want to kill us, a God King like you won't be able to. Venerable Insect King said. Ah, what about me? Another horrifying aura descended. Godly King, another godly king. God King Heavenly Wings. The half-step Heaven Immortals' faces darkened. One God King was enough to give them a headache. They did not expect another God King to come. 2 God Kings appeared. Even the 3 Death Immortals' faces changed. They could kill Heaven Immortals because they did not need to be distracted. With 2 God Kings, the pressure was great, especially the God King of the alien race. He was strong to begin with, and he was a Heaven Immortal. Now it's your turn to think. God King Giant Eye was confident. He was not afraid that they would not agree. With 2 God Kings here, they would kill whoever resisted, even though it was a pity for these experts. Boom. The people within tens of thousands of miles wanted to leave when they saw this change. A battle between Heaven Immortals had too many repercussions. They might die here today. Many people began to regret. There was a loud rumbling sound. A black mass of people appeared, surrounding the perimeter. Not good, the alien race army. And it's an elite army. As the alien race army appeared, everyone's expression changed. They did not expect the alien race army to be lying in ambush nearby. They did not notice it at all. They had fallen into the alien race army's ambush. From the beginning, the alien race army had set up an ambush, waiting for them to take the bait. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Saintess White Fox appeared in the sky. Her voice rang in everyone's hearts. Resist? With 2 godly kings here and the outsider army surrounding them, Even if they wanted to resist, only death awaited them. Whoever jumped the furthest would definitely die when the godly kings attacked. I will join the alien race. Venerable Bug King was the first to choose to submit. At this time, if he did not submit, he would die. Even though he was strong, compared to a god king, he would be easily killed. After living for so many years, he knew what to choose. God King Giant Eye and Heavenly Wings were very satisfied. This time they had really made a great contribution. They brought these half-step heaven immortals back, and their strength increased greatly. You better stay here or I don't mind killing you. God King Giant Eye's sharp gaze landed on the group of saints. With one sentence, they did not dare to move recklessly. If a god king attacked, they would die without a doubt, no matter how strong they were. The originally contentious situation fell into the control of the alien race god kings in the blink of an eye. When the alien race advanced to heaven immortal, they were naturally stronger than human heaven immortals. To deal with 2 god kings, at least 4 human heaven immortals were needed. None of the half-step heaven immortals who cultivated to this level were fools. They knew the difference between resisting and surrendering very well. We will join. I will join too. None of the half-step heaven immortals chose to resist. Perhaps, the moment they attacked, the god kings would be able to kill them. This time they had really suffered a huge loss. They were originally living a carefree life, but in the blink of an eye, they had to work for others. It was really indescribable. Lin Fei, show yourself with your heaven immortals. God King Giant Eye grasped the situation. Everything was under control. What myth city has heaven immortals? When they heard this, everyone was frightened. Since when were heaven immortals as common as cabbages? 2 popped out and then another one popped out? How could Myth City have heaven immortals? This did not fit the situation. If Myth City had heaven immortals, then what about their previous actions? The half-step heaven immortals' expressions changed. Their faces turned red. If that was really the case, they would become clowns. At the same time, they suddenly understood something. Why did the 2 god kings of the alien race come together? Could it be because of the Myth City's heaven immortals? Myth City was so calm, could it be that there was a heaven immortal overseeing it? Everyone's mind spun quickly. This news was really hard for them to accept. 2 god kings came to my Myth City. As the city lord, of course I have to come out. Not far away, Lin Fei appeared with Little Purple. That purple-haired kid is a heaven immortal? How is that possible? There is no heaven immortal aura. The half-step heaven immortals frowned and stared at him, as if trying to see traces of a heaven immortal. Heaven immortals were hard to advance to. They all knew that such a young guy appeared, and he was even a heaven immortal. It was really hard to imagine. They suspected that it was fake. Lin Fei, you put on such a big show. You just want to use a heaven immortal to establish your might. Unfortunately, you can't achieve that. Giant Eye God King said with a smile. Right now, Giant Eye God King was flushed with success, and so was Heavenly Wings God King. Capturing Lin Fei was equivalent to controlling everything in the Myth Tower. More importantly, there was also the Pill God behind him. At that time, the alien race would be in an invincible position. Especially after witnessing this level 9 array formation. Even they had never seen this kind of array formation. 10 half-step heaven immortals used 7 days. This level 9 array formation was so powerful that even they, as heaven immortals, were tempted. Yeah, I wanted to establish my might. Lin Fei shook his head, but no matter how they looked, there was no disappointment on his face. Now it has been destroyed by you. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but frown. What was this? Couldn't you at least have some anger on your face? No matter how they tried to listen, they couldn't hear any anger at all. Instead, it was calm and indifferent. What was this? However, they all saw what Lin Fei admitted. Heaven Immortal. Was that purple-haired guy really a Heaven Immortal? Giant Eye God King said so. In addition to what Lin Fei said, all the half-step Heaven Immortals broke out in cold sweat. They all wanted to fight for the spirit vein and plunder the resources of the Myth Tower. They didn't care about the other party, but they never thought that they were the prey in the other party's eyes. This was the first time the half-step Heaven Immortals, encountered such a thing. Heaven Immortals were powerful. It would be extremely easy for them to kill any one of them. No one knew who they would kill when the time came. One of them wouldn't be able to escape. Lingering fear and terror filled their hearts. They had seen powerful people, but this was the first time they encountered someone who was willing to use a high-grade spirit vein as a trap. They were so close, and they would become the target of the other party's display of might. Lin Fei, as long as you join our alien race, we can let bygones be bygones. We can even promise you a high position. This opportunity only comes once. Cherish it. Killing Lin Fei wasn't worth it. If they brought Lin Fei back and let him join the alien race, there would be more benefits. Moreover, there was a pill god behind him. The benefits were much better than killing him. They were willing to give Lin Fei a chance. Chapter 631. I didn't expect the Divine King to think so highly of Lin Fei. The treatment is really different. If Lin Fei joins the outsiders, we'll be the unlucky ones. The stunned Holy Sons had complicated expressions on their faces. Clearly, they could tell from the words of the foreign race's God King that Lin Fei was highly valued. As long as Lin Fei agreed to join the foreign race, they would be the ones to suffer. One sentence from the Divine King made them not dare to move or use any tricks. The power of life and death was in the Divine King's hands. A mere Lin Fei was worthy of a foreign race God King personally speaking to him. What an honor that was. Even though they were the saints of their sects, the Sky Immortal Patriarchs wouldn't speak to them so politely. Everyone below the Sky Immortal stage was like an ant. They weren't worthy of being personally spoken to. They couldn't understand the feeling of being valued. Everyone was waiting to see what Lin Fei would choose. In theory, the possibility of him joining the foreign races was very high. With two great Divine Kings here, under the encirclement of the army, as long as there was nothing wrong with anyone's head, they would definitely choose to join the foreign races. Who do you think you are to make Master agree? Little Purple's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were cold. Believe it or not, I'll kill you with one slash. Boom. A terrifying aura descended, not any weaker than the two Divine Kings' auras. Another Sky Immortal expert. If they were doubtful earlier, yet at this moment, they truly believed that this violet-haired kid was a heavenly immortal realm expert, a supreme expert. Myth City had a Sky Immortal. From now on, Myth City would no longer be an ordinary faction. It would become a first-rate faction and a key one at that. We all misjudged. After fighting for so long, we became a joke. Venerable Insect King laughed bitterly. He had been tricked. This kid is detestable. Venerable Shrouding Heaven's eyes flashed with cold light. Kill him. Another half-step Sky Immortal said coldly. As half-step Sky Immortals, they were all powerhouses. Only Sky Immortals could compete with them. They had no choice but to join the outsiders now. They didn't dare to do anything to the Divine King, so their hatred naturally fell on Lin Fei. They never thought that if it weren't for their greed, they wouldn't have fallen into the Divine King's hands. He really is a heavenly immortal. The expressions of the people on the periphery changed. The target they were planning to plunder was actually a celestial immortal. Too ruthless. The Myth City was using them to establish their might. Their methods were too cruel. Even the saints and the experts from various places couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. They were unknowingly frightened. They had thought themselves to be ferocious wolves. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the other party would become a ferocious tiger? They had almost become the sacrificial lambs to establish their dominance. He had seen cruelty, but he had never seen such cruelty. Above the Outlander army, the Holy Daughter White Fox had a look of resentment in her eyes. Lin Fei, with two God Kings here today, let's see how you are going to act rashly. It would be best if you end up getting killed by the God Kings. Lin Fei brought a celestial immortal with him. His identity suddenly became mysterious. On the continent, the number of celestial immortals was limited. More importantly, this celestial immortal was too young. Giant Eye Divine King and Heavenly Wings Divine King released their auras to resist Little Violet's Heaven Immortal pressure. Lin Fei, could this be your choice? Giant Eye Divine King stared straight at Lin Fei. Lin Fei said proudly, I, Lin Fei, have killed countless people along the way. Let alone you two God Kings, even mystic immortals can't shake my heart. You want me to join the Outlander race? You don't have the qualifications. Giant Eye Divine King inviting someone to join the Outlander race was a great honor. Who would refuse an ordinary person? Lin Fei instead refused. This undoubtedly made Giant Eye Divine King lose face. Good. Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because you have a celestial immortal holding down the fort. This king will let you know the battle prowess of a celestial immortal. Giant Eye Divine King snorted coldly. Enlightened Insect King, you guys capture Lin Fei. Nothing must go wrong. Heavenly Wings Divine King, you and I will join forces. Good. This king also wants to know just how powerful a demonic immortal is. Heavenly Wings Divine King raised his brows. A great battle was about to break out. Little Violet, you just have to delay them. Lin Fei sent a voice transmission with his divine sense. Just two fellows who haven't even reached the peak early celestial immortal realm. Little Violet snorted coldly. Flaming Saber. In the void, a flaming saber slashed towards the two God Kings of the Outlander race. The blazing aura caused the expressions of the half-step celestial immortals to change drastically. Facing this saber, their scalps went numb. Strong, too strong. The moment this celestial immortal attacked, his aura swallowed the galaxy. He was invincible and domineering. Facing this saber, they would be killed on the spot. Worldly poison. Enlightened Insect King was the first to attack. Since he was unwilling to join the Outlander race, he had to get himself a good position. Poison filled the sky and shrouded the location where Lin Fei was. We definitely can't let Enlightened Insect King attack first. We must capture Lin Fei. Once Enlightened Insect King attacked, they instantly understood his intentions and immediately attacked Lin Fei. No matter how they looked at it, Lin Fei would not be able to escape this time. The Celestial Immortals were blocked by the two God Kings and lost the chance to support them. It's best if Lin Fei dies in their hands, then everything will be over. The true disciples and saints had the same thought in their eyes. Lin Fei was too despicable. He created such a big scene and wanted to use them to establish his dominance. If he really succeeded in establishing his dominance, the sects behind them would really lose face and become the laughingstock of the continent. They hated Lin Fei to death from the bottom of their hearts. Apart from this, there was also a kind of jealousy. They were true disciples and saints. In terms of status, none of them was higher than Lin Fei. However, in the eyes of the God Kings, they were disdainful. Instead, they valued Lin Fei so much. Also, Lin Fei, a person from a small dynasty, had a celestial immortal as his subordinate. This undoubtedly made their eyes red with jealousy. A celestial immortal as his subordinate? Damn, what kind of concept was that? With such a celestial immortal, he could go anywhere in the continent. Even the big sects had to give face to Lin Fei. They believed that they had the advantage, that each of them was stronger than Lin Fei. However, they could not gain the favor of the celestial immortal. Even if it was guidance, they would still benefit from it. Yet, Lin Fei had a celestial immortal as his subordinate. There was probably no one else like him in the entire continent. This was what it meant to be truly awesome. If they were not jealous and envious, then they were all saints. Now that they had made their move, they could not wait for Lin Fei to die. Only with this guy's death could they feel better and not have a belly full of pent-up anger with nowhere to release it. Rise. The half-step celestial immortal attacked with all his might. The besieged Lin Fei disappeared right before their eyes, causing their attack to miss. Chapter 632. What's going on with these fire pillars? Huge pillars of fire rose up in the entire myth city. The scorching aura caused them to smell an uneasy aura. The pillars of fire appeared very quickly. Above each pillar of fire, there was a thick fire dragon coiling around it, releasing a blazing aura, making it hard for people to understand what was going on. Where did Lin Fei go? The half-step sky immortals missed their attack. They didn't even know how Lin Fei disappeared. No need to look. I'm here. In the sky, Lin Fei's figure appeared. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression was dignified, like a saint, making people want to worship him. Activate. Lin Fei's words were solemn and sacred. Roar. A fire dragon flew out and soared into the clouds, raining down flames. It was too fast for people to react. Heaven and earth divine fire formation, burn as much as you want. Boom. A sky full of flames appeared out of thin air. Everything within the perimeter was covered in flames, red flames. Lin Fei also sat down in the void. Just a formation. Once I catch you, the formation will be broken. Venerable Insect King and the others didn't care. A giant insect flew out. Zhang Kong wanted to swallow Lin Fei and become the first person to catch Lin Fei. Swish. As soon as the giant insect appeared, a fire dragon rushed out of the void. Zhang Kong breathed out fire, which fell on the insect. Humph, my insect has a strong defense. You think you can defeat it with fire? Venerable Insect King snorted. However, before he finished speaking, the giant insect, which was usually successful, rolled on the ground in flames and evaporated in an instant. How could this be? How could my insect be burned to death? Venerable Insect King was dumbfounded. His insect was burned to death just like that. What a joke. How could this be? He wanted to say that, but the scene in front of him told him that his insect was really dead. 2 insects in a row today. It was a heavy loss. Under the formation, you'll all die today. There's nowhere to run. Lin Fei was still sitting cross-legged. His cold eyes caused people's hearts to turn cold. Divine flame, fire beacon mountain, slaughter without mercy. Boom boom boom, tall volcanoes stretched out endlessly, crushing down towards them. Meteors rained down from the sky. Boom. A meteor shower landed on a profound sage. That profound sage let out a pained cry as his body began to burn. In just a few breaths of time he was burned into nothingness. It hurts. Not good, these flames are dangerous. Retreat. Meteors rained down from the sky, raining down on the crowd. At the same time they also rained down on the army of the outsiders. In an instant the originally controlled situation turned chaotic. We've been trapped by a formation. Hurry up and break the formation. I don't want to die. When they reached the end they were blocked by a huge pillar of fire. Miserable screams rang out incessantly, causing their scalps to go numb. How could there be such a terrifying formation? My teleportation talisman is useless. The void space has been sealed. As all sorts of methods failed, the crowd felt endless fear descend upon them. They had never thought that they would be met with such terrifying flames so soon after encountering the army of the outsiders. Volcanoes, meteors, fire giants, they kept appearing inside the formation, killing the crowd and forcing them to retreat. Faced with this formation they were actually unable to withstand it. The terrifying flames would burn them to death if they came into contact with even a little bit of their bodies. Even though they were wearing battle armor, they were still unable to withstand the scorching flames. Everyone was afraid. This was the beginning of a nightmare. Mythological city. Everyone saw the flames that filled the sky. Even though they were inside the formation they could still feel the fear from the heat. They would never forget such a terrifying scene for the rest of their lives. Even those as strong as sages and emperors were burned to death in a few breaths of time under the attack of the flames. Even their origin spirits were burned to death. The flames seemed to be their nemesis. Everyone was numb. All that was left in their hearts was fear. What a terrifying formation. When did this guy set it up? City Lord's mansion. The scarlet refining heavenly demon and the others looked at the scene in the sky and gasped. The flames seemed to be even more terrifying than before. Yeah. Do you see those loose immortals? Their defense was broken in an instant. They could barely resist it. Sage Reincarnation squinted his eyes. This is really a show of strength. I think Lin Fei's formation is not simple. It's not just a show of strength. Invincible True Immortal looked at the scene in the sky and frowned. Could it be that Lin Fei wants to break through and become a celestial immortal? Everyone's eyes lit up. Ah, that must be it. Sect leader is really good. Swallowing the Milky Way and breaking through in one go. Amazing. Truly amazing. They all knew that Lin Fei's strength increased very quickly. However, they never thought that he would set up such a formation to increase his strength in one go. At this moment, Lin Jiqing also understood her husband's words. Sister Lin, my husband, will he be okay? Jin Feng was still very worried. The two divine kings of the alien races were not that easy to resist. Our husband dared to set up such an unprecedented formation. He must have taken all the changes in the situation into consideration. Lin Jiqing said, but her face was still full of worry. It was too risky. The formation wreaked havoc. In less than a moment, thousands of people died. The half-step celestial immortals carefully resisted the attack of the rain of fire. All of their faces were filled with horror. This seemingly insignificant rain of fire could actually break their defense. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Kill him or we will all die here. The terrifying flames had already made their faces change. Especially this formation, it was endless and could not be broken at all. The void was also sealed. They had never seen a formation that could make them feel endless danger. For a moment they all attacked at the same time. They did not care about their orders and tried to kill Lin Fei. Facing such a domineering attack, even celestial immortals had to take a step back. They did not believe that Lin Fei would dare to look down on them. A flame giant appeared above Lin Fei's head. This flame giant was incomparably huge. Its eyes were closed and its divine aura rippled. With a slap of its giant palm, their joint attack was disintegrated. How is this possible? He actually blocked our attack. Is he also a celestial immortal? The group of half-step celestial immortals looked at each other, unable to believe this scene. They could not do anything to the alien race's divine kings, but they could not kill an itinerant immortal? Oh no, the formation is shrinking. Suddenly, an itinerant immortal cried out. The shrinking of the formation meant that the formation's power was gradually increasing, and it would kill them inside the formation. Lin Fei, you are so ruthless. You actually want to kill us all in one fell swoop. I'm afraid this is your real intention. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood why the Myth City did not make a move. Instead, they allowed them to attack. This was the real purpose. You know, too late. Lin Fei opened his eyes, which flickered with a fiery light. The Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King became more and more shocked as they fought. With their combined strength, they actually could not kill the other party. Instead, it was a draw. Heavenly Wings Divine King, go capture Lin Fei and break this formation. When the formation kept shrinking, the Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King sensed it. If this continued, they would suffer heavy losses on this trip, especially the Giant Eye Divine King. The Heavenly Wings Divine King had long examined the formation and was extremely shocked. He could not find any flaws in the formation, but time waited for no man. It was very difficult to break the formation. They had never thought that Lin Fei had schemed against them and still had such a terrifying formation in his hands. Where do you think you're going? Little Violet was the only one who knew Lin Fei's goal. Little Violet, who had transformed, returned to her true form. Her huge body blocked in front of the Heavenly Wings Divine King. She communicated with the divine fire, and a wall of fire appeared out of nowhere, protecting Lin Fei within. If you want to deal with my master, you have to defeat me first. Little Violet let out a long howl. The divine fire was a saber, and the sky was filled with fire sabers that slashed at the two foreign race divine kings. Ever since Little Violet succeeded in atavism, she could imperceptibly control the divine fire. Now, inside this formation, the divine fire was invincible and could be used for her own purposes. Little Violet's combat strength soared by a great deal again. Although the Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King were not afraid of fire, for some reason, this fire gave them a terrifying sense of danger. Rumble, the formation shrank and a huge millstone crushed down from the sky in a grandiose manner. The sages and emperors were the first to be unable to withstand it. Their bodies were crushed, and inside the formation, there was a sea of blood. After that, the low-level itinerant immortals also began to have their bodies shattered. We miscalculated. The Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King felt their faces burning. This time they had been schemed against by someone. The other party was a demonic immortal with powerful combat strength that could block their attacks. This was the most depressing thing. Damn that Lin Fei, he's using a demonic art to break through to the next realm. The Giant Eye Divine King's expression changed drastically again. Sitting cross-legged in the sky, the aura in Lin Fei's body continued to strengthen and rise. They had never seen such a domineering cultivation method. There were hundreds of thousands of people here, including the foreign race elites. Now they had all turned into pure power. Demon? Lin Fei must be a demon. How can he contain so much power? Isn't he worried that his Dantian can't withstand it and self-destruct? As the divine fire millstone descended, people were constantly killed. The two foreign race divine kings were blocked, and the half-step heaven immortals could not break through the defense. The situation was one-sided. It made people grit their teeth, but they were powerless. 3 full days passed. The two foreign race divine kings fought against the demonic immortal Little Violet, but they were unable to break through the defense. The millstone was already above them, making them feel great danger. In these 3 days they used all sorts of methods, but they just could not kill this demonic immortal. Every time they severely injured the other party would devour the divine fire to recover. It was in a state of inactivity. Inside the formation, apart from the saint and the half-step heaven immortals, everyone else died under the divine fire's attack. It could be said that they were completely defeated. Giant Eye Divine King Lin Fei hid too deeply. We can't go on anymore. We must break through the formation and leave. Chapter 633. For the next 3 days, the Heavenly Flame Formation's millstone kept crushing all the experts. Apart from a limited number of experts, almost everyone else was killed by the formation. At every moment, an expert would be killed by the formation. We surrender. We surrender. I don't want to die. I'm a rogue immortal. I don't want to die. Lin Fei, our sect won't let you off if you kill us. We'll kill you. Everyone in the formation was going crazy. The formation was crushing them and they were in complete despair. The Heavenly Flame Formation was too powerful. No matter how they tried to break it, it wouldn't budge. There were formation experts present, but they couldn't see the flaws in the formation either. At the core, they could only watch as one expert after another died to the formation's attacks. The true disciples and the holy sons had also perished one after another. This was something they had never imagined would happen. They were filled with despair and regret. In the air, a flame giant was protecting Lin Fei. Lin Fei's aura kept rising until he reached the half-step sky immortal level. At that moment, only the half-step sky immortal and 2 alien godly kings were left in the formation. Everyone else was dead. Lin Fei opened his eyes and a brilliant light flashed in them. Then he opened a hole in space, leaving behind a sharp aura. "I've finally reached the half-step sky immortal level." His eyes were wide open and his body was filled with immense power. Every punch he threw seemed to be able to blast a hole in the world. "Lin Fei, let us go. We'll let bygones be bygones." Taoist master shrouding the heavens was in a sorry state. He had been resisting for days and was on the verge of collapsing. The flame millstone was too powerful, and when the unknown flames landed on their bodies, their defenses became useless. Because of this, they were restricted. "Let us go and we won't come here again," Taoist Master Insect King said. They were all scared witless. 200,000 to 300,000 experts had been killed by a super formation, right in front of them, and they had almost become one of them. Fear. Boundless fear. In their eyes, Lin Fei was no longer a scheming person. Instead, he had become a ferocious tiger that was ready to devour people. Even though Lin Fei only had the strength of a half-step heavenly immortal, they did not think that his strength would stop there. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed. How terrifying was that? Their only hope now was that Lin Fei's strength had reached its limit and he was unable to continue absorbing. This was their last chance at survival. Do you think that if a bandit barged into someone's house, robbed them, killed them, and set them on fire, and the owner of the house was stronger than the bandit would just pretend that nothing had happened? Lin Fei's eyes flashed with coldness. "Today none of you will leave. I'll use you to level up. Let's do it. Let's fight him to the death. His strength is at most slightly higher than ours. We don't have to be afraid of him at all. His strength is not stable. Kill him, kill him." Lin Fei wasn't going to give them a way out, so they had no choice but to fight. Hand of Heaven shrouding. One shrouding the heavens. Taoist shrouding the heavens was the first to act. He pushed his strength to the limit, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as a huge hand slammed toward Lin Fei. "Almighty God of Fate, I sacrifice my lifespan to unleash the art of fate." Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as a power descended from the sky. The art of fate was like a river that would last for all eternity. "He's crazy. That's a branch of the grand art of fate. Block it, block it." The half-step heavenly immortals' faces fell. They had all heard of the art of fate before. They had never imagined that Lin Fei would use the fate art and even burn his own lifespan. He was trying to kill them. The art of fate flashed and the enormous hand vanished. Taoist shrouding the heavens' face fell as a suit of armor appeared in front of him. The art of eternal river swept forward, and Taoist shrouding the heavens thought back to his life. He let out a long cry of unwillingness, and perished along with his nascent divinity in the art of fate. Taoist shrouding the heavens was the first, Taoist Insect King was the second, and Taoist Stone Monkey was the last. Lin Fei was currently invincible in the river of fate, slaughtering thousands upon thousands of enemies. At the same time, an invisible power flowed into Lin Fei's body. Under the burning of his vast lifespan, Lin Fei's black hair turned white again. "Let's go." When Giant Eye God King and Heavenly Wings God King saw this scene, they sensed endless danger from the mighty river of destiny. Lin Fei was too crazy. He actually burned his lifespan to kill half-step heavenly immortals. More importantly, he killed all of them in one go. The art of fate was extremely terrifying. They had suffered from it before. A madman burning his lifespan, an extremely powerful monster immortal. With danger looming over them, they had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. They had never expected this result. Giant Eye God King turned into a giant eye. This giant eye was formed from thousands of smaller eyes. It was extremely shocking and his heart shook. "Heavenly Wing God King, blast this place with all your strength. This is a flaw." Lin Fei opened his eyes again, his killing intent thick. "Two great God Kings, since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The art of fate rushed towards the two great God Kings again, wanting to kill them. Even if it could not kill them, it wanted to injure them. Little Violet's purple hair fluttered. Her killing intent locked onto Heavenly Wing God King. She spat out a mouthful of purple fire and a giant bird flew out. With a long cry she rushed over. Whoosh! The river of fate slashed down on the eyes of the Giant Eye God King. Instantly, countless eyes shattered as blood splattered across the sky. A massive amount of energy separated out. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed this energy. Rip. Little Purple's most powerful and ferocious attack also chopped off half of Heavenly Wing's Divine King's body. In a one-on-one battle, Little Purple won. Moreover, she had used her killer move, Demonic Immortal Flame, to burn the void. Rumble, the world suddenly darkened. A giant hand broke through the array and grabbed Heavenly Wing God King and Giant Eye God King. Then the sky returned to normal as if it had never appeared. Lin Fei, just you wait. We will come again. Giant Eye God King's extremely resentful voice came from the distant horizon. Little Violet, there is no need to chase. Lin Fei stopped Little Violet from continuing the chase. It was clearly a God King who attacked just now. It was not appropriate to continue the chase. Protect me. Once they left, Lin Fei sat cross-legged in the void again, refining the power left behind by the two great God Kings. This harvest was far better than killing the half-step heaven immortal. There was no one else in the huge array except for Lin Fei and Little Violet. Chapter 634. In the Battle of Myth City, everyone was wiped out. When this news spread out, no one believed it at first. Everyone was paying attention to the progress of Myth City. From the various factions to the 10 factions, to half-step heaven celestials, all the way to the God King. One could say that everyone knew about it. A few days later, a scout came and realized that Myth City was surrounded by a formation. A terrifying blood stench spread, and in the end they found living people nearby. Thus this news spread like wildfire. Myth City had a heaven celestial. This news shocked everyone. Combining everything that happened before, they finally understood why Myth City was so calm from start to finish. This shocking news couldn't be compared to the last one. Myth City Lin Fei used a powerful formation to wipe out all factions, experts, and even half-step heaven celestials. This news spread like wildfire. Soon, many experts stepped forward and recounted the events that had taken place that day. Demon Lin's name spread like wildfire. No one could accept this outcome. Myth City hid so deeply and even wiped out the elites of the alien races and injured 2 God Kings. Any one of these was enough to shake the continent. In the sinister demon sect. When this news came back, the entire demon gate was shocked. Myth City had a heaven celestial? Lin Fei became a demon? A heaven-defying technique to raise his strength? Killed half-step heaven celestials? Defeated God Kings? No matter which news it was, everyone sucked in a deep cold breath. 200,000 to 300,000 experts were killed just like that. Brutal, it was just too brutal. Then they couldn't help but feel fortunate. Back then, Myth City spread the news of a high-grade spirit meridian and large amounts of resources. The demon sect was tempted and was prepared to hit them when they were down to snatch resources. Thankfully, the demon lord didn't agree, otherwise, we would have suffered huge losses. Lin Fei is too terrifying. To raise his strength, he set up such a huge show. This is too terrifying. Meeting hall. When the various demon sect elders heard the news from the scouts, all of them were dumbfounded. Only the demon lord was the calmest one. As expected, I was right. Lin Fei is truly not a simple person. Not only does he have a heavenly immortal holding down the fort, he even has a heavenly immortal expert holding down the fort. This time the Myth City has truly become famous. The demon lord stood up. Prepare a gift for me. I will personally make a trip to the Myth City. He walked towards the void and disappeared. From this moment on, Lin Fei was already worthy of the demon lord's friendship. This ruthlessness, this scheming, the demon gate needed such an ally. Prepare the gift immediately. All the big shots knew that this was an opportunity to befriend Lin Fei. Daughter, come with me personally. The demon lord appeared in a space. Did something happen to Lin Fei? Ever since she came in, Nangong Chanchan's heart hadn't been able to calm down. Every time she was worried about Myth City, she would suddenly hear her father's words and think that something had happened. Unexpectedly, the devil lord burst into laughter. And you say you're not worried about that brat Lin Fei? Nangong Chanchan didn't know why she was worried. Ever since she returned from the Tianji secret vault, Lin Fei had left a deep impression on her. She loved to listen to his every move. After returning from the Tianji secret vault, Nangong Chanchan was really worried that something had happened to Lin Fei. Fortunately, nothing had happened. Back then, if it wasn't for Lin Fei, she wouldn't have had a fortuitous encounter. But not long after she returned, Lin Fei made such a big scene. Only then did Nangong Chanchan know that she was worried about Lin Fei and couldn't wait to rush over. Nangong Chanchan blushed. I'm not worried. After all, if it wasn't for Lin Fei's help, I wouldn't have had a fortuitous encounter. Father, quickly tell me what happened to Lin Fei. What kind of person was the demon lord? He could lead the demon sect and suppress all the big shots. How could he not see the change in his daughter? That brat Lin Fei is really impressive. In the demon lord's impression, only Lin Fei was to his liking. He set up a big show and killed at least 200,000 experts in one go to increase his strength. Being one of the top 10 prodigies is already amazing. I didn't expect that this Lin Fei would be even more tyrannical. Now he is known as Demon Lord Lin in the mainland. Ah, he killed 200,000 martial artists. Nangong Chanchan's mouth was agape. It was hard to imagine such a result. In her impression, Lin Fei would definitely fight a bloody battle. Satisfying, very satisfying. The Demon Lord laughed. He also killed the representatives of the top 10 forces one by one. Among them were the true disciples, the saints' sons, and even the half-step heaven immortals. Nangong Chanchan couldn't imagine how strong that fellow Lin Fei was. Then now, daughter, your eyes are very good. This fellow Lin Fei has a bright future. He did such an earth-shattering thing in one go. He is really full of demonic nature. The Demon Lord really admired Lin Fei. Nangong Chanchan let out a long sigh of relief. I knew he was not ordinary. Daughter, dress up well. We are going to the Myth City. The Demon Lord laughed. Are you allowed me to go out? Don't you want to see Lin Fei? Don't you want to go? If you don't want to go, then father will leave. I'll go. Nangong Chanchan didn't have the mood to go into seclusion. Right, father, where are we going? When the Demon Lord saw his daughter like this, he knew that his daughter had been charmed. We are going to participate in the auction. After this battle, Lin Fei's name will be known by the world. Moreover, there is a demonic immortal beside Lin Fei who suppressed 2 foreign race god kings. Demonic immortal? Lin Fei was suddenly filled with endless mystery. You can rest assured now. Even the top 10 super forces won't dare to act recklessly. The Demon Lord said. The Myth City has a great array that trapped the foreign race god kings. If it wasn't for the other god king, they might have fallen. The Divine Sword Sect. In the depths of the void there was a huge palace that was like a pyramid. It seemed to reach the sky. This tower had a name. It was called the Tower of Heaven. It was an immortal artifact. The Saint of Sword Maniac is dead? Below the Tower of Heaven, a hand knelt. Lin Fei set up a great array and killed the army. He killed the Saint and a half-step heaven immortal. The hand trembled. Go down. The Tower of Heaven fell silent. An elder walked out of the void and appeared on the Tower of Heaven. Divine Sword, the grudge between you and Lin Fei ends here. This elder can pretend that I don't know about what happened this time. If there is a next time, you know the consequences. This elder was the supreme elder of the Divine Sword sect. He was the former punishment elder. As soon as he said this, he was filled with killing intent. Without waiting for the Divine Sword to react, he turned and left. On the Tower of Heaven, on the huge throne, the Divine Sword was sitting. His whole body was like a sharp long sword, killing enemies from thousands of miles away. What does the Supreme Elder count for? The Divine Sword opened his eyes and the void shattered. When I become a heaven immortal, I'll see what you choose. The Tower of Heaven flew up and disappeared into the depths of the void. In the endless sea. On an island. A loud rumbling sound echoed in the sky. Long Out Yin is dead. A middle-aged man walked out, his eyes cold. This person was Long Tianyi. That good for nothing. I taught him the true dragon transformation, but he still died in his hands. He's simply a piece of trash. He's useless. Long Tianyi's hatred was overflowing. Myth City Lin Fei. Long Tianyi had given the mission to Long Out Yin, and Long Tianyi had secretly arranged for his trusted subordinates to go. Lin Fei wait for the Dragon Clan's revenge. In another place. It was also in the endless sea. Father, I didn't expect the Myth City to be so amazing. Also, this Lin Fei is really fierce. We underestimated the Myth City. Sea God Empire's main hall. A handsome young man was saying something. High Air, the Myth City's auction is about to begin. Bring some people there and give them a generous gift. On the throne, a middle-aged man said lightly. This person was the Sea God Empire's Sea God King, who controlled the Endless Sea. Although the Endless Sea was in chaos, as long as the Sea God King was there, it was just a small fight and would never become a big deal. This High Air was the Sea God King's third prince, and the eldest prince was Caesar King, titled King Cheng. Father, don't worry. High Air's eyes flashed with joy as he said with his head lowered. The Myth City is now an independent force. It's best for you to cooperate with the Myth City. The Sea God King said lightly, this emperor suspects that there's a huge force behind Lin Fei, and he's just a spokesperson. You must treat him well. On the continent. The Celestial Sect of Wonders. This was one of the top 10 super forces. They suffered heavy losses on this trip. 2 direct disciples were gone and they even lost a team. At the same time they helped Lin Fei establish his prestige. Tianxing Tianju is dead. Can't we take revenge? Perfected Hong Tian lost a direct disciple, so he immediately came to the conference hall. The myth city shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. With such combat power and a demonic immortal overseeing it, the celestial sect of wonders did not dare to make a move easily. When a demonic immortal became a celestial immortal, their combat power was already very strong. Hong Tian, you must endure this for me, an elder said. But are we just going to let Lin Fei step on our celestial sect's face like this? Perfected Hong Tian said. We will naturally have a plan for this matter. You must know that the myth city is showing off its abilities now, and we must plan for the long term. You only need to know that the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders will not die in vain. The myth city's outburst caused the celestial sect of wonders to vomit blood as well. To the celestial sect of wonders, face was very important. Right now, everyone was watching and would definitely not make a move. If they made a move, it would instead help others. The rest of the major forces also chose to remain silent. The myth city's formation and a demonic immortal had temporarily suppressed them. After all, they all suspected that there was a force behind the scenes that was not inferior to their major forces. Lin Fei was the spokesperson that they had arranged. A person who was not a celestial immortal subdued a celestial immortal? They would not take it seriously. It was definitely arranged by the higher-ups. There was also the mysterious formation. It was also from behind the scenes. Lin Fei alone would not be able to set up such a formation. Chapter 635. While everyone was still in shock. Myth City. The Grand Array continued to operate. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. It's been 3 days, could something have happened? 3 days had passed since the battle. The Grand Array was still operating and Lin Fei was still sitting cross-legged in the void. First Madam, Sect Master is refining the power left by the Divine King. He should be done in a few days. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said excitedly. They had all seen the great battle that day. Even though they knew that the Sect Master was going to put on a big show, the result was shocking. This was something that no one had expected. Especially the terrifying attack at the end, burning endless lifespan to cast a terrifying fate art, killing a half-step heaven immortal. They were shocked on the spot. When did Sect Master cultivate the fate art? That was the strongest attack under the great fate art. It was a secret technique. When they saw Lin Fei expend his lifespan and injure a god king, causing his hair to turn white, they all became extremely worried. In the next 3 days, Lin Fei's white hair turned black again. His lost lifespan was replenished, which left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Fei once again became extremely mysterious in their eyes. Sect Master is awake. Outside the Grand Array, Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A huge aura burst out from his body, shattering the void and endless astral wind blew. Sect Master has advanced to half-step heaven immortal. What a terrifying aura. Sect Master is the strongest half-step heaven immortal I have ever seen. Sect Master is really a monster. The terrifying aura made all high-level loose immortals feel the dangerous aura. Perhaps one move from Sect Master could kill them. It wasn't that they had never seen the aura of a half-step heavenly immortal before. However, the aura released by the Sect Master was one of a kind. In fact, he was probably the only one in the entire world who could do that. In the sky, Lin Fei retracted his aura. Even so, his gaze was still sharp. With a single glance, he could see through everything. His gaze could truly kill. With my current strength, half-step heaven immortals are no longer a match for me. I don't fear heaven immortals either. Lin Fei could feel the vast energy in his body, overwhelming and overwhelming. Every part of him felt powerful. If it was now, Lin Fei wouldn't even need to rely on the art of fate to kill a half-step heavenly immortal. The current half-step heavenly immortal posed no threat to him. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has improved greatly. Little Purple flattered, Master, with your current strength, as long as you don't meet a peak early-stage fairy immortal expert, ordinary fairy immortals can't do anything to you. The reason why Lin Fei put on such a show was precisely to raise his own strength. Advancing from the peak of the loose immortal stage to the half-step heavenly immortal stage required a huge amount of accumulation. Even with the huge accumulation in the Tianji secret vault, there was still a gap. If he had not injured God King Giant Eye and God King Heavenly Wings in the end, obtaining a portion of them, Lin Fei's strength would not have improved so much. Return. With that, Lin Fei retrieved the grand formation that he had set up. In fact, this formation was the Heaven and Earth Smelt. After Lin Fei's strength improved, its use increased once again. He took the risk to set up this formation and finally made a name for himself. After retrieving the Heaven and Earth Smelt, the outside returned to normal. The scene left behind after the battle was filled with battle scars everywhere, proving how terrifying the battle was. Go down. Lin Fei waved his hand and the high-grade spirit veins returned to the ground. The ground returned to normal and the grass grew again. In an instant all the battle scars disappeared and everything returned to normal. The myth city had once again become a paradise. Everyone was impressed. Congratulations, Sect Master. Your strength has improved greatly. When Lin Fei landed, everyone said in unison. Whether it was Qilian Heavenly Demon or the Four Evils, they were all convinced and respected Lin Fei as the Sect Master. You really hit it well. Lin Jiqing looked at Lin Fei. Isn't this a surprise for all of you? Lin Fei chuckled. From today onwards, our myth city will play a decisive role in the continent. No one will ignore us anymore. You must not take the risk next time. Lin Jiqing was worried. Half-step heaven immortal and 2 alien race godly kings. Lin Jiqing's heart was in her mouth, fearing that something bad would happen. I won't take the risk next time, Lin Fei said. Without Little Violet and the support of the powerful spirit veins, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to perform well. If he had to do it again he might not be so lucky. 2 alien race godly kings and a group of half-step heaven immortals. Moreover, they were veterans. Each of them was incomparably powerful. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's fate art, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill them. Each half-step heaven immortal was extremely powerful. Lin Fei didn't dare to take the risk and fight them alone. Fortunately, they were suppressed and his strength increased, which was why he was able to kill them. Let's go down. After the formation was removed, the number of spies outside gradually increased. However, none of them dared to rashly enter the myth city. As soon as they returned to the city lord's mansion, a servant ran in. Lin Fei knew that this was Jin Feng's servant. Master, second madam is about to give birth. What? Lin Fei felt like he was electrocuted. He was going to be a father? Husband, hurry up. Little sister is about to give birth. Lin Fei had never encountered such a thing in his life. He was obviously startled. He hurriedly tore the void and disappeared. I'll have to trouble you with the following matters. Lin Jiqing also wanted to go over quickly. There were some things that needed to be arranged. Don't worry, madam. No one will come to cause trouble now. Lin Fei appeared in Jin Feng's small courtyard. He was about to go inside when he was stopped by a woman. City Lord, you can't go in. The woman was also very nervous. Okay, I won't go in. Lin Fei had never been so nervous. After more than 10 years he was going to be a father. This kind of feeling was something that outsiders couldn't understand. He was going to leave his bloodline in the Shantian continent and become a part of it. After a while Lin Jiqing also came. Husband, I'll go in and have a look first. Lin Fei really wanted to go in and have a look. After all, she was pregnant for so long. Outside the small courtyard, Lin Fei walked back and forth. He finally understood the anxiety of a father. This was his first child. Please don't let anything happen to him. Lin Fei's mind was in a mess. He thought about many things. He wanted to go in and have a look several times, but in the end he resisted. A clear and melodious cry came from inside the house. She gave birth. She gave birth. Lin Fei suddenly felt that a stone had been dropped. City Lord, second madam gave birth to a daughter. A woman ran out from inside to report the good news. Lin Fei couldn't wait any longer. He directly ran inside. He didn't look like a city lord now. He was completely an anxious father. Chapter 636. Where's my daughter? Lin Fei wanted to see his daughter as soon as he came in from outside. Look at your anxious look. Do you only have your daughter in your eyes? Lin Jiqing said with jealousy. Lin Fei was sweating profusely and quickly explained, Of course, little Feng, thank you for your hard work. Jin Feng, who was lying on the bed, had a pale face and a happy smile on her face. Her body exuded the radiance of motherhood. Lin Fei came to Jin Feng's side, took her hand and injected a stream of true essence into her. Jin Feng's face was pale, but after a while her face became ruddy, and the effects of giving birth disappeared. That's right. Lin Jiqing smiled and carried the girl out. Baby, look who's here. Lin Fei stood up and saw his daughter, who had been pregnant for more than 3 years. Suddenly, a force of bloodline fell on his body. That was his own flesh and blood. Let me hug her. Looking at the pink baby, Lin Fei's face showed a smile. Jin Feng saw Lin Fei's appearance and finally felt relieved. In Jin Feng's heart, she actually wanted to give birth to a boy. After all, everyone likes boys. Boys can inherit the family. After knowing that she gave birth to a daughter, Jin Feng was worried for a while. When she saw Lin Fei's action, Jin Feng knew that what Lin Fei said was actually true. Giving birth to a boy and a girl was the same. It was not a lie, but Lin Fei really loved them. It was the first time that Lin Fei held a child. He was afraid that he would use too much strength. I'm finally a father. Looking at the sleeping child in his arms, Lin Fei could finally say proudly that he was finally a father and had his own flesh and blood in this continent. However, the child in his arms was scared and cried. Woo woo woo, Lin Fei suddenly became flustered. Look at you, you scared the child. Lin Jiqing rolled her eyes, took the child back and carefully coaxed him. Husband, give the child a name. Jin Feng said with a smile. A name? Let me think about it. Lin Fei frowned as he pondered. In the blink of an eye he had a name. Let's call our daughter Lin Yu. Her nickname will be Lele. Lin Fei thought of a name. I hope our daughter will be happy every day in the future. Although the name was simple, it represented Lin Fei's expectations for his daughter. After having a child and becoming a father, Lin Fei had his own responsibilities. In the next few days, Lin Fei accompanied Jin Feng and teased little Lele from time to time. After being pregnant for 3 years, little Lele's physique was very good. Although he was young, he could already see that his future potential was not bad. Lin Fei put down everything and focused on accompanying his daughter. He had never been so happy before, and it was hard to imagine that a city lord would act like a child. Despite the fact that Lin Fei wasn't in charge of the Myth City's matters and everything was progressing in an orderly manner, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The most anticipated event was the auction. Before the auction started, the news that Demon Lord Lin had a daughter spread out. Those factions that wanted to express their goodwill finally found a way. The people of Myth City were all happy that City Lord Lin had a daughter. Since that scene, they treated themselves as members of Myth City. They felt fortunate that they didn't do anything. For example, some factions all benefited from it. 10 days passed just like that. On the eve of the auction, many people appeared. That brat Lin Fei has chosen a good place. In the sky, a bunch of people appeared. All of them were dressed in black and demonic energy rippled around their bodies. This group of people were from the demon sect and the demon lord personally led them. There is a high-grade spirit meridian below. The demon lord said. How generous, how generous. The demon lord didn't care about the sin paradise in the past and the Myth City now. But after this time, Myth City couldn't be ignored anymore. When the demon lord and the others appeared, spies came to report the situation. Since a few days ago, Myth City had recovered and allowed outsiders to enter. Many spies entered, but this time they were much more reserved. It seems like Lin Fei has a double blessing. The demon lord smiled. Nangong Chanshan didn't understand why her father would say that. Welcome, demon lord. The moment the demon lord appeared, someone came out to welcome him. The red refined sky demon came out to welcome him. Even if he wasn't strong, he was a powerful person in Myth City. Our city lord has already arranged a place for all of you to stay. Please follow me. The red refined sky demon had heard of the demon lord's fame and his tone was filled with respect. After all, back then the demon sect was fragmented. Each of the big shots did their own thing. If it wasn't for the demon lord who suppressed the big shots and united them, there wouldn't have been such a powerful demon sect later on. The red refined sky demon brought them to their place. If you need anything, you can find me. I will arrange it for you. Where is your city lord? The red refined sky demon knew from Lin Fei that they had to be polite to the demon lord. Who knew they might be allies in the future. Demon lord, please wait for a moment. My city lord is busy and will come over. The demon lord didn't say anything else. This guy is really arrogant. After the red refined sky demon left, Nangong Chanshan snorted. The current Lin Fei is the famous demon lord Lin of the continent. If he came to welcome me, he would lose face. The demon lord laughed. City lord has arrived. After a while, Lin Fei arrived. Senior demon lord, long time no see. How have you been? As soon as he entered, Lin Fei said with a smile. Adding the word, senior, was a form of respect for the demon lord. Even though Lin Fei was famous in the continent, it didn't mean that he could be lawless. If that was the case, he would be a failure. Haha. The demon lord laughed. City Lord Lin, it's been 3 years and you've really impressed me. You're now the famous demon lord Lin. Lin Fei didn't know who gave him this nickname, but it was quite impressive. Senior demon lord, you're serious. Lin Fei sat down. I don't like this demon lord Lin hat. If it gets out, people will really think that I'm a peerless villain. You are. Nangong Chanshan cursed in her heart. The two of them casually exchanged a few words, and the demon lord had people deliver gifts. Moreover, it was a big gift. If outsiders knew about it, they would probably be envious. Now Lin Fei smiled and accepted these things. This was the demon lord's kindness. This is the invitation to the auction in 3 days. I hope Senior Demon Lord will come in person. Before leaving, Lin Fei gave the Demon Lord an invitation. I've always heard about your auction. Since you've asked, I'll definitely come. The Demon Lord smiled and accepted it. Then he sent Lin Fei out. Now, the Demon Lord already regarded Lin Fei as someone on the same level. From the first time he saw him, the Demon Lord knew that Lin Fei's strength had increased greatly. Those old antiques could forget about suppressing Lin Fei. Instead, they would suffer. You men are really naggy, always saying things that I don't understand. After waiting for Lin Fei to leave, Nangong Chanqian said with dissatisfaction. Chanqian, you're such a smart person, but there are also times when you're confused. Just now, Lin Fei represented the Myth City. It wasn't an ordinary visit. The Demon Lord waved the invitation in his hand. Do you see this? It's of great significance. Nangong Chanqian was actually angry that Lin Fei hadn't spoken to her just now. However, after listening to her father's words, she knew that Lin Fei had come with a purpose. After the auction, Lin Fei will definitely come to find you. The Demon Lord was the first to arrive. The second to arrive was the Divine Sword Sect. This time, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect was an old acquaintance of Lin Fei, perfected 9 fingers. I didn't expect that in just a few decades, Lin Fei would soar to the sky, and even our Divine Sword Sect would become famous. Perfected 9 fingers sighed as he looked at the Myth City not far away. In just a few decades, Lin Fei's strength had reached half-step heaven immortal. Throughout the entire Divine Sword Sect, only perfected 9 fingers could compare to him. 9 fingers, you did a good deed for the sect in the past, an elder at the side said. They all knew that it was perfected 9 fingers who had brought Lin Fei back in the past. Perfected 9 fingers' strength in the Divine Sword Sect wasn't considered high, but his relationship with Lin Fei was more useful than anyone else. Therefore, the auction had arranged for perfected 9 fingers. If the Myth City hadn't made such a big fuss, people wouldn't have paid much attention to the subsequent auction. Now that Myth City's name had spread throughout the continent, and the auction had gone through great publicity, it could be said that everyone knew about it, especially the final treasures, which were all rare treasures in the world. As such, everyone wanted to obtain the qualification to participate in the auction and conveniently establish a relationship with the Myth City. Everyone only knew that from now on, the Myth City would no longer be a place that everyone could look down on. It would play a decisive role. As for Sword God, the Supreme Elder has already warned him. Sword God has gone too far these few years. The Elder from before said, during this period of time, Sword God wouldn't dare to make a move against Lin Fei. This time, you have to persuade Lin Fei to shake hands and make peace with Sword God. Lin Fei's name had spread, and the Supreme Elder of the Divine Sword Sect couldn't sit still anymore. He desperately wanted to resolve the conflict between the two of them. If the two of them were to really make a move, both of them might suffer. I'll try my best. Taoist 9 Fingers smiled bitterly. You also know that Sword God and Lin Fei are 2 tigers, and a mountain can't contain 2 tigers. Moreover, the Sword Maniac Saint died in Lin Fei's hands. Even though Sword God was in the wrong, Lin Fei isn't someone with a good temper. Back then, he dared to make a move against an itinerant immortal when he was still weak. Now, his strength has improved greatly. Taoist 9 Fingers didn't have much confidence in this matter, but he had to give it a try since it was a mission given to him by his superiors. From the bottom of his heart, he still hoped to shake hands and make peace. This possibility might not be high. When they arrived at the Myth City, Lin Fei personally came out to welcome them. Lin Fei pays his respects to senior brother. The current Lin Fei already had the qualifications to speak. The disciples of the Divine Sword Sect all treated Lin Fei as an object of worship. Taoist 9 Fingers was very satisfied. Lin Fei was still the Lin Fei from back then, and he hadn't changed because of power. Of course, he didn't dare to put on airs. Junior brother is too polite. There's no need to come out personally. Chapter 637. After the Battle of the Myth City, it rose up. Various spies snuck into the Myth City to gather information. When the Demon Sect's Demon Lord came personally and the Divine Sword Sect paid a visit, the news spread out immediately. The latter was not important and was far less sensational than the former. The Demon Sect's Demon Lord came personally to the Myth City. This was big news and had great significance. It caused a huge uproar. The Myth City had already won the attention of the Demon Sect. Those who had originally planned to observe didn't dare to do so anymore. They immediately brought generous gifts and headed to the Myth City, afraid that they would fall behind and leave a good impression. However, to some people, the Demon Sect's Demon Lord coming personally wasn't a good thing. It was bad news to oppose them. The Myth City rose up after the Battle of the Myth City and had a heaven immortal guarding it. If they formed an alliance with the demon sect, it would undoubtedly have a huge impact on them. It would be strange if those who heard this were in a good mood. The demon sect's demon lord was talented and powerful. Even if they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to attack the demon lord. Everyone understood that the Myth City would be invulnerable within a short period of time. This news was naturally spread by Lin Fei. Although the demon sect didn't have much of an advantage on the continent, their overall strength was something that no faction dared to look down on. Anyone who did something wrong would be taught a bloody lesson. This brat Lin Fei really knows how to take advantage of others. After hearing the news that spread outside, the demon lord couldn't help but smile. There wasn't a hint of anger on his face. "Lord Sect Leader, isn't Lin Fei too bold?" one of his subordinates asked. The demon lord didn't think so. "It's fine. Lin Fei is extraordinary. It is inevitable that the demon sect and the Myth City will form an alliance. Since he has this intention, we might as well help him." The alliance was inevitable. The demon lord had already treated Lin Fei as someone on the same level. From him, he could see the endless potential and the huge faction behind him. The benefits of forming an alliance were obvious. If a person was arrogant and complacent, the demon lord wouldn't take it seriously. They knew how to make use of each other. Combining force and schemes was the right path. "The Prince of the Sea God Empire is here?" Hearing that the Prince of the Sea Cucumber Empire had come, Lin Fei was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that they would also be sent here. "I should meet this person." The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said, "Currently, we have offended almost all of the super first-rate forces on the continent. We need allies. If we can cooperate with the Sea God Empire, it will be very beneficial to the Myth City." "Alright, I'll go out myself." Lin Fei did not refuse. Lin Fei was aware of the current situation. The moment they found an opportunity, they would definitely make a move. There would definitely be people who would kick them while they were down. That's why Lin Fei spread the news and let everyone know that I've already worked together with the demon sect. Perhaps we'll form an alliance soon. This is a warning to them. Allies were necessary. The Sea God Empire is currently in internal strife. However, these are all small matters, and they are unable to shake the foundation of the Sea God Empire. That old geezer, the Sea God King, is a heavenly immortal expert. As long as he's in charge, all the small matters are destined to be in vain. When Hire saw Lin Fei coming out to greet him personally, he was also shocked. His expression flickered and then he smiled. "City Lord Lin, you're really young and promising. I'm Hire from the Sea God Empire. I hope you won't mind my sudden arrival." Hire laughed heartily. "Brother Hire, you've come from afar. Why would I mind? I'm more than happy." Lin Fei laughed. "I've already arranged a place for you." Lin Fei personally came out to greet him, and the person who came was the Prince of the Sea God Empire. This was considered a huge matter. It meant that the Sea God Empire had also set their sights on the Myth City. "This is my next gift. Also, this is for your daughter." When they arrived at their residence, Hire clapped his hands, and someone immediately sent the gift over. "This is just a small gift, please accept it." The Sea God Empire was really generous. When the gift was sent over, Lin Fei glanced at it. It was priceless, and there was no lack of rare treasures of the sea race. Shortly after, his expression returned to normal. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." The person beside Lin Fei came over and accepted the gift. Hire had been observing just now, but he didn't see any changes in Lin Fei. Such a treasure, no matter who it was, would be extremely tempted. Father is right. Lin Fei has a great power behind him. Otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. Fortunately, the gift was carefully prepared. Hire thought to himself. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei had a system shop. There were countless priceless items in it. Although the gift from Hire was expensive, Lin Fei wasn't shocked. At most, he felt a little emotional. Compared to the system shop, it was obviously a notch lower. "There's a banquet tonight. I hope Prince Hire can come." After some small talk, Lin Fei stood up and left. Before he left, he invited Prince Hire. "I'll definitely come." Lin Fei took the initiative to express his goodwill. Hire wasn't a fool, so he agreed. He would definitely come at night. It was obviously Lin Fei's good intentions. Lin Fei is indeed extraordinary. Before he met him, Hire thought that Lin Fei was just lucky and had the support of someone behind him. Anyone could achieve such an achievement. After talking with him personally today, even though there wasn't much involved, Hire could see that Lin Fei was a person who knew the big picture. He wasn't arrogant and condescending like the rumors said. On the contrary, Lin Fei was a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was a very amiable person. No wonder they chose Lin Fei. The cooperation that father mentioned, I can give it a try. The Poseidon Empire dominated the Endless Sea, but it didn't contribute much to the development of the continent. It lacked certain resources in certain aspects, which was why Prince Hire made this trip. This is an opportunity for me. I still need to continue to probe and understand Lin Fei. One by one the powers came in person. Lin Fei didn't come out to welcome them. He was already giving them face by not restricting their entry. As for those who came to visit, Lin Fei arranged for others to receive them. A city lord had to act like a city lord. He didn't have to welcome them casually. Sect leader, isn't it too extravagant to use this for a banquet? The pot-bellied true immortal barged in from outside. This guy was holding a piece of dragon meat in his hand. If you want to eat dragon meat, just say it. Why use this excuse? Lin Fei smiled. How could he not understand the pot-bellied true immortal's meaning? Sect leader, don't accuse me wrongly, okay? The pot-bellied true immortal laughed dryly. Show me your skills. Don't worry about not having enough ingredients. Lin Fei said. After this, I'll give you some ingredients to satisfy your appetite. Lin Fei was destined to amaze the world at tonight's banquet. Dragon meat? Extravagant? Taboo topic? Chapter 638. Myth City. In the first few days the interior was cleaned up and it seemed deserted. No one could be seen on the streets as everyone was just watching. After City Lord Lin displayed his prowess, the Myth City returned to its previous liveliness. The families that were originally destroyed were swallowed up by other forces and the benefits were divided. Since the arrival of the demon sect's demon lord, forces of all sizes came to the Myth City at the same time, trying to obtain the protection of the Myth City. After the Battle of the Myth City, its name spread across the continent. In addition, there was a demon immortal presiding over it, who didn't want to migrate their forces and obtain protection from the foreign races. If the continent hadn't changed, they might not have such a mood. However, with the invasion of the foreign races, the continent had completely fallen. Dynasties and families were destroyed by the foreign races. Those families that didn't have anything to rely on began to panic. Perhaps, the inheritance of hundreds or thousands of years would be broken in their generation. Many families began to seek protection. The Myth City's name spread across the continent. Many families' eyes lit up as if they had found an existence to rely on. Other than that, there were those forces that were trying to participate in the auction. The auction will begin in 2 days. I wonder how the quota will be chosen this time. One of them was upstairs. There was a group of people sitting and chatting. Who knows? Anyway, it shouldn't be that easy to obtain the qualification. Did you see that? The people from the celestial sect of Righteous Path are here. It seems like they are also here to participate in the auction. The Myth City is now awe-inspiring. The celestial sect of Righteous Path is a super sect. I didn't expect them to swallow their anger this time. The people in the restaurant were all well informed. What they cared about was the auction this time. The battle armor that could withstand a half-step heaven immortal. Just this final treasure alone made many people excited, not to mention the other treasures that hadn't been revealed yet. The auction of the Myth City was destined to cause a stir in the continent. Qualification. This undoubtedly became the thing that everyone cared about the most. In an inn it was booked by someone. This Lin Fei has good methods. He has suddenly formed a relationship with the demon sect and the Sea God Empire. He is simply despicable. In the inn, a middle-aged man was fuming. I really don't understand. Why must we participate in this auction? Now, everyone outside is saying that our celestial sect is afraid of Myth City. Another middle-aged man said. Only a middle-aged man with a white face and no facial hair stood in the middle with an expressionless face. Hongfei Hongmeng, do you know why the sect asked you to come with me? The two of them shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Our Xianmen Orthodox sect is a super sect that surpasses first-grade sections. Why would we be afraid of a mere Myth City? The middle-aged man said calmly, right now we're enduring our anger for the sake of putting Myth City to death. As for participating in the auction, since they didn't reject us, why should we give up? His calm words were filled with killing intent. Martial uncle, we understand. The two nodded. There's no need to rush things. Let Demon Lin be arrogant for a few more days. The final victory will still belong to us. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. Compared to the outside world, the big and small forces had complicated feelings. The interior of the City Lord's mansion was brightly lit. I didn't expect that I would be qualified to attend the City Lord's banquet today. Wang Jiaxing appeared in the City Lord's mansion with his two subordinates. He felt as if he was in a dream. The current Wang Jiaxing had already become the young clan leader of the family and managed the entire family. All of this came from a decision that he had made in the past. Although Wang Jiaxing thought that the Myth City would be able to obtain victory, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. In the end, the heavens played a huge joke on them. City Lord Lin relied on his own strength to turn the situation around, and his name spread across the continent. Only then did Wang Jiaxing know how correct his choice was. Not only did he become the clan leader, but the power of the family had also expanded. Every time he saw the expressions of the elders, Wang Jiaxing's mood would be very good. Wang clan leader, I didn't expect you to come as well. The Zhang clan leader appeared in high spirits and appeared in the city lord's mansion. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the new clan leader. They all knew about what happened to the Wang family. The third son of the Wang family had become the clan leader with the help of the city lord's mansion. Following the great victory of the Myth City, the power of the family had expanded by several times. So, it is Zhang clan leader. Wang Jiaxing turned his head and smiled. Facing this old fox, Wang Jiaxing still had to be careful. After all, the Wang family had lost many people. As for the Zhang family, because of Zhang clan leader's words, their strength wasn't affected. Let's go in together? Zhang clan leader invited. Zhang clan leader regretted it. If he had taken the initiative to surrender, he might not have to fear Wang Jiaxing now. The difference was that one chose to surrender while the other chose not to attack. After that, the benefits would be obvious. For now, Zhang clan leader didn't dare to offend Wang Jiaxing. Wang Jiaxing had the city lord's mansion behind him and he couldn't afford to offend him. City lord's mansion hall. At this moment, many people had arrived. Those who had the qualifications to come were either on the Myth City side or had made a certain amount of contribution in that internal conflict. All of them were extremely excited to be able to attend the banquet. Such an honor wasn't something that everyone had the chance to have. Now that the Myth City was like the sun in the sky, their future would be bright. The Demon Lord came to the hall and instantly caused a commotion. Usually they could only look up to him. Now that they had personally witnessed it, this was something that they didn't even dare to think about. Of course, they didn't dare to go up and greet him. They were completely unqualified and could only watch from afar. I'm High-Air. Greetings, Demon Lord. Prince High-Air smiled and walked up. In the Sea God Empire, he was a prince and had the qualifications to know the Demon Lord. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. The Demon Lord smiled and said, How is the old Sea God doing? Father is doing very well. Thank you for your concern, Demon Lord. Prince High-Air sweated in his heart. Only the Demon Lord would dare to say such words. If you are free, you can visit the Demon Gate. The Demon Lord said in a friendly manner. Prince High-Air was overjoyed. This time he had gained a lot. After all, he was a prince and it was rare for the Demon Lord to take the initiative to invite him. The surrounding people were extremely envious and wished that they could be in his position. It was an invitation from the Demon Lord. When Lin Fei came out, those people came up to congratulate him. After all, they all knew that the City Lord had a daughter. It was double happiness. What are you guys talking about? You seem to be chatting happily. Lin Fei walked over. They are talking about your auction. It attracted everyone. I'm curious about how they will select the qualified candidates. Nangong Chanchan also dressed up for the night. Lin Fei smiled and said, It's a secret for now, but you will know tomorrow. Boring. Senior Demon Lord, Prince High-Air, you may take your seats. Tonight, you will have an unforgettable memory. Is there something different about this banquet? Prince High-Air was quite curious. It's a secret. Lin Fei smiled. As a result, everyone was curious about what this banquet would be like. For the City Lord to say something like this, it should be extraordinary in theory. Everyone quickly took their seats. There were 3 seats at the head of the table. They were the Demon Lord, Lin Fei and Prince High-Air. They were all qualified. For this kind of banquet, everyone cared about communication. They did not care too much about eating and drinking. At their position, eating and drinking were not essential. It was nothing more than socializing. One by one, beautiful maids came up with plates and placed them in front of everyone. This surprised everyone. This banquet was a little strange. Everyone try it. After opening the lid, they found that there was a piece of roasted meat on the plate. It looked and smelled good, but they could not tell what kind of meat it was. When a certain someone swallowed a mouthful of meat, he was in a daze. This is dragon meat? A certain someone's words had frightened everyone. Dragon meat? What could be called dragon meat was not those pseudo-dragons but real dragons. Each of them was very powerful. Now there was dragon meat on the plate? This was a bit too heaven-defying. Only the demon lord, High Air, and the others ate slowly. A strange look flashed in their eyes. City Lord Lin, you are really amazing. You can even get your hands on such pure dragon meat. I wonder which elder of the dragon race you killed? The demon lord ate the dragon meat and was also shocked. The demon lord was not afraid of the dragon race. It was not that he had never eaten dragon meat before. However, such a pure dragon meat must have been a noble dragon. Now, it had become food in his mouth? This was something that the demon lord could not do. Not to mention Prince High Air, this was the first time he ate dragon meat. Pure dragon meat represented a noble bloodline. He finally understood how terrifying the force behind Lin Fei was. This kind of pure dragon meat must have been an elder. The weakest of them was a half-step heaven immortal, and their combat power was comparable to a heaven immortal. Lin Fei laughed and said, "Dragon meat is disgusting. As long as it tastes good. Everyone, don't stand on ceremony." Everyone was overwhelmed by the favor. The flesh of a pure-blooded dragon was an unreachable existence to them. Now it had become food on their plates. They worshipped Lin Fei even more and were even more determined to follow Lin Fei's footsteps. After a while, another bowl of soup was served. "If I am not wrong, this is a soup made with a phoenix as the ingredient?" The demon lord said casually, but he was shocked in his heart. Could it be that the force behind Lin Fei had gone to kill the members of the Phoenix clan? This was too terrifying. "Good eyesight," Lin Fei said, "try it and see how it tastes." Everyone was stunned once again. It was fine that the powerful dragon race became food, but now there was a phoenix soup? They almost could not accept it. Extravagant, too extravagant. The powerful race had now become food. Prince High Air was even more moved. This was just the beginning. Some of the ingredients later on were things that the demon lord had never tasted before. They contained magical effects that he had never seen before. Even with his knowledge, he could not distinguish them. Chapter 639. The banquet had indeed left an indelible memory in everyone's mind. Whether it was dragon meat or something else, everyone had at most heard of it, but they had never eaten it. City Lord Lin treated them with this, which made them even more certain of their choices. "Father, Lin Fei is worthy of our cooperation." After the banquet, Prince High Air returned to his residence and set up a formation. He contacted his father and told him what he had seen that night. He believed that his father would also be shocked. Pure dragon meat? The Sea God King was indeed shocked after hearing it. It seems that the forces behind Lin Fei have extended their reach to other worlds. On Dragon Island, there have been no deaths of elders for the time being. Prince High Air did not speak. His father had to decide how to deal with this matter. Subconsciously, Prince High Air hoped to cooperate with the Myth City. It was not a banquet that changed Prince High Air's opinion, but from Lin Fei's actions and some information that he understood. Cooperation at this time was undoubtedly a timely help. Cooperation after that would be icing on the cake. In fact, it would not be of much use. This was the best opportunity. There was no one else. Once the forces behind Lin Fei sent powerhouses, their only advantage would be completely lost. For some reason, the forces behind Lin Fei did not send powerhouses. There might be many conclusions that they could not guess. "I will leave the cooperation to you." After a moment of silence, the Sea God King spoke. "Father, rest assured." Prince High Air heaved a sigh of relief. "You can invite Lin Fei to the Sea God Empire as a guest," the Sea God King said. Prince High Air did not expect that his father would also attach importance to Lin Fei and even invite him to the Sea God Empire as a guest. After cutting off the connection, "Your Highness, this is the invitation letter sent by City Lord Lin." One of his subordinates walked in and handed him an invitation. Auction. Prince High Air's eyes lit up. On this trip, Prince High Air came to the Myth City to get in touch with Lin Fei. On the other hand, he wanted to participate in the auction. He was about to speak, but he did not expect that Lin Fei would take the initiative to send the invitation. Father's decision is correct. Prince High Air did not know how many qualifications Lin Fei had given away, but it was definitely not a lot. The demon sect would definitely have one, but as for the others, there were probably not many. The auction was less than a day away. Many scouts had gathered in front of the mythology pavilion. They were all trying to gather information regarding the auction. Over the past 3 years, the Myth Tower's reputation had grown by quite a bit. In addition to the great actions they had taken, no one dared to underestimate the Myth City, and no one dared to underestimate this auction. This morning, a notice was pasted in front of the mythological tower, and it instantly caused a commotion. Nothing else regarding the auction qualification. In this auction there would be 15 qualifications. The average person could still accept 15 qualifications. That was not the point. The 15 qualifications were not distributed according to the strength of the sect, but through bidding, continuing the previous method. This demon Lin is really despicable. In an inn, someone started cursing. They were from Blood Alliance. Demon Lin is looking down on us. It's fine that he didn't give us the auction qualification, but he also didn't invite us to the banquet. He is really lawless. Blood Alliance was a superpower. Everywhere they went, everyone would be respectful. Now, in order to participate in an auction, they had to fight for the qualification with others. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. They didn't treat it as anything. Anger was anger. To participate or not to participate was a complicated problem. Since we are here, we must participate in the auction. A red-robed half-step heaven immortal in the middle said, "Our Blood Alliance can't fall behind others." Everyone knew that this was a way for Myth City to annoy them. For the past 3 years, their faction had always arranged for people to participate in the auction to obtain treasures. This auction was obviously different from the previous one. If they missed this opportunity, it would be a huge loss. They could temporarily put aside the death of a saint. There would be plenty of opportunities for revenge, but there was a limit to the number of treasures. If it was extremely precious and landed in the hands of others, that would be the worst thing. They had to participate in the auction. If even the superpowers couldn't participate in the auction, the entire continent would laugh at them. Immediately arrange for people to bid for it, no matter how much money we have to spend. The other factions, especially the superpowers, were cursing at the start. They wanted to give up the chance to bid for it, but when they thought of this auction, they hesitated. The moment the superpowers made their move, the price of the auction shot up. Everyone was speechless. The superpowers are indeed rich. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile when he heard his subordinates report. They are rich, but you are even blacker than them. How do you know that they will definitely take action? Nangong Chanshan rolled her eyes. She thought that the demon sect was black-hearted, but compared to Lin Fei they were much kinder. Someone put this notice out and let everyone be excited. Nangong Chanshan took it and glanced at the information on it. Shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. This is your final treasure. Is there a problem? Nangong Chanshan really wanted to slap this guy to death. Don't you know how important the item you are auctioning is to them? No? So what? Lin Fei had a cunning smile. I want to make the Myth City a unique place. All the good things in the world, other than my place, there is no other place that can have them. This was the reason. You should go back and tell Senior Demon Lord that this auction will be extremely intense. If you are not prepared, perhaps? Lin Fei kindly reminded. Nangong Chanshan stood up. I will take this away. Nangong Chanshan might not be anxious when she didn't know the final treasure, but after seeing it, she immediately knew that this auction would be crazy. Sect Master, this is a good idea. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon appeared after Nangong Chanshan left. All of them are superpowers and all of them are rich. I want them to take the initiative to increase the price. When the final treasure is out, they will have to increase it even if they don't want to. When the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon knew that the final treasure was going to be auctioned, he was also shocked. Won't this attract the attention of those old powers? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was really worried about this. We want to establish a unique existence. Lin Fei was full of heroism. If they make a move, I don't mind letting them taste a painful lesson. Chapter 640. Nangong Chanshan went to see her father with the notice. Father, Lin Fei is really going all out this time, Yi Zichen said with a smile. She thought that there would be a limit to the number of treasures in the auction, but she didn't expect there to be so many. Each one of them was shockingly valuable. The Demon Lord didn't know what was going on at first, but when he saw the information, a weird look flashed in his eyes. It seems like Lin Fei plundered many treasures in the Tianji secret treasury. The only thing he didn't understand was why Lin Fei was willing to take them out to auction. If it was the Demon Lord, he definitely wouldn't take them out to auction. The reason was simple, he couldn't bear to. 3 words were enough. Lin Fei took out a few of them. This wasn't a question of whether he was willing to or not, he didn't care about it at all. No matter how smart the Demon Lord was, he would never have thought that Lin Fei had a system shop. As long as he had points, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to buy treasures. This celestial armor suits you very well. The Demon Lord's gaze landed on it. The continent war has been going on for 3 years. Sooner or later there will be a war. I will help you get this celestial armor in this auction. There weren't many of such armors in the demon sect. The Demon Lord realized its importance. Nangong Chanshan, on the other hand, thought to herself, where were you teleported to? Outside the mythological tower. Everyone was still fighting for the spots. The price was terrifyingly high. One look and one would be terrified. Such a terrifying number was enough to support many forces. Another notice? The guard of the mythological tower came out with a notice, causing quite a commotion. No one knew what was written on the notice. Once the notice was posted, it caused an uproar. This is the list of the treasures. Look at this celestial armor, there are a total of 3. They can block the attack of a half-step heaven celestial. And this heaven celestial bone spike, it contains the might of a heaven celestial, no weaker than a heaven celestial grade celestial artifact. One treasure after another caused everyone's eyes to turn red. This time they had come to the right place. Those top forces who were prepared to give up gritted their teeth and were prepared to go all out. They had to get a spot. The number of 15 places to be auctioned rose once again. This news shocked all the big and small factions. They cursed at Lin Fan's shameless actions. Wasn't he telling everyone to hurry up and participate in the auction? Just as they feared, once the news spread, some of the old fogies became restless. They had been cultivating wholeheartedly, ignoring the affairs of the world. When a high-grade spirit vein appeared, they were indifferent, and as a result they avoided a disaster. After the news of the final treasures of the mythology city was spread out, they would undoubtedly have their eyes on some of the items. For example, immortal armors, arrays, etc. The auction this time surpassed the previous one. Old antiques stepped forward. All of them were old fogies and none of them weren't filthy rich. They weren't the slightest bit inferior to them, and as soon as they made a move, the price shot up. The major powers that were originally within the 15th place were all cursing and swearing. In order to not give up, they had no choice but to continue raising the price. Lin Fei's move had tricked them miserably. More importantly, this was an open and above-board trap for them. They had no ability to resist and had to continue. Of course, they could give up the opportunity to compete, but once they gave up, the powers behind them would immediately push them down. Lin Fei was cursed by countless people. He gritted his teeth and wanted nothing more than to eat him alive. Mythology City now had a formation and also a monster celestial. It was extremely terrifying and was suppressing the 2 alien race god kings. They didn't dare to attack. Maybe the moment they did, the monster celestial would kill them and they wouldn't even have a place to seek justice. While they cursed Lin Fan, they had to contact their sects and continue to increase their wealth to fight for this chance. The 15 spots turned into fat meat and no one was willing to give it up. During this period, the happiest person was none other than Lin Fei. Before the auction even started, they had earned a sum of money. Moreover, they were willing to do so. Until the moment before the auction started, the 15 spots were finally confirmed. The competition this time was really intense. Lin Fei had advertised the final treasure which attracted some old antiques. Their wealth wasn't any weaker than others. Out of the 15 spots they took 2 to 3. As for the others, they were taken by the top 10 powers. Only then did the auction come to an end. Unknowingly, Lin Fan attracted a lot of hatred. Along with the start of the auction, everyone's hatred shifted to the final treasure. The next morning, at the entrance of the Myth Tower, the powers that one usually couldn't see appeared one by one. They stood there and exchanged greetings. A few of them cursed Lin Fan while the rest were focused on the final treasure. The formation has appeared. Along with a streak of light appearing in the sky above Mythology City, a formation appeared. They had heard of how strong the formation was. When they looked at the structure of the formation, their divine senses were instantly blocked. Everyone was shocked. Mythology City was already terrifying enough to have a formation. Now there was another strong one? It looked like it was at least a grade 7 and above formation. All of a sudden, Mythology City was covered in a layer of mystery. Those who had obtained the qualifications to enter the mythological tower paid the auction fee and obtained a private room number. Lin Fan is really evil. Looking at the huge sum of money they paid, they couldn't help but curse. Hayes, who asked these final treasures to be so expensive? It's so tempting. They all found a reason for themselves. This reason was simple, which was to buy the final treasure. The 20 private rooms formed a circle, surrounding the auction stage in the center. For this auction, the superpowers brought resources back, afraid that they would fall behind others. The powers that didn't pay much attention to them all sent people with status to fight for the treasures. The auctioneer wasn't the one who opened the auction. Instead, it was Lin Fei himself who went up. Is he the demon Lin who killed our Life League? In one of the rooms, the people from the Life Alliance looked at the young man who was like their own son and sighed. Perfected Luo Yun died in the hands of Lin Fan. As expected, he is a ruthless person. The leader scoffed coldly. How is the investigation of the final treasure going? We sent people to investigate. Lin Fan's treasure has a mysterious origin. It seems to be from the Tianji secret treasury. Good for nothing, continue investigating, the leader said angrily. The leader said angrily, the Tianji Arcanum is filled with danger. How could he have collected so many treasures? There must be a source for his treasures. I understand. I'll send people to continue investigating. In the other rooms, everyone had the same expression towards Lin Fan. They had suffered a small loss in the hands of such a young man. Such a young man had established an immortal legendary city at such a young age. They suddenly had a feeling of old age. I'm Lin Fei, the city lord of Myth City. Everyone should be familiar with me. Lin Fei introduced himself. I'm very grateful to all of you for coming to the auction today. You will know how correct your choice today was. Nonsense. Who didn't know Lin Fan? The people in the rooms all cursed silently. Perhaps many people wouldn't recognize Lin Fei's name. However, if one were to mention Demon Lin's name, everyone on the continent would know about him. His evil name had spread far and wide. They chose to ignore Lin Fei's words. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't care about what they thought. The auction will begin next. I hope that today will be an unforgettable day for all of you. A middle-aged auctioneer walked up. He was an old auctioneer from the Myth Tower. He was quite famous and good at controlling the tempo. The auction will begin now. With auctioneer Zhou's words, tonight's auction began. Today's first auction item is a special pill called the Beauty Pill. No matter who it is, after eating it, their appearance will be fixed to their current appearance. The starting price is 1 million true essence crystals. The first auction item immediately caused quite a commotion. To be able to maintain one's appearance, where did Demon Lin get such a pill from? Even cultivators' appearances would change. Men might not care, but women would. Unless their cultivation realm reached a certain level, they would age. Once the beauty-fixing pill appeared, everyone knew that it was a good item. Their eyes lit up involuntarily. That brat Lin Fei is really not simple. His first auction item is already a special pill. The demon lord couldn't help but laugh. He knew the benefits of the beauty pill and it would cause quite a commotion. It was definitely a pill that no woman could reject. Lin Fei loves to hide things. As a woman, Nangong Qianqian was naturally moved. Who didn't want to keep their appearance unchanged? The beauty pill is not bad. After today's auction, the Myth City will become very popular. No one can stop it. Once the beauty pill appears, it will definitely sweep the entire continent. The first bottle of beauty pill was quickly bought by someone for 20 million true essence crystals. The price wasn't very high, but 20 million true essence crystals was just the starting price. As the effects appeared, the price would soar. Sect leader, this move of yours is amazing. Venerable Reincarnation stood behind Lin Fei in admiration. Lin Fan had used such a method to make people's eyes light up. I said that to make the Myth City a unique existence, there must be something attractive. Lin Fei smiled. What kind of money is the easiest to earn? Do you know? The burly man shook his head. Women's money is the easiest to earn. Lin Fei said. What do women care? What they care about is their appearance. Which expert doesn't have many wives? After all, they will grow old and their appearance will wither like blood. With the beauty pill, they will have the capital to compete. When they heard this, they had to say that sect leader's words made sense. Women's money was indeed the easiest to earn. Experts wouldn't reject anything a woman asked for. A mere tens of millions of true essence crystals was really nothing. They had lived for so long and this was the first time they understood this logic. Chapter 641. It was just as he had said. The moment the auction started, everyone subconsciously realized something. Perhaps, the mythological city would become an indispensable part of the future. After the opening speech of the beauty pill, the following items would occasionally cause people's eyes to light up. Those who originally didn't want to make a move couldn't help but fight to make a move. Divinity Breakthrough Pill and Potential Pill were originally the finale treasures, but now they had become ordinary pills. The mythological tower is too mysterious. It was impossible not to be shocked when the quality of the finale treasures was suddenly kicked out. Divinity Breakthrough Pill. After another new pill was introduced, everyone's eyes lit up again. It could directly attain an itinerant immortal body without undergoing tribulation and transforming it. Such a pill would undoubtedly cause a huge commotion. They knew that the mythological tower was extremely mysterious. How could they not be shocked when they took out such a pill to auction? All along, itinerant immortals had to undergo tribulation and be reconstructed. No one had ever tried to rely on pills to change their physique. Are we behind the times? In the private rooms, many alchemy grandmasters from various factions could only stare at the endless number of pills. Alchemy grandmasters were proud of refining pills. Unfortunately, when faced with the pills from the mythological tower, they felt that their achievements were nothing compared to the mythological tower. Divinity breakthrough pill, potential pill, and blood replenishing pill were all famous in the continent. They were still in the midst of researching them, but now the mythological tower no longer cared. From the finale treasures to the ordinary items, the faces of the alchemy grandmasters turned red. The mythological tower was already disdainful of using them as the finale treasures, yet they were still painstakingly researching the pill-breaking method. It was truly a tragedy. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. After the ups and downs of the auction, it was finally time for the finale treasures. Now we will begin the auction of tonight's finale treasures. The auctioneer's voice was excited. Please present the first finale treasure, Celestial Immortal Battle Armor. All the private rooms were excited. 3 identical battle armors appeared on the auction stage. It's the leather armor of a celestial immortal demonic beast. I can sense the aura of a celestial immortal. Where did the mythological tower kill the celestial immortal? The 3 battle armors radiated the might of a celestial immortal. Even though they were immortal armors, the might of a celestial immortal didn't diminish. Once again, the myth tower was shrouded in a layer of mystery. The materials for the celestial immortal battle armor are determined by the demon immortal. As everyone knows, the demon immortal has always been known for their defense. After meticulously refining them by our mythological tower, we were able to produce 3 sets of celestial immortal battle armor. Each of them can block an attack from a half-step celestial immortal. Even the top auctions in the continent rarely took out treasures of this level. The mythical pavilion's auction had reached the pinnacle in an instant. Celestial Immortal Battle Armor, the starting price will be 1 billion Jinyuan crystals. With the Celestial Immortal Battle Armor, you will have a new life. This is a great opportunity that everyone should not miss. Let the auction begin. 10 billion Jinyuan crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately spoke up. They were tempted by the Immortal Battle Armor. The first treasure of the finale made them extremely excited. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that they were just cursing Lin Fan for being vicious and killing their disciples. After a while, the price soared to 300 billion True Origin crystals. This price was just the starting price. It could block an attack from a half-step Heavenly Immortal. At a critical moment, it could even block an attack from a Heavenly Immortal. It was more than enough for them to fight for it. If it wasn't for the demonic immortal, everyone present would have come out to fight for it. Master, you humans are so stupid. They would treat a piece of leather armor as a treasure. Little Violet played with the dagger in her hand and couldn't help but laugh. Little Violet, you don't know this. There are limited demonic immortals on the continent. How could there be a demonic immortal leather armor? 3 celestial immortal battle armors are like sharks smelling blood. Do you understand? This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. The demonic immortal battle armor that Little Violet killed back then already had the aura of a demonic immortal even though it hadn't transformed yet. Lin Fei brought it all back and made it into the Celestial Immortal Battle Armor. The only difference was that the materials used for the 3 Celestial Immortal Battle Armors weren't the best. They were scraps. A rank 5 Spirit Vein going once. A rank 5 Spirit Vein going twice. A rank 5 Spirit Vein going thrice. Congratulations to Room 10 for winning the Celestial Immortal Battle Armor. As the auctioneer's voice fell, the first battle armor was bought. The demon sect is really rich. The first item is a middle-rank spiritual vein. We were caught off guard. The second Celestial Immortal Battle Armor, we can't miss it. Private room number 10 belonged to the demon sect's demon lord. The moment he made his move, he jumped from Jinyuan crystals to middle-grade spirit veins. It was too ruthless. Everyone was obviously stunned, and it was precisely because of this that they missed the opportunity to obtain the first Celestial Immortal Battle Armor. A bunch of old things. Now you are all dumbfounded. In room 10, the demon lord was in a good mood. Very quickly, the door outside rang. The staff brought the Celestial Immortal Battle Armor over. At close range, the demonic immortal's power radiated. It was a genuine demonic immortal leather armor. After the demon lord paid a middle-rank spiritual vein, the Celestial Immortal Battle Armor landed on his hand. You can refine this battle armor. From now on, you can protect yourself anytime and anywhere. Senior Demon Lord, your move just now caught them off guard. Amazing. At this time Lin Fei appeared. I thought you wouldn't come. Lin Fei chuckled. How could that be? Miss Nangong, this battle armor doesn't suit you. I have a red battle armor here that suits you very well. Lin Fei took out another battle armor. The demon lord glanced at Lin Fei. Daughter, since City Lord Lin is so polite, you can change to another one. I also feel that the red one suits you. Nangong Chanchan's brain turned and understood what was going on. When she handed the battle armor to Lin Fei, she rolled her eyes at Lin Fei. Then I won't bother you guys anymore. After changing into a new set of battle armor, Lin Fei left. This Lin Fei really knows how to put in a lot of effort. The demon lord smiled. If I didn't guess wrong, the battle armor in your hand is the real celestial immortal battle armor. Those auctioned outside are nothing more than scams. He even dares to do this? Nangong Chanchan was shocked. Don't forget what everyone calls him. P.S. King of the Heavens. Description: vast galaxy, boundless universe. Countless planes, experts as numerous as the clouds. There are 33 heavens, each layer is a world. A young man obtained a book that recorded the strongest cultivation technique, the best medicine concoction technique, and the most miraculous weapon forging technique. With this book, the young man embarked on a journey to the myriad worlds. Chapter 642. Nangong Chanchan fell into deep thought. The name Demon Lin did not come from nowhere. Father's eyes are as sharp as a torch. I'm afraid those people outside are treating it like a treasure. I wonder what kind of expression they'll have when they see the results. The demon lord's eyes fell on the armor. This is the real celestial armor. With this armor, you will have to go into seclusion to break through after we return. With this armor, even if a celestial immortal attacks, I will still have time to save you. Rank 5 Spirit Vein, Middle Spirit Vein. Demon Lord did not come out of nowhere. This was tantamount to acting as a scapegoat. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Fei would do him a favor and replace his previous immortal battle armor. This is a huge favor. Demon Lord knew that Demon Lin wouldn't be so kind. Unknowingly he owed him a favor. A true Heaven Immortal battle armor had endless uses. Such a Heaven Immortal battle armor was equivalent to 10 Heaven Immortal battle armors. The Demon Lord couldn't refuse the other party's kindness. A favor, since the Demon Lord had helped him out for a while, Lin Fei naturally had to do him a favor. The alliance between Myth City and the Demon Sect was inevitable. Lin Fei had this thought. Since it was like this, why not do the other party a favor? The Celestial Immortal battle armor that he gave out was the real battle armor, not the inferior goods that were auctioned off. On the auction stage. After the first Celestial Immortal battle armor was auctioned, everyone cursed at the Demon Lord. He had come up with such a price. He was deliberately trying to scam them. They did not care about veritable essence crystals, which superpower did not have a massive accumulation. Even if they spent a lot of veritable essence crystals, they would not suffer any losses. A demon master actually used a spirit vein. Moreover, it was a middle-rank spirit vein. This made them unhappy. They couldn't stop others from auctioning with spirit veins, unless they didn't want to obtain the immortal battle armor. Once they had that thought, they had to use spirit veins. The demon master was really a scammer. Everyone could only curse and accept reality. As expected, as soon as the second celestial battle armor was auctioned, the spirit vein immediately appeared. It seemed that the demon master had taken the celestial battle armor by surprise, and the others were afraid that the same thing would happen again. At first it was a rank 3 spirit vein, but it quickly rose to a rank 5 spirit vein. Rank 5 spirit vein seemed to be the limit. In the end, the second immortal battle armor was bought by the Shenmen Righteous Path at the price of 15. It could be said that their hearts were bleeding. A celestial immortal battle armor and 15 rank 5 spirit veins. It was a huge price. Even though it hurt his heart, a celestial immortal battle armor was still very useful. It really is the leather armor of a demonic immortal. After painfully paying 15 rank 5 spirit veins, they got the immortal battle armor as they wished. After the seal was undone, it revealed the aura of a demon immortal. An image of a demon immortal appeared on the surface of the armor, which was the remnant will of a demon immortal. Demon Lin, how many more secrets do you have? After the second heavenly immortal battle armor was bought, the third heavenly immortal battle armor undoubtedly started a bidding war. The price doubled and 40 rank 5 spirit veins were finally bought. Of course, some people would ask, was it worth it for a heavenly immortal armor? To them it was worth it. Totally worth it. On the Shantian continent, including in this world, there was a limited number of demonic immortals. Their leather armors contained supreme immortal might. After wearing the armor, it was equivalent to cultivating an invincible half-step heavenly immortal. Which sect wouldn't be tempted by an invincible half-step heavenly immortal? They felt that it was totally worth it to buy the heavenly immortal battle armor with a few dozen spirit veins. If they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when they would see it again. Especially if the heavenly immortal battle armor fell into the hands of an enemy, it would be a nightmare. Even if they didn't fight for it, others would. Next, let's start the auction for the second item of tonight's finale, the heavenly ancient serpent spear. A huge white bone spear was brought up. The terrifying demonic immortal chi was even stronger than the previous heavenly immortal battle armor. Above the white bone spear, a huge ancient serpent was circling with cold eyes. Good stuff. This is an immortal artifact equivalent to a heaven immortal mid-grade. A real immortal artifact. The immortal artifacts that were circulated on the continent were nothing more than pseudo-immortal artifacts. They were nothing compared to real immortal artifacts. This immortal artifact was made from the bone spear of a demonic immortal, which made it even more powerful. It contained the will of a demonic immortal. When it was used, its power was no weaker than a heaven immortal mid-grade immortal artifact. They suspected that the mythological tower didn't know the importance of such a heaven immortal mid-grade immortal artifact. 3 heavenly immortal battle armors were precious enough. The heavenly ancient serpent spear was also a precious treasure. The heavenly ancient serpent spear is made from the essence of an ancient serpent. With it, one can summon an ancient serpent and fight alongside it. Whoever buys it will own a powerful immortal artifact. The starting price is 55th grade spirit veins. The price was not a problem for them. An immortal artifact made from the body of a demonic immortal was more powerful than any other immortal artifact. Moreover, the ancient serpent was a type of venomous snake. Although the heavenly ancient serpent spear was white and flawless, it was actually more terrifying than one could imagine. The heavenly ancient serpent spear was killed by Little Violet in a swamp. It took her an entire day to kill the ancient serpent and obtain the bone spear. 60. The Life Alliance was the first to speak. The Life Alliance was determined to get this heaven immortal artifact. 70, 80, 90. In the blink of an eye, the price of the heavenly ancient serpent spear had risen to 205th grade spirit veins. The Life Alliance bids 220 spirit veins. We want this immortal artifact. The Life Alliance's voice came from the private room. Adding 20 spirit veins in one go put a lot of pressure on the others. For the various superpowers, obtaining low-grade and mid-grade spirit veins was relatively easy. However, if they obtained high-grade spirit veins, they'd feel an immense heartache. After all, they'd have one less spirit vein to use. The Blood Alliance bids 230. Someone from the Blood Alliance shouted. The others gave up. The Blood Alliance and the Life Alliance were born enemies, so the competition was between the two of them. After all, if the Blood Alliance could get the Heaven Immortal battle armor, it would mean that they had an invincible half-step Heaven Immortal. If they could get the Heavenly Ancient Serpent Spear, it would mean that they had gained an extremely powerful expert. The competition was bound to be intense. Just as expected. After the others gave up, the two of them began to compete again. The price kept rising. The Blood Alliance should admit defeat. The Life Alliance bids 300 spirit veins. As the Life Moon Alliance decided the outcome with just one sentence and placed a price, the Blood Alliance fell completely silent. This price was something they could not bear. The auctioneer on the stage was happier than anyone else. The price of a few hundred spirit veins had made him a top auctioneer. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? After the auctioneer asked 3 times, the Heavenly Ancient Serpent Spear was finally bought by the Life Alliance at a high price of 300 spirit veins. Sure enough, the super forces are all very wealthy. In another private room, Lin Fei couldn't stop smiling. That was a spirit vein. Even though it was only at the 5th rank, it was still a spirit vein. Damn it. Luckily I picked it up, or I would have lost a few hundred spirit veins. Lin Fei felt lucky. He looked at the skeleton in the divine fire space and squinted his eyes. Little Purple laughed in his mind. You humans are all idiots. Master might not have much, but he has a lot of demon immortal bones. You guys are destined to be cheated. Little Lilac still remembered that its master had said that bones were also money. Even if it couldn't be sold for money, it could still be ground into bone powder. At that time, it had thought that its master had gone crazy from wanting to get rich. Only now did it realize that it had fallen behind. If the immortal battle armor was the warm-up, and the heavenly ancient serpent spear was the excitement, then the last treasure was undoubtedly the focus of the auction. I wonder what the last treasure will be. The crowd couldn't help but look forward to it. It couldn't be worse than the previous 2 treasures. At this moment they were focused on the last treasure. Those who hadn't bid yet were undoubtedly eyeing the last treasure. Now let's auction the last treasure of the night. The auctioneer was excited. This is the last treasure that you guys can't even imagine. It's the only one on the continent. Some people expressed their disdain. The only one on the continent? Even though the immortal battle armor and the heavenly ancient serpent spear were both excellent treasures, and there were still people who would auction them. Roar, a deafening sound suddenly reverberated. The sound of a beast? The crowd couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Could it be that the last auction item was a demonic beast? The only thing that wasn't written in the notice was the final treasure, so no one knew about it. A few guards carried a huge iron cage into the hall. A ferocious and violent aura rushed in from outside. A beast? It's really a beast. The crowd saw a beast imprisoned in the black iron cage. It had a powerful aura and it looked like a sun. This is a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal beast. As soon as those words came out, many divine senses fell on the beast, and their expressions changed dramatically. No matter what, they didn't expect that the mythological tower would auction a beast with the combat strength of a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal. It was only one step away from becoming a heaven immortal, and its combat strength was comparable to a half-step heaven immortal. The crowd was shocked. Is Lin Fei crazy? The Demon King couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He couldn't imagine why Lin Fei would auction a beast. A beast with the combat strength of a half-step heaven immortal was definitely a terrifying existence. It could instantly give a sect a powerful helper, and its strength would improve tremendously. Father, is there something wrong with this beast? Is it hard to tame it? Nangong Chanchan thought of something else. The Demon King shook his head. That's impossible. The auctioneer heard it just now, so this beast must be controllable. Nangong Chanchan was also confused. They weren't the only ones who were confused. The other people were also confused. Chapter 643. In every private room, the elders stood up excitedly. Their faces were filled with a rare excitement. A half-step heaven immortal demon beast. No one had expected that Demon Lin would auction off a demon beast. Moreover, it was a 9th tribulation scattered immortal demon beast. Its combat power was comparable to a half-step heaven immortal. In the beginning, everyone suspected that Demon Lin had done something to trick them. It was too unusual for an auction to be auctioned off. They immediately suspected that there was a trap. Everyone present was very powerful and knowledgeable. How could the superpowers be bad? If they had bad eyesight, they wouldn't be allowed to come out. After some observation, they checked the demon beast from top to bottom. They couldn't find any traces of tampering. If Demon Lin could hide it from them, the superpowers behind them all had heaven immortal patriarchs. There was no need to worry about not being able to find out. If the demon beast fell into their hands, it would be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Worried? It was just a joke. Once a heaven immortal patriarch made a move, there would be no place to hide. They could wipe out everything with a wave of their hand. A half-step heaven immortal demon beast was the real deal. In their eyes, the demon beast in front of them was the real deal. There was no way it was fake. Everyone, this demon beast is called the Blazing Lizard. It has a violent temperament, and its physical defense is very strong. Half-step heaven immortals can hardly injure it. At the same time, it has boundless strength. It is invincible against opponents of the same level. Its innate flame can burn all things. The auctioneer was excited. Everyone, if anyone has a half-step heaven immortal demon beast, they will be invincible against opponents of the same level. It had to be said that the auctioneer's words had stirred up the atmosphere. Everyone was tempted. A powerful fire-type demon beast with strong defense and sharp attack power. It was really a good battle pet. Blazing Lizard. The starting bid is 1,000 5th-grade spirit veins. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone immediately spoke. Our Life Alliance offers 1,500. Previously they had won the ancient serpent heavenly spear. Now that the Life Alliance had spoken, it seemed that they were determined to win. Your Life Alliance is nothing. Our Blood Alliance offers 1,600. The Blood Alliance quickly made a bid. The Profound Sect offers 2,000. The bidding price quickly rose. Sect Master, wouldn't auctioning off a demonic beast comparable to a half-step heavenly immortal? Today's auction was of great significance. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and the others were all there. As for the final treasure, they really didn't know. It was added at the last moment. When they heard that the last item to be auctioned was a battle pet, their hearts started to bleed. A half-step heaven immortal. Mythology City currently lacked powerful demonic beasts the most. What's wrong with the sect leader? Everyone understood what the sect leader was thinking. Even if a half-step heavenly immortal realm demonic beast was still some distance away from a real half-step heavenly immortal realm demonic beast, coupled with the fact that demonic beasts were innately stronger than humans, they would at least be able to hold out for a moment against a real half-step heavenly immortal. You will naturally understand in the future. At that time you will all be shocked. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, revealing a sinister smile. Could it be that the sect leader is planning to trick them? The red refining heavenly demon and the others had a thought in their minds. They were all superpowers. Using a demonic beast to trick them didn't seem too reliable, right? Even if he had tampered with the demonic beast, wouldn't everything be exposed once he brought it back and the celestial immortal patriarchs made a move? They couldn't figure it out, they really couldn't figure it out. Lin Fei was laughing in his heart. Compete with all your might. Anyway, you are all fools with money. If there comes a day when you point your guns at our mythological city, you will regret it. A demonic beast that was comparable to a half-step heavenly immortal realm demonic beast, unless they were fools, no one would sell it. It was the same in any superpower. Lin Fei was different from others. Don't forget that he had a system. The demonic beast that was being auctioned today was bought through the system. Through the system, it was equivalent to tampering. Even a heavenly immortal patriarch wouldn't be able to see through it. Lin Fei slapped his thigh. He really hoped that day would come so that they would understand the true meaning of drawing water with a bamboo basket with water. I am preparing for a rainy day. Lin Fei was the only one in the entire continent who could do such a crazy thing. 3,500. 3,600. 4,000 spiritual veins. The blazing lizard's price suddenly rose to 4,000 spiritual veins. If this price was spread, it would shake the entire continent. From this, one could see that the superpowers had too much money and nowhere to spend it. When the price rose to 4,000 spiritual veins, the private rooms quieted down. 4,100. The Life League made another bid. Xian sect bid 4,200. The blazing lizard is ours. The Xian sect announced domineeringly. Adding another 100 spiritual veins in one go was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Life Alliance gave up unwillingly. 4,200 going once, going twice, going thrice. Congratulations to Private Room 7 for obtaining the blazing lizard. The auctioneer slammed the hammer and gave the final call. Private Room 7. The blazing lizard is finally ours. In the private room, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had invested a lot for the blazing lizard. If the Life Alliance had continued to bid, it might have been the Xian sect's turn to give up. Once we get the blazing lizard, we will return immediately. The leading elder said solemnly, I have already informed the experts in the sect to come and help us. We cannot afford to lose the half-step heaven immortal demonic beast. 4,200 spiritual veins for the half-step heaven immortal demonic beast. As for taking revenge on Demon Lin, it became a small matter in the blink of an eye. In front of the half-step heaven immortal demonic beast, it was insignificant. Today's auction has come to an end. Thank you for your participation. After the auctioneer left, Lin Fei walked up and said some meaningless words. The next auction will be held 2 months from today. There will still be some treasures that everyone is interested in. As for today's auction, Box 7 will be eligible to participate in the next auction for free. Everyone's eyes fell on the Xian sect's private room. Demon Lin is too despicable. The leading elder's face was gloomy. His words seemed to be complimenting the Xian sect, but in fact he was reminding everyone that the Xian sect had treasures in their hands. As for whether anyone would make a move, the answer was obvious. A super faction against a super faction who would be afraid of the other. Even though they knew that Demon Lin was up to no good, they would still make a move. Demon Lin, just you wait. Sooner or later, our sect will make you spit out everything. The elder said to himself. He decided to publicize Myth City and Demon Lin when he returned. Chapter 644. Have you heard? The mythological tower has auctioned off 3 finale treasures in a row, especially the last one. It's totally unexpected. Isn't the last treasure a heaven-defying elixir? On the notice, there was indeed information about the 3rd treasure. They changed it at the last minute. Do you know what it is? A demonic beast that's comparable to a half-step heaven immortal. The man said proudly. The person who had been probing outside suddenly shivered in fear, and the others had almost the same expression. Damn, a demonic beast comparable to a half-step heaven immortal? Was there a need to be so scary, especially those scouts? They pricked up their ears, afraid to miss any small details. They almost suspected that the man was bragging. Would the mythological city auction off a half-step heaven immortal demonic beast? Wouldn't they treat it like a treasure? Hearing the man's words, everyone was filled with doubt. I heard that the half-step heaven immortal demonic beast was bought by the Celestial Gate. I only found out about this through my internal connections. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people from the Celestial Gate when they come out. At this moment, the people from the Celestial Gate came out of the mythological tower. The mythological tower was an immortal artifact that sealed off the void. They had to come out through the main entrance. The entire mythological city was sealed off, so they couldn't tear open the void. It was necessary to go out through the main entrance. Look, the people from the Celestial Gate are coming out. Go ask them. I heard that you guys bought a half-step heaven immortal demonic beast? Is this true or not? After that battle, the gossipers in the mythological city became bolder and dared to take the initiative to ask questions. The Celestial Gate's elder's face darkened. He cursed everyone who participated in the auction. It was obvious that they were the ones who released the news. Sorry, no comment. Covering up was the best proof. The people from the Celestial Gate walked hurriedly out of the city. It seemed that the Celestial Gate had really bought a half-step heaven immortal demonic beast. Look, the people from the Life Alliance are coming out. The people from the Blood Alliance are coming out too. They seem to be chasing after the Celestial Gate. The people from the Tianluo Gate are coming out too. Those who were doubtful immediately confirmed their suspicions. Report. They had to report it. The scouts disappeared like a wisp of smoke. They hurriedly spread the news. This matter was too important. On the roof of the mythological tower. Profound Gate, let's see how you're going to defend against the superpowers. Lin Fei looked down from above, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. I'm right to call you Demon Lin. You're really ruthless. You're the one who spread the news outside. The Celestial Sect of Wonders is going to die because of you this time. On the rooftop, besides Lin Fei, the Demon Lord was also there. I'm a good person. You can't wrongly accuse me. Lin Fei said seriously. Senior Devil Lord, aren't you going to watch the show? Of course I'm going. The Demon Lord realized that he could not see through Lin Fei more and more. This move of yours is good. The Celestial Sect of Wonders must hate you to death. Did I? I don't think so. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm just an auctioneer. Other matters have nothing to do with me. The Devil Lord smiled but didn't say anything. Chanshan, you should stay in the Myth City. It's safe here. For such a good thing, the Demon Master naturally had to get involved. If he didn't, he wouldn't be the Demon Master. At the same time, in the depths of the void, 3 giants were sitting cross-legged in the void. 2 of them happened to be old acquaintances of Lin Fei, the Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King. Back then, the 2 of them had been injured in that battle, and their vitality was greatly damaged. They hated Lin Fei to the bone. Report, the scouts of the Myth City have come to report that the righteous path of Celestial Sect had just bid for a demonic beast that was half a step into Heaven Immortal Realm. They are currently on their way back to Celestial Sect. A few super forces are currently chasing after Celestial Sect. A foreign race commander ran in to report the situation. Heavenly Wings God King frowned. Is the news accurate? It should be. Once Celestial Sect's auction ended, they immediately left the Myth City in a hurry. The commander nodded. The Myth City is indeed mysterious. This king regrets not taking down the Myth City back then. Giant Eye God King said angrily. As a result, I missed a demonic beast that was half a step into Heaven Immortal Realm. Lin Fei is extremely hateful. Being injured in that battle had instead boosted Lin Fei's reputation. Giant Eye God King's status among the God Kings had plummeted. If it wasn't for Crimson Light God King's help at the last moment, both of them might really have suffered a great loss of vitality. Mentioning this, Heavenly Wings God King was also filled with anger. He originally wanted to split the Myth City with Giant Eye God King, but in the end he helped others. He had one of his arms chopped off by that demonic immortal, becoming a joke among the God Kings. Celestial Sect has always been known as the righteous path, which has long caused dissatisfaction. If the intelligence isn't wrong, then Celestial Sect should have a demonic beast that was half a step into Heaven Immortal Realm. The other super forces will definitely make a move to snatch it. Why don't we go take a look? We might be able to kill 1 or 2 strong practitioners. Heavenly Wings God King suggested. Even though he was filled with resentment towards Lin Fei, Heavenly Wings God King didn't dare to kill his way in. That demonic immortal was enough to make him suffer. Not daring to kill his way in didn't mean that he couldn't kill others. I think it's possible. Crimson Light God King nodded. This Demon Lin isn't simple. This move of killing with a borrowed knife is used to perfection. If we kill their experts, in the end their resentment will undoubtedly fall onto Demon Lin. If we were to snatch the demonic beast that was half a step into heaven immortal realm, it would also be useless to us. Their alien race had a huge number of experts. Who didn't wish to have one more expert? A demonic beast that had the battle strength of a half step into heaven immortal realm was something that the alien race too coveted. If you can kill the human experts, at least when the time comes, you will have a chance to make a contribution in front of the Holy Mother. Crimson Light God King said. The two words Holy Mother, Giant Eye God King and Heavenly Wings God King flashed a trace of fear. Kill them all and leave none alive. Myth City? Once the auction ended, the outside world was already in an uproar. The auction this time was far better than the previous one. Everyone was extremely looking forward to it. The auction of the finale treasure shocked everyone in Myth City. Who would have thought that the Myth Tower would auction such an important treasure, especially the last one? This was clearly gifting the enemy with a powerful force. Of course, there were people who thought that Lin Fei didn't care about a half-step demon beast. There were all kinds of explanations, making it hard for people to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Half a day later, a piece of sensational news came back. The Mystic Gate's righteous path encountered the strongest attack, and there were countless casualties. Even the elders were almost killed. If it wasn't for the experts of the Mystic Gate coming to welcome them, the elders would probably have been killed. The climax was when the three divine kings of the alien race attacked and killed 6 half-step heaven immortals and countless itinerant immortals of the human race. For a moment, the entire continent was shaken. No one had expected that in the battle between the human race, the divine kings of the alien race would become the Oriole. Just killing the half-step heaven immortals was enough to have a huge impact on them. At the same time, it allowed the divine kings of the alien race to plunder a bunch of resources. On the side of the human race, it was equivalent to losing half-step heaven immortals in one go. This was the most important. Every half-step heaven immortal was a treasure of the human race. Now, 6 half-step heaven immortals and countless itinerant immortals had died in one go. The losses were heavy. The appearance of the 3 divine kings was unanimously determined by everyone to vent their previous crushing defeat by killing the human race. For a moment, the Myth City was pushed into the limelight. This is really surprising. The Giant Eye God King and the others did not expect that they would make a move. After hearing the result, Lin Fei also sighed. The divine kings of the alien race were really vengeful. You can still laugh. Nangong Chanchan rolled her eyes. Your Myth City has now become the limelight. The manpower that they lost might be counted on your head. Lin Fei's original plan was for them to fight. Who would have thought that the divine kings of the alien race would become the final victor and kill half-step heaven immortals? They can count it however they want. It's not like I can stop them. Lin Fei shook his head. If they dare to come, I will dare to kill them all the same. City Lord Lin's words are the words of a man. You're a woman. What do you know? The Demon Lord also returned. After all, he did not have a good impression of those super forces. The death of half-step heaven immortals was death. There was nothing to make a fuss about. As the Demon Lord of the Demon Sect, of course, he hoped that some of the super forces experts would die. He did not expect that the divine kings of the alien race would attack and be invincible. Adding that they were caught off guard, it was normal for them to be killed. There was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. Senior Demon Lord, let's form an alliance. Lin Fei went straight to the point. You are the first person to be so direct. The Demon Lord had been waiting for these words for a long time. After all, it was not appropriate for a Demon Lord like him to speak. However, I like people who are direct. We can form an alliance, but you have to support our demon sect in terms of medicinal pills. The medicinal pills of the Myth City were top-notch. The demon sect was a big family. The Demon Lord naturally had to take good care of this family. He really put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei also liked people who were direct. At least, he did not have to worry about being stabbed in the back. Moreover, he had shown his strength. If the demon sect was stupid enough to stab him in the back, they would be the unlucky ones. This is a must. However, I can give you a 30% discount. Lin Fei laughed. I believe that our alliance will be able to stand firm on the continent. The Demon Lord was very satisfied with a 30% discount. The effect of those medicinal pills was obvious to all. In 3 years no one had cracked it. This was the magical part. In 3 years, it was because of the supply of medicinal pills that the demon sect could persist. The loss was not too big. From this, it could be seen that the demon sect could not lack medicinal pills. The alliance was also inevitable. There was an immortal in the Myth City. Of course, this was only in name. In private, the Demon Lord did not know that the Myth City already had a powerful alliance. Hong, an earth-shattering sound spread throughout the entire myth city. Lin Fei could not help but sink his head. It seems that someone does not want us to continue communicating. Roar, there was a long roar. In the sky above the myth city, a huge black dragon crashed into the myth city. The movement just now came from this huge dragon. Lin Fei, come out. Chapter 645. The huge body covered the sky and myth city was shrouded in darkness. Lin Fei, come out. A deafening voice reverberated in everyone's hearts. Those who were weaker had their spirits broken down and spat out mouthfuls of blood. They were badly injured. Giant dragon, what a huge dragon. Why is someone from the dragon race here? It seems like he has a life and death feud with the city lord. What should we do? The dragon race is extremely strong on the continent. Back then they wiped out a huge empire for a young dragon. Many people were terrified. Giant dragons and the dragon race were not to be trifled with. To the spies, the dragon race's attack was good news. Demon Lin must have done something to offend the dragon race. Could it be because of the dragon meat? For example, the families who had eaten dragon meat felt their hearts in their throats. They were relying on the city lord now. Once the city lord was gone, they would be in trouble immediately. The anger of the big sects would also affect them. The huge dragon was a black dragon. It was Long Tianyi. Long Tianyi found out about Long Outyen's death, and he hated Long Outyen for failing to live up to his expectations. He had even imparted the true dragon transformation to Long Outyen, only to end up like this. He felt like slapping Long Outyen to death. Lin Fei, if you don't come out, I will break your turtle shell. Let's see how long you can hide. Long Tianyi's huge body slammed into the myth city and it seemed like it was going to shake. Long Tianyi, are you going to go against the continent's agreement? So two figures appeared in the sky outside. So, it is the demon lord. Long Tianyi's gaze was like a knife. Who said that I am going to go against the continent's agreement? Lin Fei killed someone from the dragon race. As a deacon of the dragon race, shouldn't I do something? Long Tianyi was still a little afraid of the demon lord. This person was famous across the continent. Even if he wasn't afraid, if they fought, he would definitely lose. Myth City is now allied with the demon sect. Since we are close, you should leave. How could the demon lord let Long Tianyi deal with Lin Fei? Long Tianyi squinted. You want to protect Lin Fei? Are you willing to go against our dragon clan? Without waiting for the demon lord to speak, Lin Fei's lazy voice rang out. Four-legged bug, you came to my myth city and created trouble for no reason. Could it be that you think there's no one in my myth city? You are the Lin Fei who killed the Jiao Dragon King. Long Tianyi stared at Lin Fei, and the might of the dragon race rushed over. With Lin Fei's current strength, how could he care about this pressure? With a shake of his body he shook off the pressure. You're talking about the four-horned bug in the sea, right? If so, I should be the one who killed him. Puny human, how dare you kill my nephew and slander the dragon race? I'll destroy your myth city today and turn you into ashes. Long Tianyi was enraged. Their dragon race was high and mighty. Now someone was calling them four-legged worms. This was blatant mockery. The demon lord found it funny. This Lin Fei really had a way of attacking others. In Lin Fei's words, the powerful dragon race of the continent had become four-legged insects. After taking a closer look, Lin Fei realized that he was right. As for the dragon clan, the demon lord also couldn't stand it. Due to the strength of the dragon clan, the demon lord wouldn't offend them. Once they were offended, with his temper he would kill them first. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that after killing a worm, a giant dragon would come. However, you came at the right time. I'll take you as the bird that sticks out. If you want to destroy my myth city, I'll be the first to kill you. Lin Fei laughed heartily. I've never slain a dragon in my life. I wonder how it feels to slay a dragon. Myth City was in an uproar. City Lord Lin wanted to slaughter the dragon. How exciting. Everyone knew about the term Dragon Slayer, but no one dared to claim to be a Dragon Slayer hero. The dragon race was too strong, so strong that even the continent feared them. Long Tianyi's mood had never been so bad before. A human still wanted to slay a dragon. This was provoking the mighty dragon race. Lin Fei had to die. Now he had a legitimate reason. Even if the Dragon Island Elder knew about it, he would be fine. Unfilial bastard, die. Long Tianyi spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. With his attack that was almost comparable to a Heaven Immortal's battle strength, when this dragon breath was spat out, the dragon's might shook the sky. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, all living beings prostrated on the ground. Senior Demon Lord, you don't need to do anything. I'll take care of this myself. Lin Fei waved his hand. He didn't need the Demon Lord's help. The Demon Lord smiled. Actually, he also wanted to see how strong Lin Fei was. From the first glance, the Demon Lord knew that Lin Fei was very dangerous. How dangerous was Lin Fei? Even with his strength, he couldn't see it. This had always been a question in his heart. You have to be careful. The dragon race's close-range attack is very domineering. The Demon Lord reminded Lin Fei. His figure disappeared and appeared in the sky somewhere else to watch the battle. Brat, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you come. Today you will die without a burial place. Long Tianyi was secretly happy. If the Demon Lord intervened, things would be difficult. Now that the Demon Lord left, it was clear that he didn't want to intervene. Even if he just watched, as long as Long Tianyi acted quickly, the Demon Lord couldn't do anything to him. He couldn't take care of a brat? Boom. The dragon breath didn't hit the opponent. Long Tianyi wasn't surprised. The huge dragon swung its tail and the whole world darkened. All that was left was this domineering attack. Your master is making a move. Aren't you going to help? Little Purple appeared not far away from the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord asked casually. It's just a giant dragon. Master can take care of him easily. Why do I have to do it? Little Purple said coldly. Green Dragon Transformation. Boom. In the face of the domineering and fierce attack, Lin Fei shouted. With a long roar, and Green Dragon entrenched in the sky and blocked the opponent's attack that could kill a half-step heaven immortal. The void shattered and the astral wind whistled. Everyone was stunned. One black and one green, two giant dragons. It was really surprising. Is the city lord a member of the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan is indeed the strongest species on the continent. That attack just now was too fierce. The experts of the Myth City broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder they could destroy an empire in the past. You actually blocked it? Long Tianyi felt that the attack just now hit a hard boulder and couldn't move the opponent at all. When he saw the giant green dragon, he cried out, "Why do you know the true dragon transformation? You talk a lot of nonsense." Lin Fei snorted coldly and rushed up. His giant claws were like sharp knives, cutting off a piece of flesh from the opponent's body. Blood flowed. In front of me, the Dragon Clan is just a piece of trash. After using the Green Dragon transformation, Lin Fei's defense reached a limit. He was no weaker than Long Tianyi. Every time he attacked, a piece of flesh was cut off, and blood splattered all over the sky. In the sky, the two giant dragons quickly stood together and used the purest close-range attack. The people watching felt their scalps go numb. If this attack landed on them, they would have died many times. I didn't expect Lin Fei to be a member of the Dragon Clan. The Demon Lord was also stunned by this change. Chapter 646. Boom. A tall mountain, accompanied by two huge figures, came crashing down. The mountain was instantly razed to the ground and rocks flew everywhere. It was a terrifying scene. How can you be so strong? The two figures, one black and one green, were none other than Lin Fei and Long Tianyi, who had fought all the way here. One was a true dragon, and the other had a defense that was not inferior to that of the dragon race. They had fought all the way from the mythical city, destroying countless mountains. With their terrifying strength, any mountain or building would not be able to withstand a single collision from them. At first, Long Tianyi thought that he could kill Lin Fei with the advantage of the dragon race. But as the fight went on, he realized that this guy was more terrifying than he had imagined. Even with his powerful regenerative abilities, he couldn't keep up with the consumption of his energy. However, Lin Fei was still in peak condition from beginning to end. Great slicing technique. A bright moon appeared above Lin Fei's head. With a stream of light, it slashed Long Tianyi's body, and half of his body was sent flying. Didn't you want to kill me? Do you still want to kill me? Lin Fei returned to his human form, and there was no visible injury on his body. He looked down at the battered and exhausted Long Tianyi. In the sky, the Demon Master and Little Purple were watching the development of the situation. Long Tianyi lost. The Demon Master looked at the result of the battle. Without a doubt, Long Tianyi was at a disadvantage. Lin Fei had given him too much surprise. The powerful dragon race had used their strength to defeat it. The Devil Master knew that he couldn't do this. This kind of close combat against close combat was something that only they could do. It's normal to lose. Little Purple was not surprised. He was courting death by competing with Master in defense and attack. Although Master is only a half-step heaven immortal, he can escape unscathed if he encounters a heaven immortal. The Demon Master naturally hoped that the alliance was strong. When the time came, they would help each other. The stronger Lin Fei was, the more he would applaud. Cough cough. Long Channy returned to his human form. He was in a sorry state and his body was covered with wounds. He was full of resentment. Although I don't know why you have the unique skill of the dragon race from now on, this will be your nightmare. The dragon race will never allow you to exist. It doesn't matter. I'll kill as many dragons as you come. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You will die today. I will never let off anyone who threatens me. Even the dragon race's deacon dared to cause trouble for him. If Lin Fei did not make an example out of him, even more people would come to cause trouble for him. He had to deal a heavy blow to such a person. Die. Of course. Lin Fei stabbed out with the killing sword in his hand. Thousands of sword intents swept out like a rain of swords, rushing towards Long Channy. Lin Fei's sword intents had already reached the great accomplishment stage. Humph, our dragon clan is not so easy to kill. Long Channy coldly snorted. He knew that with his strength, it would be very difficult for him to kill Lin Fei. Lin Fei's strength was not inferior to his. Great dragon god, please descend upon me. Profound words came out of Long Channy's mouth. A beam of intense light descended from the sky, blocking the rain of swords. Be careful, this is the dragon race's dragon language, it summons the power of the dragon god. The demon lord could tell with one look that something was wrong. Dragon god. Killing intent flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Great millstone of sword intent. Lin Fei comprehended sword intents the earliest, especially the invincible sword intent. Thousands of sword intents gathered, forming a large millstone behind him. Traces of sword intents cut through the void. This is sword silk. Lin Fei can actually use sword silk. The demon lord revealed a look of surprise. What a genius of the sword Dao. Above the invincible sword intent was comprehending the use of sword silk. That was a terrifying killing move, because each sword silk contained a terrifying attack that was sharp and unstoppable. The huge great millstone of sword intent crushed everything in its path. Everywhere it passed, everything was razed to the ground. The void collapsed as it crushed all the way to the periphery of the light pillar. You want to kill me? You are too naive. Now that I have the protection of the dragon god and the power of the dragon god, die. Long Channy didn't look well, but with the help of the power of the dragon god, his injuries were healed. He gave off a powerful aura. With the help of the power of the dragon god, he wouldn't be able to use the power of the dragon god for 100 years. It was totally worth it to kill Lin Fei. It would be best if he could capture Lin Fei alive. It was a great crime for a human to cultivate the Azure Dragon transformation and change his voice to that of the Azure Dragon. He could atone for his crime. Bang! Long Channy's powerful punch landed on the millstone. The huge millstone only moved a little and then returned to normal. It couldn't be destroyed. Storm. Crashed. The huge millstone turned into a huge black storm, enveloping Long Channy. The sword silk killed and swept away all the power. Protection of the dragon god. A golden dragon appeared on Long Channy's body. It circled around and blocked the sword silk attack. The world of the dragon god. Long Channy was deeply frightened by the terrifying attack of the sword silk. To think that a puny little human could make him feel threatened. This was something that had never happened before. This was especially so for the proud dragon race. This was not something that could be tolerated. The golden dragon roared and the storm rippled, trying to shake off the storm. It didn't break? Suddenly Long Channy had a bad feeling. A storm couldn't break it. This was the power of the dragon god. Break. Long Channy attacked frantically, but the storm couldn't break. It was like a boulder not moving at all. How can your sword silk attack trap me? Lin Fei laughed. This was the first time he had fought since his strength had improved. He was in a good mood, especially when he saw the dragon clan being defeated. Haha, who told you that this is a sword silk attack? Celestial power storm kill. Boom, the terrifying storm suddenly changed. Celestial might was boundless. The power of Long Channy's protection of the dragon god began to disappear. You actually used celestial power to attack. Long Channy's expression changed drastically. Why can't I? Lin Fei used celestial power to activate the sword silk attack. The protection of the dragon god was shattered. Blood immediately gushed out of Long Channy's body. He couldn't block the celestial power attack at all. Celestial power attacks were something only immortals could do. In this world, very few people used celestial power because once they did, it was equivalent to provoking the heavenly tribulation. This was also why sky immortals rarely used celestial power, because celestial power didn't belong to this world. It would cause the world to be dissatisfied and send down the heavenly tribulation. As for those who hadn't become sky immortals, once they used celestial power, the heavenly tribulation would descend and kill them. Apart from that, celestial power would decrease every time it was used unless one was a sky immortal. Rumble, the sky darkened and the roar of the heavenly Tao could be heard. Oh no, the heavenly tribulation is about to appear, the demon lord thought. If he had known that Lin Fei used celestial power to attack, he would definitely have killed Lin Fei instead of letting Lin Fei use celestial power, especially when Lin Fei's celestial power was so terrifying. Ah, you're dead. The heavenly tribulation is about to appear. Half of Long Tiany's body was gone, and the power of the dragon god was gradually disappearing. A celestial power attack was not something a mortal could block. Don't worry. Even if you die, I won't die. The celestial power storm spun again, and the remaining half of Long Tiany's body was completely strangled, and he died completely. Withdraw. Once the celestial power was released, it spread out in all directions. Lin Fei swallowed the essence left behind by Long Tiany in one gulp. His entire body turned into a huge ball as if it was about to explode. What a domineering demonic technique. It's even stronger than the demonic techniques of our demon sect. A long time ago, the demon lord had heard that the Myth City had a demonic technique that could help people increase their strength, regardless of the existence of realms. He didn't expect Lin Fei to have such a powerful demonic technique. Little Purple was amused. He was just a half-step sky immortal giant dragon. Who knew how many half-step sky immortal demonic beasts he had refined in the space back then? After a while, Lin Fei returned to normal, and the demon lord was shocked again. It was indescribable. What a freak. The accumulation of the dragon clan is indeed huge. A half-step sky immortal giant dragon is equivalent to several half-step sky immortals. Lin Fei was secretly delighted, and he sneered when he saw the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Whoosh! Lin Fei disappeared on the spot. The heavenly tribulation came in a threatening manner, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. Heavenly tribulation. As the demon sect leader, the demon lord had never seen such an incredible scene, and he couldn't even guess what was going on. The heavenly tribulation released by the heavenly law wouldn't disappear unless it killed someone. However, Lin Fei had clearly used celestial power to kill Deacon Long Tiany of the Dragon Clan. The demon lord was confused. How could the heavenly tribulation disappear? This had never happened on the continent before. Normally, the use of celestial power would trigger the heavenly tribulation. Once it appeared, if you wanted to avoid the heavenly tribulation, you had to either withstand it or die. There was no other choice. Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure? Someone had once carried Senfu, but he was also killed by the heavenly tribulation. How could Lin Fei avoid it? The demon lord really couldn't figure it out. Little did he know that this shocking change had also shocked many people, and their expressions were almost the same as the demon lord's. The first person to know that a vengeful dragon had appeared in the Myth City was the giant Eye God King. He was in charge of this area, and after suffering a huge loss last time, he bribed human spies to report on the situation. After the Dragon Clan attacked, the giant Eye God King was in a good mood. He had just killed a human half-step heaven immortal a few days ago, and now he saw his enemy being attacked by the Dragon Clan. He seemed to be relieved. The giant Eye God King had been paying attention to the development of the situation, afraid to miss this exciting scene. However, he didn't expect that Lin Fei was actually a member of the Dragon Clan. He suppressed the Dragon Clan that came to him, and finally used celestial power to attack and kill the dragon. The giant Eye God King thought that Lin Fei was dead for sure, and that he would turn into ashes under the heavenly tribulation. Even if he became an itinerant immortal, he could kill him when he was weak and kill him. But in the end, the damned heavenly tribulation disappeared just like that. The giant Eye God King felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. No matter how he thought, he couldn't come up with a conclusion. How could the heavenly tribulation disappear? Chapter 647. The ferocious black dragon was slaughtered by Demon Lin instead. This news shocked the entire continent. Be it the 10 super factions or the alien races, they all chose to remain silent. He even dared to slaughter the dragon race. Demon Lin was really bold and reckless. If the dragon race came in the future, he would be in big trouble. Apart from that, there was another reason why everyone feared Lin Fei. It was because of the heaven tribulation that had mysteriously disappeared. The fluctuations of the heaven tribulation had appeared in the Myth City. It was easy for experts to sense it and find out about the situation. Lin Fei easily avoided the heaven tribulation. This was undoubtedly the biggest question in everyone's mind. They wanted to find out what was going on. This matter was too important and they had to take it seriously. There was a lot of discussion outside. Lin Fei didn't care at all. Even if the sky collapsed, he could use it as a blanket. What was there to worry about? After sending off the Demon Lord and Prince High Air, Lin Fei's life returned to normal. As the auction soared, everyone in the Myth City knew about it and it became a unique faction. That morning, everyone realized that there was a notice at the city gate. Once the Myth City made any move, it would be known at the first instant. There would usually be many people at the notice office. When the notice was posted, it would be filled with people in both the outer and inner circles. Stop squeezing. I will kill whoever squeezes. The one in front, tell us what it says so that we know. The people at the back shouted. After all, every notice was a huge matter. Moreover, it was posted at the city gate. Even if it wasn't a huge matter, it would become a huge one. That's great, our benefits are here. When the person at the back saw the contents of the notice, his face was covered in tears. The guy in front, tell us what benefits it is. This action made the people at the back even more anxious. City Lord Lin said that in a few days he will create a Hunters Guild. Hunters Guild? Everyone was stunned. What was this Hunters Guild? Tell us in detail. The originally lively scene suddenly quietened down. They could hear something different from the Hunters Guild. The Hunters Guild specializes in killing alien races. Every alien race killed will give you points. Once the points reach a certain level, you can exchange for pills unique to the Myth City and even legendary demonic techniques and celestial artifacts. Ah, there's such a good thing. I'm going to be a hunter. Me too. When this news came out, it was great news for those who had been looking for someone to rely on. 3 years ago, following the rise of alchemical pills, everyone knew the benefits of alchemical pills. It was a pity that many alchemical pills could only be obtained through auctions. Even if it wasn't auctioned, it would still fetch an astonishing price. Killing outsiders and gaining points would allow them to obtain medicinal pills and even the legendary demonic arts. They were all excited. There's also the city lord who's calling for a new batch of consecrators, and they'll be treated well. On this day the entire Myth City was in an uproar. This news spread out like the wind. Regardless of whether it was the Empire or the Empire, they were unable to stop the news from spreading. The Myth City wanted to establish a hunters association and obtain points to obtain alchemical pills and other things. Many people's eyes lit up at that moment. This was especially so for those who had a deep hatred for the alien races. They seemed to have found an organization, and there was an endless stream of people heading toward the Myth City. Sect leader, this move of yours is amazing. When Lin Fei announced this news, all of the loose immortals were filled with excitement. Undefeatable True Immortal carefully asked. Sect leader, we brothers have quite a number of friends regarding the recruitment of consecrators. I wonder if it's possible? Ever since that day when Lin Fei encountered the heavenly tribulation and left calmly, they became even more respectful. No problem, the stronger the better. The Myth City needed to increase its strength. Only then would Lin Fei announce the recruitment of consecrators. At this time, the Myth City already had the qualifications to recruit consecrators. Sage Reincarnation, you and Big Brother Qi Lian will be in charge of the recruitment. Lin Fei continued, as for the Hunters Association, I have already listed out the key points. You guys just need to go and arrange it. Sect leader, rest assured. We will definitely investigate everyone. Sage Reincarnation was very excited to be able to hand this task to them. He had followed the right person. Lin Fei was very assured towards these few elders. After settling the matters, Lin Fei went to the backyard and stayed with his daughter, little Lele, to enjoy the happiness before the storm. 5 days later, the Hunters Association appeared in the Myth City. The encampment was originally a clan's place. Later on, it was destroyed and the place was razed to the ground. A magnificent building was built. 4 powerful words were emitting celestial might. From the day the news spread, many people surged into the Myth City. Many of them came for the Hunters Association. On the day the Hunters Association opened to the public, the outside was filled with people. These people were very honest. Outside the Myth City, one could casually make a move, but in the Myth City, one would be killed without mercy regardless of who it was. Inside the Myth City it was strangely peaceful. City Lord Lin's array killed so many people. Later on he slaughtered a dragon. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, they would definitely not break the rules. As usual, the Hunters Association first gave an exciting speech, which undoubtedly stirred up everyone's emotions. There were also some explanations about the system. Countless people surged into the spacious Hunters Association hall. Quickly look, this is the bounty hunter level. It was unknown who suddenly shouted, but in an instant that place was filled with people. Bounty hunter, such an awesome name. So there are a total of 10 stars for bounty hunters. 1-star hunter is the lowest, 10-star hunter is the highest. From 5-star hunters onwards, they can enjoy the care of the association. They were most concerned about the benefits of being a bounty hunter. After seeing it, they were shocked. After seeing it, they finally understood the significance of the Hunters Association. Haha, we came to the right place this time. Quickly look here, points can be exchanged for elixirs, arrays, weapons. The entire Hunters Association hall was filled with exclamations from time to time. Those were the items that were exchanged for points. Sect leader is a genius to think of such a method. The Hunters Association will become a powerful force under their sect leader. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said in admiration. Once those super forces know about this, they will probably vomit blood. Venerable Reincarnation smiled. With sect leaders' advantage, even if those super forces are helpless, they won't be so generous. The two of them didn't see the significance of the Hunters Association at the start, but as the rules and regulations were perfected and various benefits were provided, they immediately realized its importance. They believed that once they joined the Hunters Association, it would be impossible for them to withdraw, because there were many targets waiting for them to attack. Even those experts would find it hard to resist such temptation. They were destined to join the Hunters Association. I want to sign up, Profound Ancestor late stage. Chapter 648. On the first day there were a few thousand people who registered. This was just the beginning. Every day no less than a few thousand people would register as bounty hunters. In just a few days, there were more than 100,000 people who registered as bounty hunters. This number was still increasing. News of points exchanging for items spread like wildfire in the Hunters Guild. This time there were many pills for different realms. For many people who couldn't raise their realm, they saw hope and a future in the Hunters Guild. You could bring back the dead or capture them alive. The latter would give you more points. Apart from that, you didn't have to exchange points for true essence crystals. The slogan of the Hunters Guild quickly spread across the continent. As such, the alien races started to be unlucky. At night, a group of people appeared in a valley. We have to end this quickly. If we take too long, the alien races will come to support us. We don't need to fight them to the death. We need them. These people all had badges on their chests. They were the hunter badges of the Hunters Guild. At this moment, their badges were only 1 star, which meant that they were the lowest 1-star hunters. There weren't any special benefits. It's best if we can capture them alive and exchange them for points. Did you hear? A few days ago, a 1-star hunter was the first to become a 2-star hunter. In the end, he obtained a realm-breaking pill and increased his realm right away. Damn, I'm really jealous. The Hunters Guild hadn't been established for long and all the bounty hunters went crazy. The first hunter to break through to star level would receive a reward of that level. All sorts of firsts would receive rewards. This undoubtedly made everyone go all out, and they wished for nothing more than to create new records. Tonight, they were going to ambush a base of an alien race. They had bought this base from other bounty hunters. Of course, you could also buy it from the staff in the hall. We can't fail this time. To buy information, we have to pay a tip fee. As long as we succeed tonight, I'll treat all of you to drinks when we return. We'll drink to our heart's content. As the number of bounty hunters increased, all sorts of hunter adventure teams appeared. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and worked together. Thus, hunter adventure teams quickly appeared in the Hunters Guild. This made them even more excited. Attack. Along with the order, a few people shot out like ghosts and charged towards the alien race at the base. The popularity of the Hunters Guild. No one was able to react in time. The superpowers looked down on such a guild. They felt that Demon Lin had worked for nothing. However, who would have thought that the result would be unimaginable to them? They felt like they had been slapped in the face. The Hunters Guild grew rapidly, and the number of registrations quickly exceeded 100,000. At that moment, they realized that the Hunters Guild would be a great help to Demon Lin. As the spies investigated, they were angered to the point of vomiting blood. Medicinal pills of all levels were like cabbages that could be exchanged for with points. This undoubtedly caused them to curse the wastage. Demon Lin became even more mysterious. With so many medicinal pills, they were able to establish a guild. As a result, many of the independent players and the powers under their jurisdiction left one after another, leaving them helpless. Demon Lin had created the Hunters Guild. He was poaching their members. Many small factions left in a single night. The same thing happened in almost every faction's jurisdiction. They hated Demon Lin to death, but there was nothing they could do. The identity of the dragon race caused them to be extremely fearful. Unless the dragon race made a move, they wouldn't dare to make a move on their own. They could only give the order to forbid anyone from heading to the Myth City. It would have been fine if this kind of obstruction didn't appear. Once it did, they would have even more thoughts about it. Especially after the martial artists who became bounty hunters returned and described the benefits of becoming bounty hunters. Who knew how many people were fooled? It was really hard to guard against. The various factions tried to stop them, but it incited their dissatisfaction. This was something they hadn't expected. The news of the Hunters Guild spread out, causing all the factions to grit their teeth. If they could, they really wanted to kill Demon Lin. This wasn't the way to poach people. Sect leader, there are tens of thousands of people registering as hunters every day. Many factions have started to restrict them from heading to our Myth City, but they still can't stop those people. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon really admired Lin Fei. Back then, he had suggested letting the bounty hunters go back to spread the news, which had directly brought them trouble. Now they didn't know whether to let it go or not. It was a very difficult situation. I am openly poaching their members. What can they do? Lin Fei smiled. How many experts have you recruited recently? Not many. Maybe they are still observing. Venerable Reincarnation was a little embarrassed. They really know how to think. Lin Fei thought about it. Let them be. When the time comes, they will regret it. Lin Fei actually hated this kind of people who were observing. They were like grass on the fence. However, he couldn't do anything to them. The Hunters Guild was developing rapidly. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. This situation couldn't be replicated in the continent. It could be said that it was hard for any sect to imitate it because they lacked the main thing. This was what Lin Fei was least worried about. I will definitely arrange the matters of the Hunters Guild well. The current Hunters Guild was of great use to Lin Fei. He couldn't afford to lose it. As the number of people increased, he would be able to earn back the points he had lost. Sect leader, something happened. A guard ran in. Venerable Reincarnation said, "Why are you panicking?" The guard's face was pale. It was obvious that he was frightened. What happened? Lin Fei asked. Normally, as long as it wasn't a big matter, Lin Fei would get them to send it to a specialized place. Only big matters would be sent to the City Lord's mansion. An empire under the Celestial Sect has controlled the hunter members who went to spread the news. The guard said carefully. The one who went to spread the news is the first hunter to become a 2-star hunter. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Lin Fei didn't have any change in his expression. This scene was already within reason. The only thing he didn't expect was that it was much faster than he expected. It's this Celestial Sect again. They are clearly going against us. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon was furious. Sect leader, this should be a test. They are specifically testing if we will make a move for a 2-star hunter. Once we choose to remain silent, it will have a huge impact on the Hunters Guild. Venerable Reincarnation frowned and said, "Maybe this is the Celestial Sect's intention. They don't want our Hunters Guild to grow." Lin Fei laughed coldly. Test? I want them to know the consequences of testing. I will make them regret it. When Qi Lian Heavenly Demon and Venerable Reincarnation heard this, it was obvious that they were going to make a move personally. Now that the Myth City's foundation was established, they didn't want Lin Fei to take the risk. The core of the Myth City was Lin Fei. Losing Lin Fei was equivalent to losing everything. Sect leader, why don't you let Little Purple go? Little Purple will teach them a lesson. Lin Fei didn't think so. Hehe, Celestial Sect provoked me first. They thought that I wouldn't dare to make a move. I will make a move for them to see. Otherwise, they will forget how the name Demon Lin came about. The Hunters Guild was still a small guild. It needed a period of growth. Lin Fei didn't wish for any changes. You guys don't need to say any more. Lin Fei had already decided. I will arrange for Little Purple to oversee the Myth City. You guys will be in charge of the matters in the city. I will personally bring the person back. If it was in the past, they might have said a few words. Sect leader, be careful. That group of people from Celestial Sect seem to be open and aboveboard. In reality, they are narrow-minded. During the last auction, they lost 2 half-step Heaven Immortals. It's hard to guarantee that they won't set up an ambush. Venerable Reincarnation reminded. Last time, the foreign race's God Kings made a move. 3 of them killed 6 half-step Heaven Immortals. Celestial Sect had 2 of them. I hope they have half-step Heaven Immortals. Ziyun Empire. One of the empires controlled by Celestial Sect. In the past 3 years, with the protection of Celestial Sect, Ziyun didn't have much influence. Instead, it expanded its territory. Demon Lin probably won't dare to come. This is Celestial Sect's territory. In the magnificent palace. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man wearing a crown. He was the Ziyun Emperor. He spoke politely because in front of him sat an expressionless old man. It's best if Demon Lin doesn't come. If he does, I don't mind bringing him back to Celestial Sect. This trip to probe was the idea of Celestial Sect. The Hunters Guild showed signs of rising up. Of course they were unwilling. Hence, they took advantage of the return of the 2-star hunters to control them and send the news back. Deacon Wu Hen, if Demon Lin doesn't come, will they still kill him? The Ziyun Emperor asked carefully. Kill, of course they will. Perfected Wu Hen said. If we don't kill them, how can we let others know that Demon Lin is a coward? I want to spread his weakness to the entire continent. A 2-star hunter died just like that. I think the Hunters Guild will definitely be greatly affected and collapse on its own. This Hunters Guild is indeed an eyesore. When the Violet Cloud Emperor mentioned the Hunters Guild, he was filled with anger. This was because the hunter had returned from being a 2-star hunter and had bewitched quite a number of people to head to the Myth City. This caused him to be at a loss whether to kill them or not. He was very conflicted. Fortunately, Perfected Wu Hen came and brought the decree of Celestial Sect. Both Perfected Wu Hen and the Ziyun Emperor didn't really believe that Demon Lin would come. After all, this was Celestial Sect's territory. They had the advantage. Recently, Celestial Sect had lost 2 half-step heaven immortals and more than 10 itinerant immortals. Celestial Sect hated Demon Lin to the core. Why would Demon Lin appear and put himself in danger? Rumble. Just as the two of them were thinking this, the huge imperial palace shook violently. The exquisite decorations fell from the ceiling and shattered into pieces. Chapter 649. Walala Walala, many buildings in the Ziyun capital collapsed. A huge figure swept past. Be it big or small buildings, they were all smashed into pieces. The capital was in a mess. The warriors of the capital fled in terror. They didn't care where they were going and their faces were pale. Why is the dragon race here? What the hell is going on? Run! The capital was filled with all sorts of voices. Without exception, they were all frightened by this scene. In the sky above the Ziyun Empire, an azure dragon swept past the buildings. At this moment, it was crashing into the palace. Many buildings were destroyed and the smell of war filled the air. Ziyun, old thing, come out. The giant dragon spoke in human language. Every time it spoke, a building in the majestic palace would collapse. You dragon race are so bold. A few high-level unaffiliated celestials flew out and tried to suppress the giant dragon to prevent it from continuing to cause trouble. Who would have thought that with a sweep of the dragon's might, the high-level cultivators would be swept away one by one and lose their ability to fight? The array of the palace was forcefully broken. The giant dragon rushed into the palace and wherever it passed, it destroyed all the buildings. The Ziyun Imperial Palace was in trouble. The experts in the Imperial Palace all paled when they heard this. They were scared stiff by the enormous dragon. There were a few loyal to the Imperial Palace who tried to stop it, but their enormous bodies were swept away and turned into a bloody mist. Demon Lin, how dare you? How dare you come to our Ziyun Empire and cause trouble? The Purple Cloud Emperor was furious. He looked at the destroyed palace in the capital. He recognized it right away and wanted to kill Lin Fan. He had lost all his face. This giant dragon was Lin Fei. He didn't stop and continued to destroy the palace. I have always been bold. Whoever offended me, I will regret it. The Ziyun Emperor was furious. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would attack and break into the capital to cause such destruction. If such a scene were to spread, he would die of embarrassment. The warriors of the capital all heard it clearly. He is Demon Lin. What is going on? Why is Demon Lin here? There was no one who didn't know the name of Demon Lin. They had never thought that Demon Lin would attack them in such a manner. It seemed like the Ziyun Empire had done something to let them down. Demon Lin, you dare to destroy my palace. You don't have to go back today. After the Purple Cloud Emperor recovered from his rage, he was excited. He had made a huge contribution. People from the Celestial Sect of Wonders, come out. There's no need to hide anymore. Don't tell me you still want to sneak up on me. Lin Fei swept his gaze across and forced out a figure from the void. Perfected Wuhan walked out of the void and stared at Demon Lin. Your divine sense has already reached the level of a celestial immortal. No wonder you could see through my position. The moment Demon Lin appeared, Venerable Hentian asked the Purple Cloud Emperor to attract his attention while he secretly attacked and took down Demon Lin in one fell swoop. When the time came, the credit would be split equally between the two of them. In the end, Demon Lin saw through him with one look. Your mystic sect is so shameless. How dare you detain people from our Hunters Guild? Do you really think that Myth City doesn't dare to make a move? Lin Fei's gaze was ice cold. Oh no. The two of them had always wanted to capture Demon Lin, but they had neglected an important matter. As a result, Lin Fan had the upper hand. Meanwhile, in a courtyard of the Imperial Palace, they were watching in shock, especially one of them whose face was covered in tears. I didn't expect that in my lifetime, a city lord would make a move for me. This person was the first two-star hunter, Su Bai. He would never have thought that his detention would lead to City Lord Lin personally taking action. The people next to him muttered to themselves, "Brother Bai, is that City Lord Lin? He's so impressive. I want to join the Hunters Guild. With such a city lord, I'd rather leave the Purple Cloud Empire." These people had all intended to go to Myth City, but they had been stopped by the Purple Cloud Empire and temporarily detained. They had thought that their lives would be lost this time, but when they were in despair, City Lord Lin had appeared and brought them hope. Demon Lin's words spread throughout the Purple Cloud Empire. Many people secretly despised the Purple Cloud Emperor. As a dignified emperor, he deserved to do such a shameless thing. Of course, there were people who objected to Demon Lin's violent behavior. "Demon Lin, don't talk nonsense." The Purple Cloud Emperor snorted coldly. "The Empire disdains doing such things. You broke into the Imperial capital, so just surrender." Suppress. The Purple Cloud Emperor suddenly became extremely sacred. A huge crown flew up and the Jingguang shone. It turned out to be an immortal weapon and it covered Demon Lin. Above the crown, a dragon appeared. "That's the Purple Cloud Emperor's unrivaled crown," someone exclaimed. Unrivaled crown was the Purple Cloud Emperor's crown. It contained the Empire's destiny and suppressed thousands. It was a terrifying immortal weapon. Spiritual Master Wuhan followed suit and took out a long golden rope. The Jingguang shone. It was also an immortal weapon, and it turned into a Jingguang that wrapped around Lin Fei's huge body. Unrivaled crown suppressed Lin Fei, and the Jingguang wrapped Lin Fei tightly. "Demon Lin, you have lost this time." The Purple Cloud Emperor laughed, activating unrivaled crown to suppress him. "I want to see how you will resist." Spiritual Master Wuhan paid attention to his every move. Even though there were rumors that Demon Lin was strong and that he had killed a giant dragon of the dragon race, it seemed like it was just a rumor. He had worried for nothing. If that was the case, he could have suppressed Demon Lin just now. Why did he need to take credit? Lin Fei smiled. "This crown is not bad, it contains destiny. This golden rope is also not bad. It should be a low-grade celestial artifact. I can sell it for a bit." "What? Sell it for money?" The Purple Cloud Emperor and Spiritual Master Wuhan suspected that they had heard wrongly. "I lost control of my crown. Mine is the same." Lin Fei's huge body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was back to normal. The crown and golden rope had disappeared. Great slicing technique. A bright moon appeared above his head, and the sharp aura seemed like it was about to cut open the entire space. The Purple Cloud Emperor and Spiritual Master Wuhan were shocked, and they each took out their celestial artifacts. Lin Fei's attack was even faster, and when it landed on their bodies, one of their arms flew off. Lin Fei moved forward and appeared in front of the Purple Cloud Emperor. He looked at his pale face and said, "I don't like you, Emperor." He punched the Purple Cloud Emperor's head. No, a tragic voice spread throughout the entire capital. Everyone was stunned. The Purple Cloud Emperor was dead. The Emperor of the Empire was dead. Demon Lin killed the Purple Cloud Emperor. Lin Fei punched the Purple Cloud Emperor's head and body, and a bit of celestial power wiped out his primordial spirit. Spiritual Master Wuhan spat out blood. Seeing the Purple Cloud Emperor die, he instinctively wanted to escape. Lin Fei looked over and his heart shook. His entire mind went blank. Divine Sense Attack. Another bright moon came and Spiritual Master Hate Heaven was split into two. His primordial spirit also suffered, and a half-step Heaven Celestial died just like that. Chapter 650. After Lin Fei killed the Emperor of Ziyun and a half-step Immortal in front of everyone, the entire imperial capital was in a state of panic. Domineering and audacious. The Emperor of Ziyun had the backing of the Xianmen. But Demon Lin still killed him. After killing them, Lin Fei scanned the area with his divine sense and found Su Bai and the others. After getting their permission, he waved his hand and took them away, swaggering out of the Ziyun imperial capital. In the Ziyun Empire, the top experts were all half-step immortals. Coupled with the Xuanmen's support, even the strongest half-step immortals did not dare to make a move. The Xuanmen's support was the greatest power. Daring to attack the Ziyun Empire was disrespectful to the Xianmen, unless that person was willing to be hunted by the Xianmen. No one had ever survived being hunted by the Xianmen. It was a pity that they had met Demon Lin, who was not afraid of anything. He came to visit them for a small matter. In their eyes, this was indeed a small matter. He killed the Emperor of Ziyun on the spot and swaggered away. None of the masters of the palace or the group of officials dared to make a move. Even a half-step immortal was dead. Would they make a move? No matter how many went, they would all die. More importantly, the death of the Emperor of Ziyun had a great impact on the Ziyun Empire. There might even be a good show of princes fighting for the throne. After half an hour, a few figures appeared in the sky above the Ziyun imperial capital. They were all dressed in Xianmen attire. Seeing half of the palace ruins, their expressions were not good. Deacon Wu Hen is dead, and so is the Emperor of Ziyun. They both died at the hands of Demon Lin. An itinerant immortal went down to check the situation. When he came up again, his expression was very ugly. He knew that the Ziyun Empire was backed by the Xianmen, but Demon Lin still dared to kill them. D***MN. When they heard that Demon Lin had broken into the Ziyun imperial capital, they rushed over immediately but were too late. Not only did he leave, but the Emperor and Deacon Wu Hen were also dead. Chase. They naturally did not dare. Let's go. The leader snorted coldly. There was no need to stay here any longer. The name Demon Lin once again filled them with fear. He didn't treat their Xianmen sect as anything at all. For the sake of the bounty hunters, Fiend Lin had attacked the Purple Cloud Empire in a fit of rage. He had killed the Purple Cloud Emperor and Deacon Wu Hen, who was a half-step heaven immortal. This news spread like the wind. This news was like a blow to the head, forcing them to stop and prepare to detain the bounty hunters. It was especially so for the emperors of the empires. They gnashed their teeth in hatred at the subordinates who had proposed to detain the bounty hunters. They were almost killed. The Emperor of Purple Cloud was already dead. They did not think that Demon Lin would show mercy. He would definitely kill them on the spot, and in front of everyone the entire royal family would be humiliated because of this. Very soon, the superpowers backing the empire passed down orders not to make things difficult for the bounty hunters for the time being. The bounty hunters were free to do whatever they wanted. It could be considered as turning a blind eye to the bounty hunters. This was equivalent to sending a signal to Demon Lin. We won't target your bounty hunters. Don't be rash and kill your way over. Let's talk nicely. Because of this matter, the Hunters Association was once again known by people. As bounty hunters, they were able to receive the city lord's attention. The people who had been observing immediately packed up and headed to the Myth City to prepare to join the Hunters Guild. The number of people registering at the Hunters Guild quickly exceeded 1 million, then 2 million, 3 million. With City Lord Lin, who valued them so much, they were satisfied. At least they didn't have to worry about anything happening in the future and that the Myth City wouldn't do anything. The Purple Cloud Empire was looked down upon by numerous powers. Because of their ignorance, the Hunters Guild was unstoppable. They could only look on and didn't dare to stop them. Demon Lin's overbearingness was already imprinted in their hearts. They didn't want to become the next tragic emperor. Didn't they see that the Purple Cloud Empire's emperor had died and they were about to fight for the throne? As for revenge, they would think about it when they became the emperor, otherwise, everything would be for naught. Okay, the Purple Cloud Empire didn't have any thoughts of revenge. The righteous path behind the scenes was once again slapped in the face by the Myth City, and they even lost a half-step Heaven Celestial. In a month, the Xian sect lost a few half-step Heaven Celestials. Even in 100 years they might not have lost as much as they did in a month. Who could they find to talk about this? Within the Xian sect, it was forbidden to discuss the Myth City and Demon Lin. They knew that the Myth City was just a lone power, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only watch as the other party continued to roam freely. To the Xian sect disciples, this was the most tragic thing. Demon Lin, it's that Demon Lin again. Meeting hall. A bunch of core elders were there and they weren't in a good mood. They had lost another half-step Heaven Celestial and their expressions weren't too good. It affected the Xian sect. One of the elders was expressionless. He lowered his head and the corner of his eyes twitched. He looked really uncomfortable. Sage Hongtian, since you went against the will of the sect, you will be punished to face the wall for 30 days. Go and accept your punishment. In the middle, a middle-aged man in his prime said calmly as if he had sentenced the other party to death. Thank you, sect leader. Sage Hongtian turned around and left to accept his punishment. The other elders sighed. Sage Hongtian was too anxious and lost a half-step Heaven Celestial. To the Xian sect's righteous path, any half-step Heaven Celestial was extremely precious. Sage Hongtian had caused such a mess and punishment was necessary. Facing the wall for 30 days wasn't a light punishment, but it was much lighter than stripping the position of an elder. He just wanted to take revenge for his disciple. Before the dragon race takes action, whoever dares to provoke Lin Fei will be punished severely. The cold words shocked everyone, and they knew that the sect leader was angry. Within a month, losing a few half-step heaven celestials would have a huge impact on the overall strength of the Shen sect. Understood. Understood. The sect leader's figure disappeared from the hall. The remaining elders finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were under too much pressure facing the sect leader. Demon Lin is really despicable. A half-step heaven celestial is so arrogant. Sooner or later, our Shen sect will destroy the Myth City. If not, how will they look at us? All of them are looking at us as a joke. They are really despicable. Sage Hong Tian is really unlucky to be involved in such a thing. These elders shook their heads and left. They went back to instruct their subordinates and disciples not to provoke Demon Lin. If they were to suffer, they would be helpless. Disciple requests to see the old ancestor. In a space, the sect leader stood in front of a door respectfully. He didn't have any of the dignity he had before. What's the matter? An emotionless voice came from the door. The surroundings suddenly fell into a void, boundless and nowhere to be found. Disciple wants to know about the situation of that demonic beast. Did someone do anything to it? The door opened and a demonic beast was sent out. This fire elemental giant lizard is pretty good. I helped it advance. Now, it is a half-step heaven celestial demonic beast. Recently, the sect has been affected. The elders have already expressed their opinions. Don't let me down. The middle-aged sect leader was shocked. He could hear a trace of anger in his voice. Rest assured, old ancestor. Disciple already has a comprehensive plan. I will definitely not let you down. Go down. A force came. The middle-aged sect leader's body was as light as a swallow. He left the void and appeared on a tall mountain. The establishment of the alliance will be the destruction of the Myth City. The middle-aged sect leader kept the half-step heaven celestial demonic beast and left. Ziyun Empire, Shen sect kept their silence. This undoubtedly caused the various forces to keep their silence. The Myth City continued to do things their own way. The number of registrations at the Hunters Association kept breaking. A month later, the number of registrations exceeded 30 million. As the beneficiaries kept hiding, the influence of the Hunters Association kept increasing. No one knew why the Myth City collected these foreign race corpses. This became a mysterious mystery. However, to the martial artists who yearned for the Myth City, this was not what they were concerned about. On the other hand, the foreign races started to pour in a large amount of their forces from the tug of war. They launched another attack and conquered many imperial cities and empires. In an instant, the continent's situation changed. The foreign races no longer attacked in all directions. Instead, they chose to surround and attack. The godly kings, who had always been in seclusion, started to appear frequently, leading their armies to conquer the empire's sections. In 2 months, the continent was in a mess. More than half of the continent had fallen into the control of the foreign races. This was clearly out of everyone's expectations. The first-grade sect, Yellow Mountain sect, was conquered by the foreign race's godly kings last night. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. After returning from Ziyun Empire, Lin Fei did not go out. He was either cultivating or accompanying his daughter. His days were very leisurely. I really didn't expect that the first-grade sect, Yellow Mountain sect, would also be conquered. Even though he was enjoying the happiness of being a father, Lin Fei had always been paying attention to the continent's situation. All sorts of spies were spread across the continent, forming an intelligence department. The first-grade sect, Yellow Mountain sect, had been conquered by the godly kings. The Myth City received the news immediately. So it was the transformation king of the foreign race's godly kings. He transformed into an elder of the Yellow Mountain sect and destroyed their formation, catching them off guard. Lin Fei had an impression of this sect. This sect was very proficient in formations. The foreign race's army had attacked them several times in the past, but they were unable to conquer it. Seems like we have to be careful. Imperceptibly, Lin Fei felt a wave of pressure. The Tianji secret vault had ended. The foreign race's army had started to move. Perhaps a great war would break out soon. They would conquer one sect after another, swallow up territory after territory, and completely dominate the continent. Sooner or later, the Myth City would be surrounded and attacked. Lin Fei had to start preparing for a rainy day. He didn't want to be caught off guard when the time came. From the destruction of the Yellow Mountain sect, It could be seen that the foreign race's army was no longer satisfied with small skirmishes. They were prepared to speed up the pace of conquering. Savage world. In this savage world there was a black mass of killing intent. In the center of the savage world, there was a huge golden palace that was incomparably dazzling. Chapter 651. The Golden Palace. The God Kings sat in the innermost area. Outside them were aliens with the power of half-step sky immortals and ninth tribulation loose immortals. There were countless of them. If the human experts were here, they would definitely cry out in shock. The alien army was more than 10 times stronger than they had expected. The alien army on the continent was just the tip of the iceberg. It was nothing. They sat in the center, surrounded by a giant golden alien statue. All the experts had solemn expressions. The entire place was silent. Whoosh, a wave of power descended from the sky and landed on the golden statue. An ugly spherical thing appeared in the sky above them. It was 3,000 meters long. Holy Mother! Holy Mother! All the aliens prostrated on the ground. Only the 10 God Kings in front of them had respectful expressions. They lowered their heads and occasionally showed fear on their faces. Your child greets the Holy Mother. Your child greets the Holy Mother. The 10 God Kings said in unison. So this ugly thing that looked like an insect queen was the Holy Mother of the alien races, the powerful existence that had nurtured thousands of races. You all disappoint me. The Holy Mother's first words caused everyone in the Golden Palace to turn pale. Their bodies began to tremble. Even the God Kings couldn't hide their fear. If the human race knew that the awe-inspiring 10 great divine kings would feel fear because of a sentence, it was unknown what kind of change in expression they would have. Holy Mother, please calm down. We have already sped up our attack on the continent. In less than 5 years, we will definitely conquer the continent. We will use the continent as a springboard to radiate to the entire galaxy and unify it. The alien God King on the left said carefully. He was no longer as mighty and domineering as before. The Holy Mother looked around. Everyone lowered their noble heads. No one dared to look her in the eye. We must conquer the Shantian continent within a year. The Holy Mother said in a tone that brooked no refusal. If you haven't conquered the continent by the time we come out of seclusion, you can forget about living. Trash doesn't have the right. Holy Mother, we will do our best. Don't worry, Holy Mother. We will conquer the continent within a year. The 10 God Kings had solemn expressions filled with madness. If the Holy Mother said 1 year, it would be 1 year. They didn't dare to disobey. They didn't know that they were born from the Holy Mother. Their lives were in her hands. In order for you to successfully conquer the Shantian continent, I will allow you to use the astral beast to conquer it in advance. Don't disappoint me. The eyes of the godly monarchs lit up. If they had to go crazy within a year, then using the giant star beasts in advance would increase their success rate to more than 80%. The huge figure in the void began to disappear, and the huge statue returned to normal, becoming an ordinary object. With the Holy Mother disappearing, the 10 great divine kings heaved a sigh of relief. The rest were the same. Everyone is already aware of the Holy Mother's orders. Within a year, the Shantian continent must be conquered. There is nothing that can be changed. Starting tomorrow, use the astral beasts. Those who submit shall prosper, those who resist shall perish. The 10 godly kings shall remain. The rest of you shall leave. A God King stood up. He was the most influential God King among the 10 great God Kings. God King Hao Tian. When the Holy Mother wasn't around, Divine King Hao Tian was in charge of everything for the alien army. The outsider loose immortals and half-step heavenly immortals had all left. Only the 10 godly kings remained in the Golden Palace, representing the highest authority of the outsider race. The Holy Mother is very unhappy. Everyone should understand. God King Hao Tian said, recently God King Giant Eye, God King Heavenly Wings, God King Crimson Light, and God King Transformation have all done well, slaying human half-step heaven immortals. However, next I want all of you to launch a fierce offensive and cooperate with the space behemoths to sweep through the various sects. Divine King Hao Yin was the Divine Mother's representative. They didn't dare to have any complaints. Godly King Hao Tian, since the Holy Mother has given the order, we will naturally do our best to complete it. With the astral beast in our hands, the human sex will no longer be a problem. The strength of the human race lies in their spell formations. If we use the star behemoths, our spell formations will become a thing of the past. We'll definitely accomplish the Holy Mother's task within a year. They all knew how powerful the star behemoths were. As long as the star behemoths made a move, they would definitely be able to wipe out the human sex and solve the problem of the human race. Follow me. Godly King Hao Tian opened a door and walked in. The projection of the Holy Mother in the savage world was of great significance. The tug-of-war had turned into a full-scale attack. The outsiders' army had launched an all-out attack. The human army defended themselves, trying to break the non-humankind army. Who would have thought that in the next half a month? The tables had turned. The second-grade dragon sect was destroyed by the Heavenly Wings Godly King. The first-grade Black Dragon sect was destroyed by the Transformation King. The second-grade Heaven sect was destroyed by the Mermaid King. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was destroyed by the Giant Eye Godly King. The outsiders launched an all-out attack. In less than half a month, they destroyed dozens of sects and empires. The battle became one-sided. The originally unconquerable first-grade sects fell one after another in the face of the outsiders' Godly King's army. No one knew what trump card the outsiders had used to turn the tide of the battle. A month later, the human race was at a disadvantage. The entire continent was dominated by the outsiders. It seemed like they were going to unify the continent. Only the 10 major factions and some other old factions were not affected. According to the situation, a full-scale battle was about to begin. If the human race lost, they would completely lose their right to rule over the Shantian continent. If the human race won, they would obtain the right to continue living and flourishing. At the same time, the investigation of the outsiders' army was carried out in full swing. If the outsiders didn't reveal their trump card, they would be a huge potential threat to the human race. Myth City? In 2 months, the continent was in a state of panic. The Myth City was still a land of warmth and gentleness. Bounty hunters were still hunting outsiders and demonic beasts. With tens of millions of registered members, the number of bounty hunters every day was still quite impressive. The situation isn't good. Lin Fei frowned. Based on his calculations, the outsiders shouldn't have attacked so quickly. The outsiders seemed to have gone crazy after destroying the first-grade sects and other large sections. The outsiders must have a trump card. That's why they were able to destroy so many sects in one blow. That's why so many sects voluntarily surrendered and joined the outsiders. Lin Jiqing looked through the information and frowned as well. Hard to understand. Truly hard to understand. Lin Fei suspected that the outsiders had sent out their experts. But the first-grade sects had set up their formations, and the outsiders had attacked them multiple times but were unable to break through. How could they break through in such a short period of time? Lin Fei couldn't understand. Husband, don't think too much about it. Since the outsiders have used their trump card, it might be exposed soon. Lin Jiqing could only comfort him like this. Lin Fei sighed. The situation of the continent was changing too quickly. Even he was beginning to worry. I hope so. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space. City Lord Lin, don't attack. I mean no harm. A half-step heaven immortal walked out from the void and said politely. Facing the coldness in his throat, his heart tightened. Demon Lin was indeed as rumored. His strength was unfathomable. Chapter 652. The moment he appeared, Lin Fei attacked. If not for him opening his mouth quickly, he would have died. I am an alliance envoy. Don't kill me, I have no ill intentions. The person said and tried to explain himself. Lin Fei retracted his power and the dangerous aura disappeared. His cold voice followed. If you do anything, I will kill you right away. Don't doubt my words, even if you are some *T alliance envoy. Only a fool would doubt him. Who didn't know his personality? For a guild, he killed the Purple Cloud Emperor. The person cursed in his heart. A half-step heaven celestial appeared and was dealt a blow. He was terrified. The outside world said that Demon Lin was really strong. Rumors were just rumors, but some people didn't believe it and were suspicious. The person in front of him was. Especially since he was an alliance envoy, Demon Lin wouldn't dare to not give him face, right? Who knew that Demon Lin wanted to kill him right away and didn't give him any face? Not afraid? Everyone was afraid of death. My husband doesn't know any alliance. If you don't explain yourself, don't blame me for killing you. Of course, Lin Jiqing wouldn't believe a half-step heaven celestial who barged in. Who knew what his goal was? I have proof, don't attack. Demon Lin was already so fierce. Even his woman was fierce too. They came from the same mold. The alliance envoy took out the item carefully, afraid that he would be killed if he did anything extreme. If he knew that Demon Lin was so heartless, he would have entered from the main gate. Regret. Who didn't know that Demon Lin wasn't afraid of anything? Alliance envoy? What was this? All of a sudden, the alliance envoy understood everything. He deserved to fall into their hands. The Shen sect had given up, so what was he? He was too arrogant. In truth, he was nothing at all. Lin Jiqing took it and saw that it was an invitation. Husband, look. Lin Jiqing's expression changed. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of him playing any tricks. If he entered from the main gate politely, then that wouldn't have happened. He could only blame himself for asking to be beaten up. He was lucky that he didn't kill him on the spot. Continent Alliance? On the invitation, Lin Fei was invited to join the Continent Alliance to discuss how to fight against the alien race and unite all the powers in the continent. Resist the outsiders. Not interested. Lin Fei shook his head. You can scram now. Continental Alliance? It had nothing to do with him, so it was nothing. Husband, this matter is beneficial to our myth city. Lin Jiqing transmitted her voice. What do you mean? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the Continental Alliance. It was nothing more than a power struggle, so he wasn't too interested in it. The continent is currently in danger. If my husband can obtain your own voice in the Continent's Alliance, the people who are preparing to target the myth city will be completely restrained. At the very least, they won't dare to make any moves before the army of the outsiders ends. Lin Jiqing thought further than Lin Fei. The significance of the mainland alliance was unimaginable to Myth City, which was filled with powerful enemies. If that's the case, it makes sense. Lin Fei had to admit that this reason wasn't bad. You know that I'm a person who isn't restrained. If I didn't guess wrongly, they are looking for me to join the Continent Alliance because of our Myth City's elixirs. In terms of scheming, Lin Fei wasn't good at it. It was easy for him to think it through. The possibility of this is quite high. Lin Jiqing also understood. However, if husband handles it well, the Continent Alliance will be very beneficial to our Myth City. From the bottom of her heart, Lin Jiqing hoped that Lin Fei would join the Continent Alliance. Lin Fei thought about the details. Just like what she said, the Continent Alliance seemed to be a chance to improve Myth City. The alien race army was wreaking havoc on the continent, and the humans were scheming behind the scenes. It was very disadvantageous to Myth City. If they joined the Continent Alliance, the situation would be completely improved. There were still benefits to joining. The Alliance envoy didn't dare to boast. Demon Lin's character was unpredictable. Who knew whether or not he would leave a deep impression on him? Go back and tell them that I will come on the day of the Alliance. I'll take my leave first. The Alliance envoy felt as if he had been pardoned. He couldn't even speak fluently. He had never felt so dangerous before. Without saying anything, he prepared to leave. Go back and tell your people from the Alliance that if they want to see me in the future, they must come through the main door. Otherwise they won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fei said coldly. I understand. I'll definitely tell them. The Alliance envoy staggered and quickly walked out of the door. He didn't dare to leave directly from the city lord's mansion. Husband, look, you scared him again. Lin Jiqing covered her mouth and laughed. This was really interesting. A half-step heaven immortal was scared away in the blink of an eye. He's already lucky that I didn't kill him. Lin Fei snorted. Looks like from now on, the city lord's mansion will have to set up a formation to prevent anyone from running in. Lin Jiqing rolled her eyes. Who asked you to be lazy? You asked for it. Continent Alliance. To think that they could think of something like this. I was wondering why the people from the dragon race didn't come looking for trouble. Looks like they went to join the Continent Alliance. Lin Fei pondered. Ever since he slaughtered the dragon, the people from the dragon race didn't appear. He was puzzled. According to the dragon race's temperament, they would definitely come looking for trouble since he killed their people. Yet he couldn't find any traces of them. Now that he thought about it, the dragon race should have been restricted by someone. Myth City is in front? In the depths of the void, a light screen appeared in front of everyone. God King Giant Eye, you were the one who suffered a loss from the human race? God King Mermaid who had become one with the mermaid mocked. God King Giant, I was unhappy. I suggest you go and try it yourself. When the time comes, you will understand. Stop arguing. Another God King, Heavenly King Crimson Light stopped the two from arguing. This time we are here to destroy the Myth Tower. If you have such thoughts, you might as well kill that human Demon Lin. In 2 months, the foreign races destroyed the major sects and reversed the situation. They practically occupied the entire Mystic Sky continent. God King, is there a need for us to use the giant beast of space for a mere Myth City? A half-step heaven immortal of a foreign race asked. The Myth City was very famous. They sent out 3 God Kings, over a dozen half-step heaven immortals, a few hundred rogue immortals, and even a giant beast of space. This was the only thing they couldn't understand. Was it appropriate to make such a big move? Crimson Light God King said indifferently, Our spies that have snuck into the human race have spread the news that Devil Lin will be heading to the Continent Alliance in a few days' time. The people of the Alliance want to purchase large amounts of strategic resources through Myth City to fight against our army of the foreign race. We suspect that there is a huge power behind Devil Lin and he is the agent. If we destroy Myth City and capture Devil Lin alive, the power behind might be used by us. The Myth City's pills and other things were famous. The foreign races also knew about it and realized the severity of the matter when they heard it. The continent was left with the toughest power. If they were destroyed, the continent would be completely controlled. They wouldn't allow any unforeseen events to happen. The Myth City was one of the unforeseen events. After going against the foreign races time and time again, Crimson Light God King decided to destroy the Myth City. It would be best if they could capture Lin Fei alive. If they couldn't join, they had to kill him in one strike. They couldn't let the Myth City affect the upcoming war. For the past 3 years, the Myth City was obvious to all. Other than that, the most recent auction had shocked the continent. Putting aside the endless pills, just the flame lizard alone was worth their attention. Crimson Light God King and the rest tried to snatch the flame lizard and almost succeeded. In the end, the experts of Mystic Sect arrived. After a massacre, they killed their half-step Heaven Immortals and missed their last chance. Set up the formation, seal the void. A few million miles away, Crimson Light God King worked together to set up a super formation Yin and Yang reversal. In order to completely destroy the Myth City, they had put in a lot of effort. Especially the trump card of the giant beast of space, they definitely couldn't expose it. Open the formation. After the formation was set up, Crimson Light God King activated it. Why is the sky dark? What's going on? Once the Yin and Yang reversal formation was activated, the few million miles around the Myth City instantly became a chaotic place. In order to deal with the Myth City this time, they had put in a lot of effort to prevent any information from leaking out. Furthermore, once this formation was activated, the people outside couldn't barge in. The people inside seemed to be exiled to the depths of the universe. Everyone in the Myth City was astonished, but they didn't panic. Back then, all sorts of people and experts had gathered, but they still ended up in such a miserable state. The memory was still fresh in their minds, and they were full of confidence in City Lord Lin. This is really a case of another wave rising before the previous one subsides. City Lord Manor. Lin Fei frowned. The other party had actually set up a formation outside the range of Heaven Immortals. This was something he didn't expect. Yin and Yang reversal, sealing the void. This formation has put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei could see the changes in space with one glance. The only thing he didn't know was which power was attacking the Myth City this time. Once they made a move, they wanted to cut off all the exits. Even though the formation covered the entire Myth City, Lin Fei didn't show any panic from start to finish. Big Brother Qilian, you guys guard the Myth City. Lin Fei transmitted his consciousness. With the existence of the formation in the Myth City, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Little Purple then appeared. When there was nothing, Little Purple would appear and disappear mysteriously. Once something happened, she would appear at the first instant. Qinmu didn't know what she was busy with. Little Purple, let's go. Let's see who is so daring to set up a formation on the Myth City. Even though he knew that a storm was coming to the Myth City, he didn't expect it to appear so quickly. Lin Fei, you are quite daring, you still dare to come out. Not far away from the Myth City, a familiar and hateful voice appeared in Lin Fei's ears. Giant Eye God King, so it's you, the loser. Chapter 653. The foreign races attacked again and Lin Fei was rather surprised. Was it not enough that they had suffered a loss? Yin Yang reversal formation, he really didn't take it to heart. There must be something fishy about the enemy setting up such a formation. Lin Fei couldn't help becoming alert. Devil Lin, I admit defeat when you ambushed me last time, but you won't be so lucky today. Giant Eye God King appeared from the void, and his eyes were filled with resentment. It was Devil Lin who made him suffer a huge loss and lost his elite army. When he saw the other party, he wanted to slap him to death. Invite your people out, you alone aren't enough for me to deal with. Lin Fei said to Giant Eye God King. He chose to ignore the resentment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 great divine kings, a dozen half-step Heaven Immortals, and a few hundred wandering immortals appeared one after another. As expected of the famous Devil Lin. Lin Fei looked towards the voice. If I'm not wrong, you were the one who saved Giant Eye God King and Heavenly Wings God King. Good memory, I'm Crimson Light God King. Lin Fei was shocked and his expression returned to normal. So it's Crimson Light God King. Are you guys trying to recruit me again by putting up such a formation? If that's the case, you guys are wasting your efforts. I'm never interested in things like recruiting people to surrender. Even though 3 great divine kings appeared, and one of them was Crimson Light God King, Lin Fei wasn't worried. However, there was a sense of danger lurking in the unseen world, and the heart of his brows twitched continuously. Little Purple, let's work together to deal with this Crimson Light God King later. Lin Fei transmitted his consciousness. This person has secrets and great danger. Crimson Light God King is very dangerous. For Little Purple to mention danger, Crimson Light God King definitely had secrets on him. Lin Fei cut off their path of retreat, and Giant Eye God King was undoubtedly the happiest one. You can just reject, I'll let you die today. If Lin Fei agreed to surrender, Giant Eye God King would feel terrible for the rest of his life. He would feel as disgusted as eating a fly and he couldn't kill it. There was nothing worse than vomiting blood. Do it. Crimson Light God King saw Lin Fei's decision and didn't waste any more words. This time around they had gone into battle with light equipment because they wanted to end the battle quickly. If the power behind Myth City took action, there would be a change to their plan, and this was not something they wanted. Destroying Myth City and killing Demon Lin was of great significance. Without a doubt, it would crush the confidence of the human race once more and create an advantage for their next attack. Punishment Spear. Lin Fei's movements were even faster than them. With a pitch-black long spear in his hand, he stabbed at Crimson Light God King with his divine art. Little Violet was similarly unwilling to fall behind. A mouthful of violet flames transformed into an enormous fireball, which smashed towards the Crimson Bright God King. The scorching aura forced the half-step celestial immortals and loose immortals to retreat. Good timing. Crimson Light God King gave a loud roar and appeared in front of the long spear out of nowhere. With a punch, the long spear broke inch by inch. At the same time, he struck out with his palm, and a circular disc appeared in front of him, blocking the fireball attack completely. For the first time, Crimson Light God King's strength far surpassed Giant Eye God King's. The other party easily blocked the attack, and Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Among the 10 great divine kings, Crimson Light God King could be ranked in the top 5, and his battle power was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break the formation and save the people back then. Crimson Light God King broke the attack, and Lin Fei was mentally prepared. Giant Eye God King, Mermaid God King, go and break the formation. This king is going to leave no one alive in Myth City. Crimson Light God King struck out with a punch, and fist shadows filled the sky, forcing the 2 of them to not have time to spare. We've been tricked. Lin Fei thought to himself that this was bad. Previously he thought that Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King would deal with him together, but who would have expected them to break the formation instead, leaving him and Little Violet to be held back by Crimson Light God King. Little Violet, go stop them. Even though Crimson Light God King gave off a sense of danger, Lin Fei knew that this aura didn't come from the other party himself, but from an external force. Alright. Little Violet returned to her original body, which was several thousand yards in size. Her abilities had increased drastically, and after breaking Crimson Light God King's attack, she chased after Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King. Fighting 1 against 2, her chances of winning weren't small. Crimson Light God King didn't stop them and he said calmly, "It's useless, Myth City will definitely be breached today." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Crimson Light God King was a strong practitioner of Heaven Immortal Realm, and his fist skill was incomparably tyrannical. Especially in terms of speed, he had the advantage. In an instant Lin Fei was injured. In front of a true Heaven Immortal, Lin Fei's abilities were slightly lacking. Lin Fei blocked Crimson Light God King's attack while paying attention to Little Violet's actions. The situation was still alright for now. As expected of Devil Lin, you are the strongest among the half-step Heaven Immortals. Crimson Light God King injured Lin Fei with 1 punch, but he stopped instead. Such a deep accumulation, no one can compare to you among the half-step Heaven Immortals. Even if a strong practitioner of Heaven Immortal Realm wants to kill you, it will be hard. Lin Fei had indeed relied on his defense and powerful recovery ability to cause Crimson Light God King's attacks to be futile. At most he could only exhaust Lin Fei's true essence. Since you know you can't kill me, why did you still come? The heart of Lin Fei's eyebrows were still twitching. You want to kill me, but it's destined to be futile. Why don't you leave quickly? If Giant Eye God King was in the early stage of Heaven Immortal Realm, then Crimson Light God King was in the middle stage of Heaven Immortal Realm. Even though Lin Fei said that, he was constantly mobilizing his strength, and he didn't dare to let his guard down. Crimson Light God King shook his head. I admit you are very powerful, but in front of me you are still not enough. Just now was just a warm-up exercise. This is my true strength. Whoosh, Crimson Light God King took a step out and instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei. A ray of white light flashed past his hand, and a heavy blow swept Lin Fei away on the spot. Boom, a tall mountain was smashed by Lin Fei and half of it was broken. Rocks flew everywhere and the surrounding area was a mess. Cough cough, Lin Fei flew out from below, and there was a huge wound on his chest. He took a deep breath and the wound recovered rapidly. Heaven-raising finger. Mobilizing his true essence, Lin Fei pointed out with a finger. That knife just now made him realize the difference. This Crimson Light God King was a strong enemy, especially with a knife skill that could actually break his defense with a divine weapon. Lin Fei realized that this Crimson Light God King was very hard to deal with. Little did he know that Crimson Light God King was also shocked. Lin Fei, this person must be killed. Half-Step Heaven Immortal has already accumulated so much, and that knife just now would have definitely killed a Half-Step Heaven Immortal. Instead, he recovered quickly, and when he becomes a Heaven Immortal in the future, he would probably have the strength of a late-stage Heaven Immortal. With his own accumulation, he could even sweep all Heaven Immortal strong practitioners. Crimson Light God King slashed out with his knife, and he tried to break this finger. The knife light landed on it and it was blown away instead. He was greatly astonished. What kind of power was this? Crimson Light God King felt something was wrong and he quickly dodged. However, he still took a hit and half of his body exploded. The injury wasn't heavy and it wasn't even considered anything. He was actually injured. Ever since conquering the continent, Crimson Light God King had never been injured before. Die.